Okay, it's 9 a.m. Going to call this hearing to order. Oh. It is going to be Donna, correct? All right. Well, we will wait. We were. Hey, it is 9 o'clock. It's time to go.
I like to walk home and is he still fishing?
No, he's retired.
Retired, isn't he?
But man, he's got so many stories.
Yeah, I started to say, he used to have some cool stories.
Yeah. Well, we're going to try to get him to do Region 9.
Walt Goldman?
Region 9 for NAR, the four state meeting.
Yeah, he's got some cool stories.
I talked to him yesterday though, and he said, man, I don't like this virtual stuff. He said, you know me, I do humor, and when I can't see a crowd, I don't know how I'm coming across. And I said, hey, I can appreciate that.
Were y'all there when he spoke?
Here in Little Rock?
Yeah.
Right.
It was so good, and the story was so point on for regulation.
Right. I'd actually talked to him a year ago about doing it before COVID hit, and he was all about coming to do it. And then now he's had to learn to do it virtually, and he's not a fan.
You know, I'm surprised those guys really get hurt more often than they do.
Oh, yeah.
Honestly, you know.
He is one funny man.
He is.
He's on my radio station once a week. They got him for about 2 hours every morning on the mornings. And boy, some of the stories he tells is just,
Oh, it's just,
Well, if he's doing radio, he's used to doing it without an audience.
yeah. I mean, he does that on the buzz once a week.
does he really?
Yeah.
He's entertaining. And you know, I imagine all the years of his fish, just keep coming up with different stories.
Yeah.
And the coaches, you know, it's interesting to hear him talk about the coaches when he was the sideline judge.
Yeah.
Some of the things that the coaches would say.
And Matt Walsh, his officiating group, has made.
I can't remember who it was that he said, come on, something like that. He said, you know what I have to do. And I have to put on the show because you know, but all the fans expect you to be your deal. He said, that's a good call. It's just like this, you know.
Everybody's going all right.
Yeah, you know, you know.
So,
It was a good call. Nobody else could.
I'll never get to it.
what station is he on?
1037 the buzz.
Oh, you're the buzz? What time?
Wednesday mornings, I think the rest from like 8 to 9:30 or something like that.
And he's on Wednesday.
You bring my daughter.
She had
I tell you what,
from Jonesboro, she'll be living in, I think that's why.
it's just gas
And she's on it right now. Yeah, she's on.
Glad.
It's chaos.
Yeah.
to sit entertain.
Well, has anyone spoken to Don?
And he went to the bar.
Okay. All right.
Tony, why don't you do that, sir?
Don't start, Mr. Price, don't start nothing, won't be nothing, all right? You get this group started like that and it'll never stop. We don't even want to go there.
Tony, I guess you could regale us with your witticisms.
We're gonna get Andrea up here now for your report. What, you're, she said, how'd I get into
Yeah.
this, right?
What am I gonna get up there and do?
Yeah, we'll just start our business meeting all over again.
That's funny.
That's funny.
I can always find more business.
We get all up in Tony's business.
Y'all might as well, everybody else does, so just join the crowd.
I like that idea.
Join the crowd. Did the stand your ground bill, is it been heard in the, past the Senate side?
Yeah, it was,
I think past Senate, it's over the House now, isn't it?
I'm trying to think of, Ballinger. Ballinger's the one that was the sponsor of the bill. He's up in our area.
You have anything on the horizon that's coming that you know it's been filed or going to be filed? Is it, when's the
That
deadline?
affects us.
Yeah,
Well,
they can file up to what?
there will end up being a bill on habitability and there will be a bill on eviction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The eviction bill that you sent me, Bob, that bill has had all kinds of trash in it. Is it been whittled down and made more reasonable or?
I think so.
Wow. I think so.
But it hasn't made out of committee yet.
I thought
Yeah,
it,
so,
it looks true. What's the premise of
You'll
it?
have plenty of opportunities to.
Oh, it has, I don't know, Bob, what was it, 3 or 4 pages long, and it has just, it's just, basically throws eviction into circuit court. So if eviction got to circuit court, then, you know, that in Polk County Circuit Court now is a year. Must be represented by attorney in circuit for Polk County. So I'm assuming that's the same last.
Yeah, and my friend Judge Earl was the one that ruled it unconstitutional. And that's when we had to go from just doing it through the court system, in the prosecutor's office to having a higher attorney.
Yeah, so
well, that's our problem in Arkansas is that, well, This is a continuation of a disciplinary hearing we had in May, or excuse me, December 7th. To start it out this morning, I'll read something into the record. Arkansas Rural State Commission's opening statement. All participants and attendees of this public meeting of the Arkansas Rural State Commission should be made aware that all discussions and comments during this meeting, which will be audio recorded pursuant to Act 1028 of 2019, are subject to the Arkansas Freedom of Information Act, and as such may be placed on the Commission's website. So, as I said, this is a continuation of formal hearing 3624. I will go through a short introduction around the room, even though some of the players, most are still the same. We do have some changes. I am Commissioner Chair Doyle Yates from Fayetteville. To my right is Tony Moore of Russellville, Vice Chair of the Commission. To my left is Bob Walker, industry member as well, from Jacksonville. Joining us via Zoom is Linda Prunty of Jonesboro. Linda is a consumer member of the Commission. Dee Holcomb will not be joining us today. Support staff that are in the room, starting in over here on my left, Heather Garrett. It is on. Yeah, it is on. I'll pull it up. Support staff in the room, to my left, Heather Garrett, AREC supervisor. To her left, Julie Chavis, Assistant Attorney General for the state of Arkansas, who will be representing the commission today. In the back corner, Commission Marks, investigator with the commission. Back right, my right corner, Andrea Alford, Executive Director of the commission. Moving back towards the front of the room, Udell Ward, Senior Investigator with the commission. Our court reporter today, Tiffany Harrison, and back to the front of the room, Donna Lipsmeyer, our hearing officer. So at this point, I'll turn our hearing over to our hearing officer.
Thank you, Chair Yates. Today, like the chair mentioned, is we are reconvening a real estate recovery fund hearing in the matter of Ms. Seitz as a complainant who is seeking that the Real Estate Commission award actual damages that she claims resulted from the respondent. Is not correct? The disciplinary?
Right.
Oh, so you have not completed this. I thought last time you went ahead and segregated both charges in. That you want to go ahead and continue on? Okay. Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I'm still relatively new to the process here, so thank you. Okay, so at this time, Ms. Seitz has completed her case, is that correct? And we're going on to Mr. Price. Is that correct? Mr. Price is now going to his case. Okay. Oh, gotcha. Thank you so much. Mr. Price, you can continue. And let me go ahead and mention that everybody was sworn in. Ms. Seitz and Mr. Russian, you are still sworn in. Thank you.
May I proceed?
Yes, please.
First time, can everybody hear me? I have hit the red button, I think. Like this? Good enough? Can y'all hear me?
Not like it's being amplified.
Reason I'm doing this is last time we were here, there was a problem with me not being heard. So I want to try to avoid that this time. So I will speak
Heard
loudly. It seems to do a little better if I go from the side. Just briefly, when we were here last time, the state presented its case and rested. The commission indicated that it did want to hear from Mr. Russian. We had planned on having him speak to these issues anyway, but he does want to be heard, and so without further delay, call our first witness, Mike Rushing Jr. Mr. Rushing, would you please state your name?
Michael Stanley Rushing Jr., Rushing.
You're president and principal broker, of the Mike Rushing Realtors.
That is correct.
Just give the commissioners, if you would, a thumbnail sketch of who you are.
Born and raised in Little Rock, graduated from Mills High School in 1990, attended Rhodes College in Memphis, Tennessee, and graduated in 94. At that time, my father was starting up his company, his sole proprietorship. And like most college graduates, trying to figure out what I want to do for a living, I told him I'd help him out because he had a big rental agreement sitting on his desk with the Rosen family. And 25 years later, I'm still here kicking it. I do a lot of volunteer work in my time, and that's how Ms. Seitz and I met. Currently, I'm the executive officer of DEMA International in the jurisdiction of Arkansas. I'm also the elected representative for Region 6, so I represent 6 states on the board of directors. I've had about a 25-year tenure with Shriners Hospitals for Children. I served on the hospital board of governors from 2010 to 2012. I married my high school sweetheart, so we were married for 19 years. I lost her 6 years ago to breast cancer. And of course, my family's had some health issues, which we may go into at this time. The good Lord's blessed me again. I've been remarried for about 2.5 years now to a young lady that I met. She was a rainbow girl when I was at DMLA. So now we live in Sherwood and trying to start the second chapter of our life. Right now, I am the principal broker of the Mike Rushing Company. I'm a single operator. My office manager of 4 years had some issues about 4 or 5 months ago, so she decided to move to another venue in life. And so when we get done here today, I got to get back to work. But I'm open to any questions you may have. Obviously, in this case, I feel very strongly in our position that we did a good job representing Ms. Seitz on the rental property. And at this time, I guess that's all I've got for right now.
All right, and now you started out not as a principal broker. That's something you occupy now.
Correct.
And what did you do when you started with the company?
When I started with the company, my father asked me if I wanted to sell or manage. Well, I know from his record of sales that it's feast or famine sometimes. So I like more stability. I'm more analytical. So I chose to focus on property management. And so that's been my specialty for the last 25 years.
And what caused you to become principal broker?
My father's health has been deteriorating over the last decade. About 5 or 6 years ago, he had some serious health scares. He had a bladder infection of all things, and he went sepsis. And so they had to do a wound thing in his bladder area, and it was so bad that they had to take him in and sedate him like a surgery to change out his pack and all that stuff. Now, my dad's old school country guy. You know, he's in the Navy. And so I think from that generation, giving up control of something bothered him because he's all about being a man. And so I had to work under those situations. I never wanted to be a bookkeeper. If I wanted to be a bookkeeper, I'd have stayed in the 5th year at Rhodes College, got a master's in accounting. I wanted to manage property and spend my life doing volunteer work. And if you ever want to know about my resume, I'll be happy to tell you. And you know, on a personal note, I believe God has blessed us with various talents, and it's our responsibility to exercise those talents, because I hope to live to be 80 or 90 years old. I'd like to look back over my life and say, you know what? I did the best I could with what I had. I don't want to be one of those people that sits back and goes, boy, if I'd just done a little bit more. My grandpa used to call it the if-I-was when we'd leave the track down at Oklahoma. Boy, if I'd have just been it this way, or if I just, that's not who I am. I take pride in who I am. I take pride in what I do.
So your dad had those health problems, and did that cause you to have to take over the operation of the company?
That's correct. My dad had historically had an office manager who did the bookkeeping part, things like that. So I focused on management. I would sell an occasional house, usually to a friend or family member, because I was too busy. I was managing 250 units, give or take, in 2 counties. So I stayed pretty busy. And but yeah, a friend of mine wanted to sell a house and buy a house, I'd help him out.
Now, were there any other people working at the company at the time your dad experienced those problems?
Yes, we've had a few office managers over the years.
Was one of them Robert Cash?
That's correct.
Was one of them Julianne Cather?
Cather, that's correct.
Cather. And did both of them have hands-on dealings with Ms. Sykes' property?
They did.
So sometimes they would deal with problems that would come up or things that have to be done.
Correct.
And do either of them still work at the company now?
They do not.
Did the situation with your dad bring any other potential future problems into focus for you that caused you to think about and make changes to the way you were doing things? Specifically continuity.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of, to summarize, my dad's kind of a gunslinger. You know, he shoots from the hip. He's got great instincts. I'm more like my mother. I'm very analytical. I like to break things down to where they're easily discernible. And so, yeah, his haphazard style, we clashed a lot. You know, my poor wife, when I first started, I'd come home and scream at the walls, because, young son always knows better than the dad. That's a historical anomaly. But, yeah, Dad was just kind of, he was a heck of a salesperson. You could get with a client and figure it out. And so sometimes things were a little bit haphazard in the office.
When your dad was running the show, was a lot of the financial work, as in reconciling accounts and dealing with rental deposits and those kinds of things, handled by the employees?
That's correct.
And who handles those things now?
I handle them personally.
So you don't delegate that to anybody else?
Not at all.
So if somebody pays a deposit, you both take it in and maintain it, and then when the rental is over with, you return the deposit or do whatever's done with it?
Correct.
No delegation at all?
No delegation at all.
Have you done anything or agreed to do anything to improve your skills as a property manager since we were here last time?
Yes.
What's that?
Well, I agreed to do the extra escrow accounting information to make sure that I'm up to speed on what you.
I'm going to object. We've settled all this in the consent agreement.
It is kind of repetitive. Can we move on, please?
Beg your pardon?
It is kind of repetitive if you move on.
I'll just move on. That's not a big deal. If you recall, when we were here in December, Ms. Sykes testified about a lawsuit she filed in Pulaski County District Court against Beth Eccles.
Correct.
Tell the commission from your perspective what transpired there.
Ms. Sykes and I had discussed the end of the Eccles tenancy. Ms. Sykes perpetually went around the company talking to Eccles directly. So there's a lot of things that I wasn't privy about. But when the Eccles tenancy was coming to an end, Ms. Sykes and I talked about how to resolve the debt load and the paint job that was bad and things of that nature. I told Ms. Sykes where she could go to file her claim in small claims court for Pulaski County. I told her there was, I believe it was 65 to file it. There's various ways of serving.
Let me stop you right there and ask you, did she ask you to actually do that for her?
She did.
Did you do that for her?
I did not.
Why not?
I'm not a lawyer.
Okay. So she wanted you to file the lawsuit, and then she eventually just filed that on her own?
Correct. And I was her witness.
How much time did you spend with her on getting that brought through the court?
I don't know how many hours it actually was, but anytime Ms. Sykes would call and ask for information to help get her case ready, I would stop what I was doing and start working on finding that information and trying to get it to her.
Hours, days, weeks?
Oh, it was definitely hours. It might have been a few days for sure, but I don't recall specifically. Phone would ring or I'd get an email. I'd stop what I was doing, try to handle it right then, and then get back to work.
Did she? Was she very communicative with you on those kinds of things? Did she take a lot of your time in communication?
She did.
Now, when the claim actually was heard in Pulaski County, which judge heard it?
Judge Wayne Gruber.
And were you present for the actual trial?
I was.
How long did that take?
I'd say the actual trial itself, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, I guess, maybe an hour tops.
Okay, and were you there most of the day for that?
I was there for the entire thing.
Okay. And Ms. Sykes, did she recover any money on her claim against Beth Eccles?
Being in the courtroom, I understood Judge Gruber to officially give her the value of the security deposit, which was $1,000. Now, the state has said that the judge dismissed the case. I don't know. But I do know this much. Judge Gruber did tell both the defendant and the plaintiff, that they wanted to appeal his decision to circuit court, that was their right to do so.
Did Ms. Sykes appeal from Judge Gruber's decision?
To my knowledge, she never appealed. I did bring that point back up to her about a week or two later to remind her that she had the right to appeal his decision. And from my understanding, in small claims court in Pulaski County, you can go maximum $5,000 is what you can ask for. I don't know the law, I'm not a lawyer, but going to circuit court, I told her that you might be able to expand the amount of money that you claim she owes, Ms. Eccles, by going to circuit court. And to my knowledge, she never did file the appeal.
Now, was Ms. Eccles the only tenant of that particular property that Ms. Sykes had sued?
No, Ms. Sykes came to us when she was evicting a tenant named Moody.
That's outside the time period.
That's exactly my point. Was there a lawsuit pending when you acquired the property?
To my knowledge, yes.
And is that the lawsuit that Ms. Sykes testified that she got a judgment but did not recover?
Yes.
And has she sued any other properties during the period that you managed, other tenants during the period that you managed the property?
Well, she filed a small
Do you,
claim suit against.
do you have
them.
a comment? Go ahead. All right. Now, this was brought up, okay, you're saying that Ms. Sykes has brought this up previously in her testimony? Is that what you just said?
I'm sorry, if you'll say that.
Did you say that Ms. Sykes has brought that up in her
Yes,
previous
I believe
testimony?
She testified to those things, some of those things.
Okay, specifically what you're mentioning right now?
Well, this is Mr. Russian's perspective of the situation. Just
Okay.
because she's testified to it doesn't mean that he can't.
That's correct, but I want to mention that that's why I'm going to go ahead and allow it. Do you still have an objection? Ms. Chavis?
Not at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. You can continue.
May I proceed?
So anyways, we talked about the small claims court against Eccles. She had a lawsuit that she won against Moody, who was the tenant previous to us taking over. And to my knowledge, she actually sued the last tenant, Dr. Sam Houston, who was our last tenant to put in the property. And then she decided to take the property back sometime after his tenancy had begun.
Now, you mentioned in your testimony this morning that Ms. Sykes went around behind you with the Eccles
Correct.
tenants, and that created problems for you.
It did. At one point, Ms. Eccles actually came to my office in a state of confusion. She wasn't sure who she was supposed to be talking to. Do I talk to the Sykes, the owner, or do I talk to you guys, the property management company? And we talked about it in thorough, and I just said, if it was me, I would talk to the person I have a contract with. You've got a contract with this company, so I would talk to us. But Ms. Sykes consistently went around. I've got emails that Sykes had sent to Eccles and all this other stuff. So I'm not sure exactly what was discussed between them every single time, but I do know that she constantly went around us talking to the tenants.
As another example, did that occur with tenant Houston as far as the cleaning of the carpets went?
I believe that is correct.
You had contracted with a professional carpet cleaner to clean the carpets.
Yes, I did the inspection of the property. After 25 years, when a carpet's been properly cleaned, because you can see the wand marks from the steam cleaner in the carpet. The carpets had not been professionally cleaned. We do this as standard operating procedure. Before someone rents a place from us, we make sure it's thoroughly clean. The carpets are professionally cleaned because we want to make sure the tenants know what we expect whenever we come by to inspect, and we want them to know what we should see when they move out. And you have to set a standard. If you let a place be dingy or the yard overgrown, what's the tenant going to expect? They're going to do the same thing.
But the point of the question was, she was dealing with tenant Houston directly on the cleaning of the carpets at the same time you were getting them done professionally.
Yes, we were being very redundant.
Okay. And is that something that routinely occurred throughout your management of her property?
It seemed to be the standard that she just, some of our owners just can't let it go. They want to still manage it without managing it, but then they want to manage it. I remember I let one go. A gentleman had a house, and it was his mother's house. And he goes, man, I've turned down 1 million people. I need a property manager. And he went by every 3 days during the tenancy to check on the house. And I finally told him, I said, listen, you're obviously not prepared for a third party to manage this. So I'm going to just let you have that one back, because I just couldn't deal with it. Because the tenant would keep calling. Why does this guy keep coming to the house? And there's just some folks like that.
And did you have those types of problems with Ms. Sites throughout your management of her property?
Correct.
Okay. Now, there was some testimony at the last hearing about some difficulties on the refund of the deposit. Is that correct?
For which tenant?
For Houston?
Yes, I had, there was a situation, Ms. Sites had, she talked about her contract job with the government. And sometime during our business relationship, her contract was not renewed. And then she started seeming to bounce around a little bit. She was a school nurse, I believe, at one point, and lived in this town and then this town and all this other stuff. And so we had sent something to her at the end of that year, and it came back in the mail. And then I personally got the check, got the keys, put them in a package, and mailed them out myself. Now, to date, that check has never cleared the bank, and the package has never been returned. Now, Ms. Sites had waited for about 5 months when she was getting her claim for the real estate commission prepared to say, oh, I never got it. Now, at this time, the office manager was handling the book, so I had not heard that the check had not cleared the bank. That was not my preview. And of course, my response was, all you gotta do is pick the phone up. If someone owes me money, I'm not gonna wait 5 months to call them. I'm gonna probably call them in a week or two and say, hey, I never got my package. So I immediately wrote the check again, sent it to her again. She acknowledged she received it, but she failed to cash it. So I've sent the check for a third time, and she just finally cashed the check.
So that, she actually got 3 separate checks.
I mailed 3 separate checks, correct?
Bad question. You know that they were mailed. You don't know if she got that first one.
Correct.
Now, there was testimony about the walls being in substandard condition at the previous hearing. Was that the case when you took over the property?
That's correct. Specifically, there was a bedroom that had torn wallpaper on the walls from my recollection.
And throughout your management of the property, did Ms. Sites ever spend the money to get that problem addressed?
Not to my knowledge, no. I know that Eccles had started apparently painting on their own volition. I don't know if with or without the approval of Ms. Sites, because she talked to them so much. But they did have some very unique paint schemes throughout the house. And so I'm not sure. I don't know that Sites paid to have that done, but I know Eccles was painting all the places.
During the period that you managed the property, did it get damaged any more than it was damaged when you took over the property?
There was some obvious natural wear and tear. There were some tenant-related issues. I believe Eccles ended up having a pet, and the pet did gnaw on a deck board here and there and scratch on this and that. I mean, if you have dogs, this happens. So yes, there was some. It's like some damage from Moody carried to Eccles, that carried over to the Marvins, that carried over to Houston, and so yeah, there was always something. We kept it rented the whole time, but there was always something that probably needed to be done.
During the period that you had the contract to manage that property, did you keep it rented the entire time?
I did.
Was there a period where the Marvins came in and they rented it under what I would call different circumstances than the rest of the tenants?
That is correct. When the Eccles tenancy was coming to an end, we knew we had a house with a very unique paint job that was going to be hard to re-rent, specifically because the paint job was incomplete. I'm thinking we had a chocolate brown stairwell, we had a navy blue master bedroom, a scarlet red, just all these wild colors. So we're sitting there trying to figure out what to do. Well, when I knew the Eccles tenancy was coming to an end, I started to market the property, hoping to have a qualified tenant ready to go. So when the house was ready to rent, we could get them moved in and get some money flowing for my clients. The Marvins called me. The Marvins, apparently, I believe the husband had just retired. They were building a home in Florida to retire to. They put their house on the market in Little Rock and it sold quickly. So they contacted me about the house on Abinger, Ms. Sites' property. Now, our standard rental agreement for a house is 1 year. Apartments, we could do 6 months. The Marvins, I took the Marvins over there, showed them the house, explained the situation. And they said, listen, we're looking for a short-term contract while we build our home. Would Ms. Sites or would the owner consider 6-7 months? I called Ms. Sites. We had a detailed phone conversation about the Marvins. We talked about short-term contract. I told her, I said, listen, if it were me, If we're worried about coming up with the money to repaint the interior of the house, they're willing to take it as is, where it is. We don't have to do any painting. And I recommended to her that you ought to keep about $500 a month out of the rent, put it in your sock drawer, build up some networking capital so that when their tenancy ends, we'll have the money ready to go, get the paint job properly done so we can move with a better long-term plan. She thought that was a great idea. Then she asked me, she goes, well, since we're doing a short-term contract, would they pay more rent per month? So we talked about some numbers. I called the Martins back and said, okay, we're looking at this 6-month contract. Would you be willing to pay more rent? They agreed. So they took it as is, where it is, paid more rent per month. So we deferred the cost of the paint job down the road.
Did the house ever get painted while it was under your management?
I don't remember if it got painted before Dr. Houston or not. I don't remember that for sure.
Did Ms. Seitz do what she suggested and save money so that she could paint it?
The first month, I was under the impression that we were going to do that plan, so we kept on her sheet, we kept $500 in the ending balance, which has her name on in the trust account. Ms. Seitz emailed us and, complained that she did not approve that plan and she wanted her money, which we of course sent it right to her. So beyond that, I don't know if she ever saved the money up or not.
All you know is you started sending it all to her.
Correct.
Okay. And did Ms. Seitz do anything that was not in comport with the terms of the contract? Did she breach the contract in any way?
Ms. Seitz did breach the contract sometime during the Houston tenancy. And Dr. Houston was a great tenant. He paid on time, no calls, no drama, no nothing. And out of the blue, she called me at the end of October, I believe it was October 31st, and gave me a 1-day notice that she was taking the property back. Now, our contract was set to renew. It was in a renewal period. It was set to expire in February of the next year. And by the terms of the contract, either party has to give a 30-day written notice prior to the renewal period. She gave me a 1-day notice.
Now, you said she called. Did she also send you an email?
I believe she did.
And that was nothing that you knew was coming and you all had not discussed it?
I didn't know it was coming, and being that we had a previous friendly relationship, I said, sure, fine, you can have the property back. We'll close this thing out.
So to sum up what you've testified to so far, you managed the property through 4 tenants?
3.
3 tenants? There was already a tenant there when you got it?
No, she had evicted the Moody's, actually asked us to sue the Moody's for her. And I told her that's not what we do. I mean, we have no relationship with the Moody's. So we had the Eccles, the Marvins, and Dr. Houston.
Now, bounce back to the Eccles just for a quick question. Did Ms. Seitz know that they had pets?
I believe that she came into town, we went to inspect the property, and we found that they had pets.
Okay, so she was aware that there were pets in the home with
Correct.
Eccles and Stricker.
Correct.
Okay, so throughout the entire process, all of the tenants that you had, there was continuous occupancy during your management,
Correct.
and she was paid the money she was due for that period,
Correct.
for all that period.
Correct.
Is there anything else that you think the commission needs to know about the situation in order to properly evaluate it?
Well, is this like a closing statement? Counselor?
Anything else that you want the commission to know about your contractual relationship with Ms. Seitz?
I think one thing is definitely of note. We've talked about in my testimony about the number of lawsuits that Ms. Seitz has filed. She's obviously on the record that she filed against Moody's.
I'm going to object.
Yeah, we upheld that objection before, so. Yeah, it's
Well,
no.
let me just state for the record, because I've paid a lot of money, ma'am, to be here today to defend myself.
I'm going to object to any testimony about prior lawsuits or any lawsuits that Ms. Seitz has filed to protect her property.
That's fair.
An objection's,
That's fine.
upheld. Okay.
Ms. Seitz has never sued the Mike Russian Company. Ms. Seitz has never sued, to my knowledge, Mike Russian Sr. Ms. Seitz has never sued Mike Russian Jr. So I want to bring that to the commission's attention. If the Mike Russian Company did such a poor job and all these thousands of dollars were lost because we managed the property, we've never been sued. That's a fact. Ms. Seitz testified that 4 or 5 months into our tenure, she noticed problems, yet she retained us for a total of 5 years. I think that's a contradiction. I think that is of note. We talked about the Marvins taking it as is. We talked about Ms. Sykes going around the management agreement, talking directly to the tenants. I'll put my eyeballs on real quick. Let's see here. You know, one thing that really bothered me last time was that we talked about the Eccles security deposit. That Ms. Sykes did not get the value of the $1,000 security deposit to apply to the damages. And that really chafed me pretty well, and I'll tell you why. The security deposit, in my opinion, is held first for physical damage to the property and then second for financial damage. It's noted in her complaint that Eccles made a partial payment because Sykes refused to take care of a tree that fell on the fence. So we forfeited the deposit and we put it in to cover the rent payment. So we're not talking about whether or not she got the value of $1,000. We're talking about $90, which is the commission off the $1,000. So I want that to be very clear. I don't know if it's relative to the commission or not, but it's relative to me. To insinuate that our company did something where she didn't get $1,000, like we did something improperly, we did it the way we did it. Now, when we were discussing and trying to settle this before we got here, I said, you know what, fine. We'll refund the $90. It's not a big deal. It's $90. We'll just move on. But I want that noted for the record. I did not appreciate, and I may have took it wrong, but I didn't appreciate the insinuation that our company had stole $1,000 from Ms. Sykes.
She was paid everything she was due under the contract.
Absolutely.
Pass the witness.
Ms. Davis, do you want to cross?
I do. You say that she was paid everything that she was owed, but did she get all the services that she was owed under the contract as far as the maintenance of her property?
She did.
What was the problem with using the home warranty? That was something that was in the contract that she specifically put in there.
I don't want to be, well, to correct you, the home warranty is not in the contract. The contract does not say anything about a home warranty now. She did notify our company that she had purchased a home warranty. And what had happened originally, we have a 24-hour answering service for emergency calls. The tenant called in with a plumbing issue that my answering service deemed to be an emergency. So they called our usual plumber. Then another plumbing call came in. Julianne Cath, our office manager, Ms. Sykes was the only owner we had out of all the owners we had that had a warranty. So she forgot to call the plumber. Ms. Sykes called the office. We had a detailed phone conversation. I explained the same thing to her. That yes, the plumbers went out. Yes, they did the job. And this is what happened. And after that, I made sure that we called the warranty company when issues came up.
Wouldn't it be easy to remember that only one of 250 properties that you owned had a home warranty?
Not necessarily. When you're managing 250 rental properties by yourself, it'll be hard to forget something. And like I said, the calls came in to an answering service, which didn't call me, and came into the office manager who went ahead and issued the work order without telling me. Now, to your point, had Ms. Cather said, hey, we got a call on Sykes' property, I said, don't forget, we got to call the warranty company.
Okay.
It didn't happen that way.
Okay. As the principal broker, isn't it your responsibility to make sure that her home warranty policy was used?
I was not the principal broker at the time.
You were not the principal broker at the time Ms. Sykes
I don't think
entered
I
into
became-
the contract?
No, ma'am. I think I became principal broker in 2016.
Okay, so you're going to blame your dad and throw him under the bus for something that you failed to do.
I'm not going to blame anybody, it's just a fact.
But you are the person that she had contact with. You are the person that signed the contract that's behind tab number 4. And I believe you will recall that Ms. Sykes said the only time she has ever met your dad was one time in a social setting. You were the only person that she had contact with.
That's not correct. When she called the
What
office,
was the problem with having repairs in excess of $200 approved in advance? And that is for a fact in the contract behind tab 4.
You're correct. There's not a problem.
It wasn't done.
Sometimes you don't know what the maintenance is going to be until they get done with the job.
If you know that someone has a $200 limit to the repairs, and you have agreed in a contract to have those repairs approved, is it not incumbent upon you to get an estimate before the actual work is done? So that
Just-
you can have that work approved by the person with whom you have
Just
a
for the record,
contract?
let me interpose an objection at this point. There was never any testimony that Mr. Rushing Jr. agreed to the change in that contract. There was
He
testimony.
signed it.
There was testimony by Ms. Sykes that she made the change and initialed it, and she doesn't know that Mr. Rushing even saw the change.
He signed it.
Certainly.
His signature is on page
Did I
4-3.
Did I initial the change?
His,
Did I initial the change, ma'am?
no, you didn't initial the change, but you signed a contract and you're responsible for knowing the contents of the contract, whether you read it or not.
Oh, I read the contracts. That's not a problem, ma'am. But to
Well,
answer your-
okay.
Okay, do you
So-
want to answer your specific question?
No, I want to say one thing.
Yes, ma'am.
You signed a contract. Is it your testimony that you signed a contract with her and you didn't know what was in it? Because that changes the whole ballgame.
Ma'am, that's a ludicrous statement.
You just said you didn't agree.
I
You
said
ju-
I
you,
didn't initial the change.
you didn't initial the change, but you signed the
But let
contract.
me answer your original question. In the property management business, I would agree that if you know something is going to be a large amount of money, like changing out a heat exchanger. You know it's gonna be well above $200. If you send a plumber out to work on a toilet and then come in with some more problems, they end up getting the job done, and they haven't contacted me and say, hey, man, we're gonna be expensive on this, then it is what it is. It's not like it was intentional, it was factual. This is what happened. So
Well-
if I know that the sewer lines collapsed, it's gonna cost
No.
$5,000, I would go, hey, Ms. Sykes, the sewer lines collapsed, and we've got an estimate for $5,000, let's get a couple more estimates.
Okay. If you are sending a repair person to Miss Sykes's property, and you know that she either has a home warranty policy or she has a $200 limit on repairs, when you call that plumber, or you call that roofer, or you call that roto-rooter person, is it not your responsibility to make sure that that person knows there's a $200 limit? And if it's going to go over that amount, that person should check with you before completing those repairs.
Possible.
So your testimony is, if it suits your, you're possibly going to conform to what this property management agreement is, if it suits your purposes, but not hers.
No, ma'am, that's not correct.
Well, then what does
Well,
possibly
let me answer
mean?
the question,
This
ma'am.
is
Can I
black
answer
or
the question?
white.
Can
Well,
we,
that's nice. Let me
can we
answer
not
the
talk over each other, please? Let's give an opportunity for everybody to ask their question and respond, please. Thank you.
I believe that's already been asked and answered anyway.
Actually, it
Okay.
hasn't.
Okay. Oh,
Okay. When I manage property, I'm going to do the best I can for the value of the property, which includes the value of the owner. Now, the two issues we're talking about, I've already testified. One came in after hours to the answering service who contacted the plumber. That was the first one. The second one did come into the office, and Ms. Cather took the call, because when I got the report from Ms. Sykes to audit it, I saw the invoice. And I immediately went into Ms. Cather. I said, she's got a home warranty. So now I'm gonna get a phone call because we've got a bill over the 200 without the warranty company. That's when Ms. Sykes and I had a very detailed conversation. I explained how that happened. And I immediately, right after that, told her, from now on, if a phone call comes in on Abinger, you tell me, because we've got to call the warranty company. And there's a track record thereafter of us calling the warranty company.
What was the problem with collecting pet deposits after you discovered that the Eccles Strickers tenants had pets in the house?
When we found out that Eccles had a pet, I don't recall being asked to collect a deposit, but you'll see in the Marvins and Houston, we collected a deposit, because the question came up, why is there no deposit for Eccles, but why are there differing deposits for the last two tenants. After we got done with Echols, she said, I want a pet deposit. She wasn't sure, so we ended up doing a $100 refundable pet deposit per pet. That's why the next two contracts, the pet deposit is a different amount, 'cause it's based on the number of pets.
What was the problem with collecting a pet deposit for the Eccles Strickers when you discovered there were pets in the house after they had started living there?
I don't recall Ms. Sykes requesting that to be done, but honestly, if she asked, I don't know that I could just change a contract midterm. I mean, I'm not a lawyer.
What was the problem with completing repairs?
Not that I know of.
Why wasn't the property cleaned before the Eccles Strickers moved in?
Well, was the property not clean?
Mm-hmm. You just went on and on about how you've got this whole system and you know when a
Well,
carpet.
probably because Ms. Sykes gave us the house at that time and said she cleaned it. Yes, I don't know. That was how many years ago? 8?
What was the problem with having the tree removed from the yard?
Ms. Sykes, which tree? The one in the front or the one in the back?
The one in the back.
The one in the back, Ms. Sykes, a storm came through, the tree fell over and hit the fence. Energy had a right of way behind the property. They cut the tree, I believe, to their line, their responsibility. Ms. Sykes was contacted about it. She tried to file an insurance claim. The insurance company apparently denied the claim. Ms. Sykes said she wasn't gonna, pay the $500 or whatever. I forget. I know Eccles decided, you know what, we're getting rid of the tree because it's a problem. They got rid of the tree, hence they gave us the reduced amount of money for the rent, trying to get credit for taking the tree out, because Sykes refused to do it for whatever reason. And that's where started the drama with them and the missed payment. So the tree was really not on me. Ms. Sykes had refused to do it.
I don't understand why it wasn't on you.
Because Sykes refused to do it. I would have removed it in a heartbeat, but then I'd been over the $200.
Well,
She did not approve it.
Your testimony is she did not approve you to remove the tree.
Correct.
Why did you make the deposits into her account so many days after you actually collected them?
Well, in our contract, there is no specified time when to do that. We always do it within the calendar month. We try to make sure we do it as soon as we can. But most importantly, you got to make sure the check clears the bank. And at that time, it might take you 10 to 14 days to find out if it's coming back to you in the mail. Nowadays, with technology the way it is, I'm able to go on my banking account online and see, okay, did anything kick back, and I can process faster.
Okay, you earlier stated that you knew it was important to collect rents and have them deposited because you knew that people were depending on them to make their mortgage payments. Why?
Talk about something that was said off the record.
That's what you're saying.
That's what he just said earlier.
That was off the record earlier. I know what you're talking about.
Why were the deposits made so by you when you collected the money in rent? Why did it take you so long to deposit the money directly into Miss Sykes' account as y'all had agreed so that she could make her mortgage payment timely?
Well, there's nothing.
Which she testified she was unable to do.
Okay. Well, one, there's nothing in the contract that talks about when a deposit will be made. All deposits to our owners, all of our owners, are done within the calendar month that we receive them. We try to process them sooner than later, once we know we have the funds to process the report. If someone hands me a check to deposit it, I don't know the check is good. It may still be good when I call it in, and maybe not. I've had it happen before where it bounced the next day. So they were done within the calendar month. Now, to your point, if we had Ms. Sykes and just a few other clients, it'd be extremely easy to do it earlier because we could be right on top of, okay, did it clear, did it clear, did it clear? That's not feasible. But they were done within the calendar month every month.
Why didn't you amend the property management agreement after you were told by your attorney that you couldn't sue on Ms. Seitz's behalf?
I'm going to object to that question because it involves attorney-client privileges.
Would you repeat the question again, please?
Why didn't you amend the property management agreement after you were told by your attorney that you couldn't sue on Mrs. Seitz's behalf? This is something that you told Ms. Seitz you were unable to do. Why did you not amend the contract to take that part out?
Did you speak to Ms. Seitz about that information?
About not being able to represent her?
About what was just?
Not being able to sue on her behalf in small claims court?
Are you talking about where I helped her get the suit filed? Yeah. I was
No, Ms. Seitz's understanding was that you could sue for her in small claims court. She testified that at some point after y'all signed the contract that you told her you couldn't do that
Is that correct?
on the advice of your attorney. Why did you not amend the contract to take that out?
Okay.
I'm going to object to the form of your question because Mr. Rushing testified previously that at the time this was going on, he was not the principal broker. You're assuming he has the power to amend a contract.
Mr. Price, he signed the contract.
Let me interject here. Okay, the main question, as I understand it, is did you tell this information to Ms. Seitz that you could not sue on her behalf?
I had come to understand that the Mike Rushing Company is incorporated. I found out during this time period that a lawyer had to file lawsuits on behalf of a corporation. So I didn't want to violate the law and jeopardize her potential to have a case in small claims. So I told her that I couldn't file the lawsuit for her, but I told her how to file the lawsuit, and I stood as her witness.
What are you trying to get at, Ms. Chavis, besides
Why
that?
he didn't amend their agreement when he got information that he could not carry through with part of the contract.
Okay, I think that's a relevant question.
That's
I
fine.
mean, it's
I
just,
have no problem answering.
okay.
Some period of time after this happened, I actually met with Judge Wayne Gruber to have that question asked. Because the law said apparently that I wasn't supposed to be filing lawsuits on behalf of our corporation, which would in essence jeopardize our clients from ever having a case be successfully held up in appeal. We met with Judge Gruber. Judge Gruber had said he had made a decision that for a corporation like ours, I think with 3 or less principals or whatever his terminology was, that he would allow them to file a small claim. So to answer your question, it wasn't relevant at that time to change our property management agreement because we found out that in small claims, in his small claims, he would allow it. Now, I'm not sure that happens in every county, but in his district court, he would allow it.
Why didn't you have the Eccles Stricker tenants agree to make the repairs for the damages that their pets caused?
Well, they're bound under the contract to be responsible for it. And that's why she filed the small claim suit against them. And that's why I advised her to appeal his decision, because maybe in circuit court, she could expand the amount of money she was looking for.
Why didn't you enforce the part of the lease where they would be bound to make repairs for the damage that their pets caused?
I'm going to object to that question. It was enforced. She sued on it.
Why was she forced to sue rather than you taking care of it for her under the terms of the lease with the Eccles and Strickers?
Let me pose a question to you now.
No, you're not allowed to pose a question. Please answer her question, please.
Well, you have a couple of options. You can live with it, or you can evict. And if you evict, you sue. That's the 2 options we have. Other than that, we're going to have to go old school, and I'm going to have to go over there and kick the door in and be a thug and enforce it. Here's the deal. We can get a piece of paper all day long that says, you're responsible for fixing this stuff right now. And their response is going to be yes or no, correct? If it's yes, great, they fixed the problem. If it's no, then what are you going to do? If they call your bluff, what are you going to do? You evict or you live with it. That's the two options that we have.
Why didn't you have the cost of repairing the pet damage appraised, as Ms. Seitz asked? And that's part of her testimony that's found in the transcript at pages 63 through 67.
Well, to my knowledge, we did send crews out there to assess the damage and give an estimate, but she also had people that she wanted to give her prices on the paint job and so forth.
Do you have a copy of the appraisal that you obtained for the cost of repairing the pet damage, as Ms. Seitz asked? Because her testimony was that you didn't do that for her.
Do I have a copy of the estimate that we had asked for from 8 years ago or whatever? No, I probably do, but I don't know where it's at.
What happened to the washer dryer and the other equipment, such as her power washer and ladders that were left in the garage? That's referenced at page 92 in the transcript.
Do you have a copy of the transcript, sir?
Oh, somewhere. I'm not worried about it.
You don't, okay.
I'm fine. Thank you. To answer your question, that was before Eccles took over. Is that what we're talking about?
I believe that was before Eccles.
To answer your question.
Well, then I object, since we're not going to be talking about the tenants prior to Eccles. That was somebody that was before they took over the management.
He took over management when the Eccles moved in, was when he had control of the property. And there's property missing from her home: a washer and dryer, a power washer, and ladders. If you will look at page 92 of the transcript,
Well, I mean, that's fine.
she
You can answer the
says,
question.
Hang on.
All right.
she says, starting at line 21, there was my stuff, my possessions still in the home. And she said those things were taken by Mr. Russian, one of which was a washer and dryer that was 5 years old, that was covered under the home warranty. And he took it out of there and said that he was going to sell it and give me the proceeds, which he did not do. There was a $500 or $600 power washer, ladders that would be in the pictures that Miss Eccles provided, that she said Mr. Russian had taken out of the house. It led me to believe Mr. Russian told me that Summers and Lynch, the prior tenants, had taken them. So what happened to them? You had control of her property between tenants. The tenants you contracted with moved in. What happened to the washer dryer, the power washer, and the ladder that were in Miss Seitz's garage at a time when you should have secured the property?
Well, honestly, if you're going to leave personal property behind, not secured, I'm not sure it's anybody's responsibility but the person who left it. But to answer your question specifically, I don't recall what happened to him. I'll know this much. I don't steal. I don't take people's property and sell it and lie to them. So I know that you're trying to make a case, but let me assure you, ma'am, I did not do anything with that property that benefited me or anyone else.
Okay. When you have a contract to manage the property of someone who lives over 1,000 miles away, is it not your responsibility to secure the property, whether the house is completely empty or whether or not it has possessions in it?
I don't feel that any property management company should take responsibility for someone's personal possessions that are left on the property. We're not in the storage business, we're in the rental business.
Do you secure property between tenants, Mr. Russian?
Well, of course I do. But I'm talking
Why
about
was
the house.
why was her house not secured by you such that her personal possessions have gone missing? That's my question.
And I've answered the question.
Is it your responsibility to secure the property?
I
That's a matter of contract, and you have the contract in the record.
Why was the property not secured?
There's been no testimony that the property wasn't secured.
The property wasn't secured because her possessions were stolen by
That-
someone.
that
They've
is
gone
not-
missing by
that does
someone.
not-
All
That
right,
does
look-
not one follow from the other.
Let's not get in arguments here.
What is your procedure for securing property between tenants?
When a tenant moves out, years ago, I had learned it's always best to rekey a property when a tenant moves out, good tenant, bad tenant. And the reason being, you want to keep liability to zero because you don't know how many copies of the keys that previous tenant had made. You don't know whose cousin's got a key and so forth and so on. So our standard procedure is when someone moves out, we call the locksmith, have them rekey the house. So we know that we have total control of the property at that time. And then when we get a new tenant moved in, they get a copy of the key, we keep a copy of the key. When that tenant moves out, we do the same thing. So again, it doesn't matter if they're a gold standard tenant who's always paid on time and never caused a problem. We're going to have the locks changed to make absolutely sure no one else comes back in the property.
Did you do that with the property before the Strickers and Eccles tenants moved in?
That was not our responsibility at the time, so no, ma'am, we didn't do it at that time.
Why was it not your responsibility if you were the one who entered into the lease with the Eccles and Strickers?
I was under the impression Ms. Sykes had her house under control when she gave it to us.
What is your procedure for returning keys and security deposits?
Once a tenant vacates the premises, we'll do an inspection to see if there, the difference between tenant-related damage and natural wear and tear to determine if there's fees that need to come out to get the property back right. Usually when tenants move out, the first thing they forget to do is clean the place. And so we'll take those deductions out of there, get the property taken care of, itemize it on their Microsoft Excel sheet they get every month to show we spent $209.15 getting it cleaned up, and here's the part of the deposit to cover that. And then if there's a refund eligible, we'll write the difference over to the tenant. If they have forfeited the whole deposit, of course, we move it over either for damage or for lack of paying the rent.
You've testified extensively that you feel like Ms. Sykes interfered with the tenants. Do you understand that Ms. Sykes was contacted directly by tenants because she was told you weren't being responsive to the tenants?
That's an incorrect statement.
Okay, that was her testimony.
And we
She
have an
was,
affidavit from Eccles saying that I did a great job, so.
we also have an affidavit from Eccles stating that you didn't, but we'll get into that later.
That's fine.
What was your procedure for responding to tenants, particularly with Ms. Sykes's property?
Well, with all of our properties, if a tenant calls in and says they have a maintenance request, and it's a legitimate request, we'll get it fixed. Now, I'll try to think through the problem. So if a tenant calls in and says, my air's not working right, I'll say, okay, have you changed your air filter lately? Because that can cause airflow not to work properly. Have you checked your breaker, the disconnect on the AC to make sure that it just hasn't tripped? Even if you have a breaker in off position or an on position, it could be tripped. So turn it off, turn it back on. So we try to work through the problem to see it's something simple that we can just take care of on the phone. And if not, we'll send a crew out to go take care of the problem.
I'm glad you brought up the air because that is exactly the problem that was the tipping point with the Eccles and Strickers tenancy. Ms. Sykes testified that Ms. Eccles contacted her directly because you were not responsive to the fact that there were problems with the heating and air conditioning unit.
That is an incorrect statement. I have an email.
It's actually not an incorrect
Well,
statement. It
no.
was a statement that Ms. Sykes made, so it wasn't an incorrect statement. It was the actual statement that she made.
Good for her. That's her opinion. What I have is an email trail dated and timed. When this all started, Mr. Stricker had contacted me and said, hey, the upstairs, it's a 2-story house. The upstairs is hotter than the downstairs. I have a lot of townhouses, and it's not uncommon during the heat of the summer in Arkansas for the upstairs to be warmer than down. So again, I went through the litany of check your filters, check your breakers. I have the same problem in my 2-story house. See if that solves the problem. Another way you can battle that is if you have a problem where your top doesn't stay as cold as the bottom, is once you get the bottom as cold as you want, turn the vent off, push more air pressure upstairs and make the upstairs cooler. Now, shortly after that, Ms. Eccles contacted me via email and said he understated the problem. It's worse than that. And then we have email after email after email on the same day talking about working the problem out. And then we have an email from me confirming that the home warranty company has been called.
Do you have those emails with you today? Is there some reason you haven't entered those into evidence, Mr. Price?
I beg your pardon?
Is there some reason you haven't entered those into evidence?
You just asked him about them.
It may take me a moment because there's a lot of paperwork here, but I will be able to.
Why didn't you inform Ms. Seitz of the names of the tenants renting her house?
That's incorrect.
Miss-
That
Miss-
statement is misleading, and I'll tell you why.
Okay, hold on just a second. Let me interrupt.
Sure.
Okay, Ms. Chavis, do you want to allow him an opportunity to find the documents that you were referring to?
I'd like to continue with my questioning, and then if he could pull them out when we get to the end of my questioning.
Then we can do that. Okay.
That's fair.
And that's okay with you? Okay.
Works for
Thank
me.
you.
So you asked the question, why did
If
she
you
get
will-
the names of her tenants?
If you will look at page 100 of the transcript of the earlier hearing, starting at number 20, at line number 22, I never spoke to the Marvins. I didn't even know their name, and I didn't even see a copy of their contract.
And that's where she can make that statement, because our discussion about the Marvins, as I have testified earlier, was strictly over the phone. We had a very detailed conversation about the Marvins, what their plans were, would those plans fit what we were trying to do. So we had a very detailed phone conversation about who the Marvins were. We had a very detailed conversation about raising the rent and whether they would accept it. So she did know the names of them. Now,
So
I don't know that there's an email that states that fact, but that is my testimony.
So you're calling Ms. Seitz a liar?
I'm saying Ms. Seitz, after 9 years, has made a misstatement.
And then why are you so confident that it happened if 8 years have passed?
Because I remember the conversation in depth. It was an important time in the transition.
But you've begged off answering other questions because it was 8 years ago and that was too long ago and you couldn't remember it. So which is it? You have a great memory or you don't?
Next
Talking out of both sides of your mouth, Mr. Russian.
Well, I'll tell you what.
I'm going to object to the comments. That wasn't the question.
You billed her $100 to repair the mailbox, yet a year later, she found it on the ground. What was the problem with making sure that that repair had been completed? That's on page 102 of the transcript.
The mailbox, to my understanding, was completed, and here's how you contradict her statement. The United States Postal Service will not deliver mail to a residence if the mailbox is not in proper working order at the proper height. I've had the USPS contact our office about other property that the mailbox needs to be so many inches off the ground for us to put the mail in. So to answer whether or not it fell back down, I don't know. I know this much. The tenants never called and said, hey, I'm not getting my mail because the mailbox is down.
On page 105 of the transcript, I may have written that down incorrectly. I'm sorry, I wrote that down incorrectly. Ms. Seitz testified that she had had a loss of over $500 in rent, and the contract states that you were to recover rent on behalf of the owner. Why did that happen?
Which tenancy, ma'am?
Ms. Eccles, that was on page 105
That
of the
was when
transcript.
Eccles deducted the amount that it took her to remove the tree that Seitz refused to remove. I sent a letter after email conversation with Ms. Seitz. I sent a letter to them telling them they couldn't do that it wasn't approved, and that they needed to pay the balance of the rent immediately.
But they never did they?
They did not, no ma'am. And that's
And
why their security deposit was forfeited and ended up in the rental column versus the transfer column.
And she sued them.
And she sued. Yeah.
You testified that you've had tenants who interfere because they just can't let go and let you manage their property.
I believe you're talking about owners, ma'am, not tenants.
I'm sorry,
Yes, ma'am.
owners. And somehow, well, how could Miss Sites go by her own property if she was living so far away and was relying on you to take care of her property for her?
She would come back to town for various reasons. She came back, sometimes she would come back unannounced and show up to the property. Sometimes she would ask to say, can I go see the property? We had a meeting one time over at the Best West, at the time was the Best Western Governors hanging off of Merrill Drive. She wanted me to come over and discuss some issues or whatever. And being that we're both individuals, we met in the common area, so I wouldn't think it'd be appropriate to meet her in the room. And I don't even remember what we were discussing at the time, but she would come back to town periodically. And, sometimes owners do these surprise inspections where they'll show up and check on the tenants, check on the managers, things of that nature.
Did you hear Ms. Seitz's testimony last time that the reason that she didn't cash the check was because she wasn't sure she should while the complaint was pending?
I believe I recall hearing that.
Okay.
And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, she didn't ever catch the second one.
No,
Catch
she
the third
finally.
one because you said it was okay, but I believe that's correct.
Do you remember her prior testimony about the bedroom with the torn wallpaper, that the Eccles and Strickers were willing to move in even with the torn wallpaper?
I don't recall that, but it's possible.
You had testified earlier today that sometimes there was a carryover from tenant to tenant with repairs that needed to be made, or with lack of repairs being made. Since that was a main concern of Ms. Seitz, why was there a carryover of lack of repairs between tenants?
Well, between specifically the Eccles and the Marvins, the Eccles, they had a 1-year contract, it's on a 2-year contract because they were going to buy the house from the Sites. In fact, Eccles had produced, she's a lawyer, she produced a contract. It wasn't agreeable to Ms. Sites, so we rejected it. But when we signed the 2-year rental agreement, Ms. Sites actually had us put into the rental agreement that she would install new windows. Well, they never got installed. But to answer your question specifically, when Eccles moved out, the paint job was extremely, in my opinion, horrendous. I mean, anytime you have rental property, you really don't want obnoxious colors. This is hard to re-rent. And we had, like I mentioned before, a navy blue bedroom, a scarlet red, a chocolate brown, and a lot of those unfinished. So I knew that was a concern for her of getting the house ready to rent to someone else because we had a major paint job to take care of. And like I said, I was trying to be proactive when I put the house back on the market so that I could do, work with potential tenants and say, well, here's what we got right now. Here's where we're going. If you like the house, the neighborhood, and so forth, if you want to get the application, if we can get you approved, let's get you ready to go. So when the Site's got the house back in order, we had money coming right off that new tenancy. So to answer your question, the reason we didn't do anything, that was the major work between Eccles and Marvin, was because the Marvins were willing to take it as is and defer Miss Site's costs down the road a little bit. And if Miss Sites, in my opinion, had taken my advice to stockpile cash every month for that net working capital, it would have been a lot less of a headache when the Marvins moved out and the place repainted.
You stated earlier that she should set back $500 a month in her sock drawer so that she would have money to paint when the Marvins moved out. If you advised her that you thought it was a good idea for her to put that money aside in her sock drawer, why did you hold out the money?
To answer your question, probably at the time, I was under the impression that she was wanting us to hold the money and show it in her report every month that we were, so this month was 500, the next month would be 1,000 and so forth. After she got that first report, I believe she emailed us and said, listen, I didn't agree to that. I want my money. So we got her the money. And then from that point thereafter, it was on her to take my advice.
Why would you make that assumption when you have a contract with a woman who wants to have every repair over $200 approved? Why would you assume that you could just hold out $500 of the money that she needs when she has asked you, on the other hand, to get approval for $200 in repairs?
Well, based on our conversation, I was probably under the impression that she agreed with our strategy to try to offset the expense of having to repaint the house. And when she acknowledged that she didn't agree to that, we promptly sent her the money, and thereafter we didn't withhold any $500.
I'm going to go back just briefly to the small claims court action. Did you provide Ms. Seitz the documents she requested to prepare for the small claims case, including a move-in condition report of what the status of the property was when the Eccles-Stricker tenants moved in?
I don't recall all of that. What I can say is I gave her everything that we had. And when we went to small claims court, she showed up with 5 binders, about 2 inches thick, and a PowerPoint presentation. Judge Gruber actually came down from the stand to watch the PowerPoint presentation, which was a bunch of photos, slideshow of the paint job and so forth. But she was more than well equipped because she had an abundance of paperwork to be presented.
So your answer is that you didn't provide the documents to her because you felt like she already had everything she
That is not my
needed?
answer, ma'am. That was not my answer. I presented her with everything that we had in the office. That was the answer.
Isn't it true that Ms. Seitz sued the Eccles-Strickers due to your mismanagement of her property?
That is incorrect. She sued them because Ms. Seitz may or may not have told them they could paint since they had signed a 2-year agreement to buy the house. I don't know that for sure because she talked to them so much around our company. Ms. Seitz, like any owner, if someone leaves their property either owing rent or damaged beyond the deposit, has the right to sue the former tenant.
I have no further questions as to this witness.
Mr. Price, do you have any redirect?
If I may, at this point,
Do you want to
Mr. Price?
interrupt? You want to go first?
no, Mr. Price, if it's okay with you, we'll take a quick break
That'd be great.
and then we'll come back.
Okay. We're off the record. Thank you.
Perfect timing, right?
Oh, the air conditioner, yes. Yes, ma'am. It's unfortunately, it's a Russian trade. Being a fast car. Well, unfortunately, I like it up a little bit, but you keep it higher.
Did you say you brought a chase lounge for dogs?
One of those zero gravity.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah.
beds just don't work for them like that, do they?
Do what?
A bed doesn't work for them.
Can't lay flat.
I'm so sorry.
I would think as much money as your money. The last thing you make late. I feel you'd be early,
Take it out of
be the
my,
earliest person.
you could take it out of my check, aren't you?
That big one,
I
that
was
big
making as
one.
much money per hour as she was.
I swear I looked
That's
at
the
that
last thing I
twice.
made late.
It's the only thing he's gonna remember.
God.
You know I couldn't let that go. You know, you just think. Shame comes
Oh, my
Scared
God.
Heather.
Huh?
I think you scared Heather.
Oh,
So Tony gets Heather and says, come in here in the men's room.
Yeah. I was gonna go get some coffee. I didn't do it.
there's donuts in there too, you
You
know.
have to run.
I'll bring you one.
Oh, no, thank you.
Just then.
Okay. We'll be here when you get back.
Oh, you already got food over there, don't you?
Do what
You
now?
already have food over there,
Oh,
don't you?
yeah, well, see, you never caused that. He kept saying, get two, get two.
Always blaming you, right?
I mean, I just couldn't. Every time I went by that box breaker, it said, Tony, Tony. Take two, take two. So I showed my constraints. Took one, took one. I'm eating my way through a worldwide pandemic.
You and a lot of the world has.
Yeah. I don't know what it was last night, but I think I binge ate most of the night, and I don't usually do that.
I was hungry too. I just,
That's why Weight Watchers and other diet programs are making a ton right now.
At the liquor store.
Yeah.
don't start delivering.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, that's just what they need to do.
Worst thing in the world wrong with, for the Baptists is they start having home delivery. I mean, we do everything in the world to a fifth whiskey except mine.
But they know it's for medicinal
Hey,
purposes.
as long as it comes in an Amazon box, right? I've told you that quip, haven't I? What Baptists and cats have in common? You know they both do it, you just can't catch them at it.
When we lived in New York, there was a guy that, a plumber that did some of my work for my dad. And he would go, Jim, would you run over to Newport and get me a fifth of whiskey? And Dad would say, Johnny, why don't you go over and get it yourself? He said, well, I'm Church of Christ, I'm a deacon, and I can't be caught.
I can't be called.
So if you'll get it and bring it to me, I'd appreciate it. It's just for colors.
Yeah, I can drink it, I just can't buy it.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't drink it, I just can't buy it.
It's funny, Benton County was dry up until just a couple of years ago. And now, huh?
Okay, sure.
And now, Washington County, you can't, like Fayetteville, you can't buy alcohol on Sunday, but you can buy it up any day of the week in Benton County. When they flip, they
They
flip.
flipped all the way.
Guess where the money's going on Sunday?
Yeah, been-
You know, Jacksonville's in Pulaski County. Pulaski County's wet. Jacksonville's not. Because of that, the township. The township is dry. But I will guarantee you, right on the line, there's a liquor store on every line.
I thought they backed up.
Yeah. And a lot of them, the name of the liquor store is Last Chance.
Yeah.
You know, they'll go to this.
You old enough to
they'll
remember
never
Blue
go
Law?
back. You know, if they pass this delivery deal, they'll stay that way from now on.
Oh, yeah.
But I would think small liquor stores and stuff like that would be total.
Delivery?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, it'd be like Blue Laws. You remember Blue Laws in Arkansas?
Barely, that's.
Yeah. I remember in grocery stores that carried hardware and other things like that, that on Sunday, they had it roped off. Couldn't go in there. And now you tell people that didn't live through that, And they think, well, that's a crazy idea.
Mhm.
It'll be the same thing if they go to delivery on alcohol.
But
10
some
years
of
down the road, people go,
Some of the stuff that they didn't allow on the blue lights was just crazy.
Yeah.
They didn't allow razor blades.
Right,
I
but you
mean,
can buy a razor.
Yeah, yeah, didn't make a whole lot of sense.
Mhm.
well,
Exactly.
I can point in the direction that it came from. Right?
Touche. Talking about not making sense.
Yeah. But yeah, 10, 15 years from now, you tell people, hey, you couldn't buy alcohol on Sunday. What? What do you mean? Where'd that come from?
Well, the stores used to be closed. You
Oh,
couldn't-
yeah.
you remember
All
on
stores
Sundays, so
closed.
it's like. Mhm.
Yeah, and that, the exception was grocery stores.
Mhm.
Grocery stores could be open.
Boy, I remember a year, my dad would go to any store open on Sunday, ever.
Yeah.
And he said, well, it shouldn't be open because other people need to go to church now.
You're keeping them from it.
It's open, keeping them people, they have to do the job now. And it's keeping them people to church.
Oh, I remember too, when, nobody would set a late afternoon meeting on Wednesday night.
Oh, absolutely.
Can't do that. People be in church. That's another one of those, you tell younger generation about church on Wednesday. What?
What?
Or Sunday night. You actually go on Sunday night? Well, you just went that morning.
Mr. Price?
How much Jesus you need in you? That's a great quote I heard.
How far we have fallen, you know, you think that. That's a great quote I heard. You know, I love, I love fish. I fish. I love it. My dad was big. It wasn't an option. I'd be looking up at the sky, it was no option. So, I would always be. It should be back Sunday. And he'd say, when I talk to mom, she would say, you can't take, oh, you can't see that. Okay. Now, we went to this one. But people would have, oh, to be seen. with all this stuff, and all went home and boom. And he was, so go ahead. I shook hands with him. There's a simplicity to it that is a word. You know, they were laughing, happier, you know, and they were having a good time. And then but then there's a part of it that is ridiculous. You know, that's hardship, so,
Well, they found themselves having to compromise as society. You can't farm with heat.
no.
And if they hadn't inherited land for generations. And now in a lot of areas, taxes are driving up. Again, for everything.
Are you really think tax code wise, from already think about what this is, how much, like a radical tax change? But it will be, there. I just think it's going to rap. I think you'll have a 90-day pause, a honeymoon period, then obviously.
We waiting on Heather to come back?
And Andrea, yeah.
Let the record reflect the hearing officer.
Thank you.
Oh.
I tell you, it's bad. I'm so sorry.
I have been the one who was an hour late for a deposition one time. As a trainer.
Oh. And I was just,
Could you come here a minute?
sure.
President Tryon, we got a meeting, start at 7.
Mhm.
I show up, I walk in the door, it's 7 o'clock.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Of course, everybody was mostly 25 years my senior.
Yeah.
So we started still,
You good? Well, this is the first time it's ever happened, so hopefully the last. Uh, I don't know why. It doesn't seem like 9 o'clock for some reason. Mhm. Sorry. We gave you some extra time, didn't it? Oh, no. Did you get your copies made, Mr. Price? Did you get your copies made? Not gonna use them? Okay. Okay, everybody's back? Okay, is Ms. Putney, is she back on the record too?
Yes.
Okay, we were at the point of where Mr. Price was going to redirect. Commissioners, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I'll go. Couple of things that were a little confusing for me, needs clarification. Mr. Russian, I'm looking at in the binder, in the blue binder at 4-2, your agreement, property management agreement. I'm on page 2. This question was asked about the provision that you have on page 2. It's actually item C under 3. To sue for in the name of the owner and recover rents and other sums due. And we had the testimony that you said that you had discovered that you weren't able to do that by virtue of the fact that you are a corporation.
Correct.
And so I think Ms. Chavis asked you the question, did you go back and change your agreement with Ms. Seitz as a result of the information that you discovered? And you indicated that you did not, correct?
Okay. I believe that's correct, yes, sir.
Okay. But did you, by email communication or any other communication, indicate to Ms. Sykes, I will not be able to do that going forward?
Going forward, I have an email communication where I told her that I wasn't able to represent her, but I could stand as a witness. It was shortly thereafter this happened that I had the meeting with Judge Gruber and find out, and this property management agreement was originally set up by Mike Rushing Senior when he started the business. So I would have had to go to Dad to make sure that he got it changed. But shortly after this issue with Eccles and the small claim is when I had the meeting with Judge Gruber and found out that in his court, we could in fact file lawsuits and small
I get
claims.
that part.
Okay.
But Ms. Chavis' question was, in light of that, did you somehow formally notify Ms. Sykes that you would not be able, that this would not be a provision of your agreement with her?
Other than the email saying that in that particular case against Eccles, I found out I couldn't represent her, but I could be her witness, I don't recall anything after that.
Okay. Is it your testimony that following this, you changed your agreement?
No, once I found out that in Pulaski County small claims that I could file lawsuits, I didn't see any reason to change the agreement.
You didn't change the agreement?
No, sir. Once I found out that it was permissible for me to be able to file small claims actions on behalf of our company, our incorporated company, it didn't seem necessary to make the change because now we can do business.
So there never was a time that you couldn't?
At the
You
time I
had
found out,
conflicting information?
well, like I said, it just happened to be the timing. When the Eccles situation about suing them came up, I had found out that I was not supposed to be filing lawsuits on behalf of a corporation since I wasn't a licensed attorney. So that being said, I told Ms. Sykes, listen, it looks like I can't do it, and I don't want to jeopardize your case getting thrown out on a technicality.
I get all that. I've heard that testimony. So what changed that then allowed you to?
The post-Eccles lawsuit, when I had the meeting with Judge Wayne Gruber to tell me that I could file small claims actions.
So the law didn't change, your information changed.
The law is still on the books that it's not allowed, but the judge ruled that in his courtroom that he would allow it.
Okay.
Does that answer? I'm trying to answer. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
well, yeah, it answers it, just doesn't make a great deal of sense.
Yeah.
That
Now, had I had the meeting with Judge Gruber prior to the Eccles lawsuit, then I would have known I could have done it.
So you
Well-
never modified your agreement. Today, if I were to do an agreement with you, that provision's still in there.
That is correct, sir.
Okay. A couple other questions. On the plumber issue and the home warranty. Given the fact that it was handled incorrectly, and I'm going to make that statement myself,
That's
whether
fine.
you agree with it or not,
No, that's fine.
that it was handled incorrectly, that there was a provision there to go through a home warranty company. I certainly can understand how it got overlooked. It's not like we in this business don't occasionally make a mistake. But in light of that, did you contact Ms. Sykes and offer to reimburse for the charge of that plumber since you had not contacted the warranty company?
We did have a detailed phone conversation when she got a report and saw the two invoices. And I explained, just like I explained in this testimony, I don't recall offering at that time to pay for it. When this came up and we were talking about trying to settle this issue, I did offer that as part of a settlement that I would reimburse those two particular bills, because you're right. Technically, it happened. It wasn't intentional. It just happened. And I said, I'll give you the money back for that as well.
Not technically, actually.
Yeah.
It happened. But at the time, you did not offer to reimburse. It was only downstream as this thing started to snowball.
At the time, I believe I hadn't offered to pay for it because in my mind, the services were rendered. It wasn't like that they came out and didn't do anything and got paid for it. So in my mind at that time, I believe that I explained, okay, well, these were two actual bills. The work got completed, services were rendered, but I do not recall offering to pay for them at that time. Yes, sir.
Testimony regarding the refrigerator, or not the refrigerator, the washer dryer, pressure washer, ladders, other stuff. Did you have a conversation with Ms. Sykes regarding those items?
That was at the very beginning of our business relationship. I don't recall that conversation. Here's the deal. If she were to say to me, any owner, I got a washer and dryer, I want to get out of the house, I would recommend, hey, I've done a lot of business with Richard's Appliances. They'll put them on consignment for you. But in terms of ladders and pressure washers and all that stuff, there'd be nowhere for me to put them because I don't do storage. So the only thing I can say based on how I normally handle business, that I would have said, okay, we could contact someone like Richard's Appliances, put them on consignment and sell them for you and pay you the money. That's the only thing. The other items, I can't speak for them at all.
Okay, so I'm going to ask it again. Do you recall having a conversation with her regarding those items?
No.
And so her testimony that you made the statement to her that you would sell them and give her the proceeds, that did not occur?
Not to my knowledge.
Well, I'm asking your knowledge.
I don't recall that conversation. I guess the answer is no.
Okay.
It might have, I mean, honestly, it could have been a yes or no. I just explained my reasoning. I'm just trying to answer your question. I don't recall that specific conversation.
But you just said that in some instances with leftover personal property, you would put it on consignment and sell it because you didn't have a way to store it. It would not stay there, remain there for the next tenant. So you would dispose of it in some way and the proceeds would go to the owner.
In the terms of the washer and dryer, because that's something I'm familiar with in terms of the pressure washer and all that.
Okay.
But to be very specific, one, it must have never happened because there's no reason for me to keep the money. Because if I told her that's what we were going to do, that's what would have happened. So I don't steal money from people, sir. So if I had told her that we're going to get Richards to put it on consignment and they'll sell it and give you the money, that's exactly what should have happened. I don't recall that ever happening that way. And I know that I never, nor the company ever benefit from that. If that answers it as clearly as I hopefully can.
Well, basically you're telling me that you don't remember.
That's basically correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. I have no further.
So I have questions scattered from the last time to this time. So if you'll bear with me.
Yes, sir.
Under agency, Mr. Rushing, do you have an agency disclosure that you use?
Other than the property management agreement?
Yes, sir.
I don't believe we do. No, sir.
So you don't have a separate agency disclosure agreement where you tell the tenant that you're representing the owner or have a?
I believe I have it in the lease agreement, but I have to review that to be absolutely sure.
Okay. So I'm assuming then if, based on the structure of your management agreement, that you would say that you represent the owner, is that?
Yeah,
fair?
my fiduciary responsibility,
Yeah.
our fiduciary responsibility as a company at the time, obviously would be to the owner. I'm sorry.
And I just wanted, because when you get to fiduciaries care due diligence,
Mhm.
the standard of care due diligence then goes to the fiduciary of that particular owner.
Yes, sir.
And so when we get down to this warranty stuff, I heard you say that you went back to Julianne and said, don't do that again,
Correct.
right? And so you recognize that, oops, we should have initiated warranty, and I'm assuming that you forgot about it.
Well, on those specific testimony was the first call came in after hours of the service. They dispatched the person. The second call came into the office and Ms. Cather forgot and issued the work order. And then I found out about it when I did the audit and then had the phone conversation on the sites.
Yeah. And so
And we corrected the ship to make sure we did that from now on.
but you didn't pay for it.
That's correct.
Okay, so that's the part of Chairman Yates's testimony specifically, and you said, no, I didn't pay the difference.
That's correct, sir.
Okay, so let's go to how that applies to this heat and air situation. I'm still fuzzy between the 14 days, the second floor unit, the bottom floor. Can you straighten me out on, did we use the warranty there, and help me around this air conditioner issue?
Yeah, there was, I believe, two separate instances with the systems going out downstairs and upstairs.
Right.
Both times, to my knowledge, a warranty company was used. In fact, when the issue came up with the Eccles Tennessee falling apart, I had made a comment to Ms. Seitz that, probably one of the problems Eccles was having with us as a group, the owner and the manager, was that the previous year it took forever for them to get the system replaced. And that's just maybe part of the warranty business.
But right there, was that the warranty issue?
Yes,
The 14 days? Because I have
Yes,
have echoes in here saying she was totally frustrated.
we received a communication from Scott Stricker, I believe came in after hours on email. The next morning, I responded that we were calling the warranty company, which we did. I notified Ms. Seitz we called the warranty company and gave her the warranty number, the case number. And then it's in the hands of the warranty company, because at that point, it's out of my hands. Now, if it was someone that worked for us directly as an independent contractor, I got a lot of control.
So wait a minute. So right there, we have a quiet enjoyment issue, don't we? At some point here, we have a quiet enjoyment to provide the tenants paying rent.
Correct.
We have a responsibility to provide a property that is functional.
Correct.
And we have a quiet enjoyment issue if we don't provide 14 days. To me seems egregious.
I agree.
In any event. Now, this goes to the heart of some of these repair issues. In that 14-day period, if that would have been my mother in that house, you and I are going to have a problem. It's hot.
Yes, sir.
How much happened all the way through here with the frustration and these different tenants over the warranty issue? And how much did she have to do with getting herself interjected into that to create a situation where we're not really providing quiet enjoyment for this tenant?
Well, when the issue came up with Eccles making the complaint about the air conditioner, I specifically remember telling Ms. Seitz, listen, we got a 2-story house. In a worst case scenario, we knew the downstairs at an updated system, she had 1,400 square feet of properly heated and cooled space. So it wasn't like the entire residence was down. So in my opinion, Ice Storm of 2000. Thank God I had a gas burning, wood burning gas starting fireplace, because I survived a week with no electricity. So we had
So we have 2 units or one.
It's a split
upstairs?
system.
Huh?
There's a unit for downstairs and a unit for upstairs.
Unit for upstairs, right?
So we had replaced, the warranty company had replaced the unit downstairs previously.
Okay.
The one upstairs went out in the summertime. And so when we were discussing the matter, I was like, it's not like they didn't have heating or cooling. They had the whole downstairs covered.
But the upstairs is not.
The upstairs was the issue at the time. It was getting to the end of the tenancy because of Ms. Eccles' frustration. Because, Mr. Stricker contacted me. I testified earlier about, check your breakers, all that stuff. Then Ms. Seitz, or not Ms. Seitz, Ms. Eccles came back and said, Scott Stricker he didn't tell you how bad it really is. And that's when we said, okay, let's get the warranty company involved.
But she's an attorney and she's pushing the quiet enjoyment issue. She's pushing the fact that, hey, I already had this problem. I had to move out. I had 14 days on the bottom unit, and I'm not going around this again.
I had mentioned that to Ms. Seitz, that probably Ms. Eccles' frustration was a delay last time.
Yeah. So what did we do for her? I mean, we're going to end up in a lawsuit here. Is
For
that
Ms.
Ms.
Eccles?
Seitz's fault? She wouldn't let you fix the upstairs?
Well, I was bound to follow her wishes by using the warranty company. So once the order had been placed with the warranty company, in my opinion, the manager's out of position because he doesn't control the warranty company. That's the owner's warranty. Again, if it had been one of my crew that I normally use, they understand that how hot it is. They understand that things need to be done in a timely manner, and they do them in a timely manner, or I'll find somebody else to work. But when it's the warranty company, it's a third party, all I can do is issue the order.
Okay, so let's go to let's go to court, and they offer $2,500.
Mhm.
And it's her testimony that you told her not to take that.
I don't believe that's correct. I believe she looked to me when the offer was made, and I think I made the comment of, well, you're asking for 5,000, she's offering you 2,500. You got to make a decision on what you want to do. She chose to take her chances in court.
So you're saying I didn't say that?
I don't recall saying that specifically, but I do know that we sat there and it was a real small room. I remember that. They offered 2,500. Sites wanted more than 5,000, obviously. And I think I made the comment of the fact, well, she's offering you 2,500, you want 5,000.
This is in mediation now.
Correct.
Correct?
Correct. Yes, sir. So she chose not to accept the 2,500 and go in front of the judge.
Was that a good decision?
In hindsight, no, obviously not.
Did, so the security deposit is always up into discussion here. The security deposit, did you use the security deposit to pay rent?
I applied it to the delinquent rate. Yes, sir.
Okay, and where in your management agreement does it give you the right to do that?
I don't know if it does or if it does not. I just did it because I knew they hadn't paid the rent.
Yeah, I can't find it.
Well, and I will say this, I have no qualms about saying, well, it should just be applied to the, what we call the transfer section. And thereby the management fee doesn't come out at the time was $90. So I have no qualms about that. That's just how we did it. And then when we started this process, I said, you know what, that's cool. The $90 is not an issue for me. I can see the reasoning behind it, but that's how I applied it, was to the delinquent rent.
But if I'm analyzing every word of this property management agreement, and I am,
Certainly.
and I'm looking at it for the details of it,
Mhm.
I don't see the liberty for you to make that a deposit is strictly for repairs, not for rents. And to apply it otherwise, I just can't find that. I'm just curious if you had a part there that you could tell me where it might be.
I'll be honest with you, Mr. Vice Chairman, that this again was made by Mike Senior. And I don't know that it's been fundamentally changed in a number of years.
Go back one more time for me and tell me, how often did she go around you to talk directly to the tenants? Was that a one time during the Tennessee, 3 times? How active of an issue was that?
I would say it was multiple times for sure. In fact, to the point I mentioned testifying earlier that Ms. Eccles finally came to the office asking, who do I talk to? Do I talk to the owner or do I talk to you guys? And I made the comment, well, if it were me, I would talk to somebody who I have a contract with. You have a contract with this company. You didn't sign a contract with Ms. Sykes directly, so I would go to us. And, you know, I've had this happen before where owners find out the tenants and the tenants find out the owners and everybody thinks it's going to be great, but it's always a problem because it puts the manager in a precarious situation of he said, she said. No, you have some tenants that are not up and up and they're going to tell you, oh, I talked to the owner and it's okay if you just do this. Like, I'm not going to call the owner. But Ms. Sykes did it periodically. I remember one time she just showed up in town, went by the house to inspect it because I got a phone call like, why is this person on my front porch? So yes, it was a habitual problem.
Did you know she was ultimately going to move back into this house?
During the Eccles tenancy, when they signed the next agreement, the 2-year agreement, it was under the impression that Eccles and Stricker were going to buy the house from Ms. Sykes, which obviously did not occur. And then we ended up running it 2 more times for however many years that came to be.
Were you involved in the sale part of that, negotiating part of that?
Ms. Eccles had drafted a purchase agreement. I can't remember. She may have sent it to Sykes and copied me. I don't remember the exact train. But I do remember discussing with Ms. Sykes. Ms. Sykes did not like the language in it and rejected it. And that's when I think that's when we signed the 2-year rental agreement for them to end up eventually purchasing the house. Because Ms. Sykes had me put in the rental agreement that she was going to install new windows. But in terms of drafting a purchase agreement, no, sir. I'm not a lawyer and I can't make forms like that.
All right. Thank you.
Well, I'm sorry, go ahead. You go. I was just gonna say, following up on that, you're a licensed real estate agent, right?
Yes, sir. I could have got the regular form.
You could have written a contract, right?
Yeah, I'm saying drafting a purchase agreement like Ms. Eccles did. That's my point. I couldn't just, he was asking me if I was in the middle of doing it. So I wasn't with Ms. Eccles drafting a purchase agreement to present the sites. Ms. Eccles drafted the purchase agreement and had us, either I presented to Ms. Sykes or she emailed and copied us. I don't remember the train. Okay. But no, I didn't. But yeah, you're right. I could just get a real estate contract and put it all the term.
Sure.
But if I recall from the actual testimony last time, it was pretty complicated with rent credits, Ms. Sykes' testimony was that she wasn't interested in because they gave 100% credit back.
Yeah,
And so I think that's what probably killed it. Pretty difficult.
yeah.
I want to talk for a minute about the change that was made in the property management agreement on the $200. When you sent the agreement out to be signed, had you signed that agreement yet?
I believe I have.
Okay, so when that agreement came back and you saw that there was a change made, was there any kind of a conversation with Ms. Seitz on that about, I noticed you changed this?
I don't recall that conversation either with our principal broker at the time or Ms. Sykes.
So even though you didn't initial that change, you were aware of it and evidently agreed with it. Am I correct?
That would be a fair assumption.
Okay. Did you at any time ever have a conversation with Ms. Seitz about no pets?
After we had, I believe, found out that Eccles and Stricker had pets in the house, that's when we had the conversation about that. And that's when you see in the Marvin contract and the Houston contract, when there were pets involved, there was a refundable pet deposit on those contracts. And again, she didn't have a specific number, so we ended up with $100 per pet. So I think one of the contracts might have been a 200 pet deposit, one might have been 100, I think. But in the first tenancy, we hadn't even discussed the issue of pets.
So when you were made aware that there were in fact pets under the Eccles lease, did you have any conversation with them about the pets?
In terms of a deposit,
Or the fact that they shouldn't have been there or deposit or anything else?
I'd have to go through all my emails and notes to be absolutely sure to answer your question properly. I do not recall.
Okay.
I'll say this much. I've always told my owners when it comes to pets and pet deposits and amounts, I said, when it comes down to it, the tenant's got to be responsible for the damages that they cause. So whether you have $1,000 pet deposit or no pet deposit, if their dog did all this damage, that's their dog. And under their contract, they're responsible for taking and making sure not to damage the property. So I think the contract itself, if it had to go to a court of law, would be a good starting point to be able to win your case.
When you take over a property for property management, do you physically go out and inspect the property?
Yes, sir.
So when you took over the property management agreement, did you not see washer, dryer, power washer, ladders, or anything else of a personal property in the property?
I'll be honest with you, so many years ago, I don't remember. I believe I remember seeing a washer and dryer. I don't recall any other items.
Okay, if you think you remember seeing a washer and dryer, do you think you remember what happened to them?
Again, I don't know exactly what happened to them, but as we talked about earlier, had we talked about doing the consignment, then I would have made the recommendation most likely that I mentioned in my testimony, that to look at an appliance company to put them on consignment, they would end up selling them, send the proceeds, and we'd forward it on, or they would send it direct. Again, I don't know exactly where these items went, but I can testify that our company, nor the principal or executive or anybody else benefited from their sale, disappearance, whatever. So I can say that definitively, that we never received any benefit from those items being removed from the property, whether it was by someone with us or whether it was, the tenants got them or whether, whatever. It was almost 10 years ago, so I don't 100% recall. I'm not trying to avoid your question. I'm trying to answer the question. Maybe I'm not doing a very good job of it.
So if I remember correctly, in testimony that was given last time, there was a conversation, and I'm going to be not 100% sure on this, but I do believe I remember in testimony that something was said to the effect, and I don't know if the tenant told Ms. Seitz this or whatever, that you removed the washer and dryer to have it repaired. Do you remember anything along that line?
I do not.
Because that was testimony from the last time.
Yeah, I do not, sir.
Okay. So let's go back to the mailbox for a minute. Do you recall having a conversation with Ms. Seitz about repairing the mailbox?
Before it was damaged or after she
Well,
complained?
you
about it?
wouldn't repair it before it was damaged, so.
Yeah, I mean, it happened like a year before she complained about it. So yeah, I think she had one of those fancy metal boxes that had little doors and the locks in the back. I think that's the one that she had. I'm sure we sent out a crew to fix it. It must have been fixed because no one complained about it. Anytime I went over or talked to the tenants, they never complained about it. Now, within 12 months, did someone knock it down? Maybe, I don't know. I know this much, the United States Postal Service is not going to send your mail and the tenant's going to be calling saying, I can't get my mail because the mailbox won't work.
And I understand that, but do you ever recall having a mailbox repaired?
I believe it. Yes, sir. I recall that.
So you would have an invoice on that to back up what Ms. Seitz paid?
I would think so. Yes, sir.
Okay, but that was not submitted or anything, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Was there ever any kind of an agreement to reduce the rent for the tree removal?
No.
When did you find out that that rent was going to be reduced for the
I
tree
found
removal?
out when I received the check in the mail from the tenant.
And what did you do at that time?
I believe I emailed Ms. Eccles and told her that she couldn't just summarily change the terms of the contract and deduct things that weren't approved. So yeah, I went right to her and said, listen, you can't do this. You've got to send me the rent money. You know, we don't, no one has agreed to allow you to reduce the rent rate because you're frustrated that the owner won't have the tree removed.
And I think your testimony was that she never did.
Correct.
And did you pursue that further?
I know Miss Eccles and Stricker had the tree removed by somebody, and that's when they deducted it from the rent amount because they felt entitled to be reimbursed for it. Obviously, I went to Eccles and said you couldn't do that. You need to reimburse the rent. And I think this was at the very tail end of their tenancy. I think they got frustrated with the way, Seitz was. When she refused to take any responsibility, she goes, well, Energy should do it, or the insurance won't cover it, or whatever. And maybe it was a money thing. I don't know. But that's what happened. Eccles decided to remove the tree. They deducted from the rent amount. I told them they couldn't do that. But they did not reimburse, they did not send in the rest of the money.
But my question is, at that point, there was never any follow-up from you to the tenant on that $500 that they.
Yeah, I just mentioned that I went back to them and told them they couldn't do that they'd have to reimburse the money. They have to send the rest of the rent in.
And they did not do that. My question is, did you have any follow-up from that?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Possibly, I'm sure I probably did, but it was at the end of the tenancy, so I guess they went ahead and just moved on out. I don't remember the exact time frame, but I don't just sit there and let tenants just do what they want to do. They've got to do what the contract says, and the contract did not say that they could reduce the rent. The owner did not get approval to reduce the rent, and so I told them they had to pay the rent. She knew she had to pay the rent. She chose not to pay the rent.
And whose responsibility is it to try to ensure that they pay it?
Well, it's my responsibility as the property manager, or our company, I should say.
Okay.
And that's what we attempted to do. But again, at the end of the day, what are my choices? Put a gun to their head or take them to court? And Ms. Seitz filed a small claims action with our assistance. And we tried to do what we could to help.
Did you return the security deposit when Ms. Seitz terminated the property management agreement?
She gave us a 1-day notice at the end of October. I believe sometime within that 30 days, I sent the check. It came back in the mail. And I reissued it. I think I communicated with her to confirm her address because she had bounced around a couple of times since she lost her contract job. But I do remember specifically putting the check with the keys in those little bubbly envelopes and mailed it out in December. And it never got returned to the office. I found out later from the office manager that the check had never cleared. Now, I can only assume that Ms. Seitz was gearing up for this because she waited 5 months to say anything about it. When she said something about it, when I got the complaint. And of course, I'm thinking, why don't you just pick up the phone and say, hey, I didn't get the check. I just took care of it right away. So that's how that played out. And then we sent the check. Then I believe on it, she wasn't sure if she should cash it because she had the complaint in place. And then once I believe the state said it was okay to cash a check, we were issued a third check, which she finally cashed.
My final question, do you charge a management fee on security deposits?
No, sir.
Thank you.
I think I have one final question here. As a result of what you've been through in this management agreement and where we are here today, have you changed any policies or procedures within your company about how you take on new property or how you document or communicate with an owner?
Well, I do feel since I've taken over as principal broker, I've taken firsthand accounting of all the books. I'm not going to sub that out to anybody else. I'm doing everything hands-on. You learn from history. You know, I was a history minor in college, and so you don't learn from history, you're going to make the same mistakes again. I felt like I communicated a lot with Ms. Seitz. I mean, we got volumes of emails here of back and forth between tenants and owners and the whole 9 yards. So I do my best. And in the affidavit that we had submitted at the first hearing, I've got a lot of owners going back 10 plus years and 2 years or whatever that are very satisfied with the way that I'm handling business. So I think that we have learned, you know, from these issues. You always learn from mistakes. I remember one of the first things I learned in this business is when you have tenants with substandard character issues, you're going to probably leave meat in the freezer and hopefully it'll rot before you go out and look at the place, and all those little tricks to try to hurt somebody. So you learn from these things. You try to make yourself better and get better and do what you do for a career.
Well, learning from the past probably helps you going forward with your business. I'm not sure what it does from a site, and yes, you're correct about communication, but I think in some cases you may have communicated too much. In the case of your testimony previous today regarding the small claims, actually mediation that Ms. Seitz went through, your testimony earlier today was that you told Ms. Seitz, well, you know, maybe going to circuit court's the best way to do this because you can get more money than the $5,000.
That was after Judge Gruber made his decision, when the court was over. When Judge Gruber made his decision, I mean, she automatically blurts out, I've lost $18,000. I'm like, what are you talking about? And then accused the judge of covering for Eccles because she was an attorney. I couldn't get Ms. Seitz out of the room fast enough.
Right.
But I did remind her post-case, don't forget, you can appeal this to circuit court. And if you appeal it to circuit court, you might be able to expand the amount of money because you're restricted in district court to just $5,000 or small claims court to just $5,000. I wasn't sure if she could, but I knew she could appeal, but she would have to hire an attorney to make the appeal.
So the question I'll get back to about changing any of your policy, do you document when you take on a new property and put it in a file somewhere, the condition of that property, any personal property that remains there, any personal property that you're going to dispose of in some manner, how you disposed of it?
Yes, so there are rare occurrences for owners to leave personal property behind. I've got one specifically, 510 Denton in Benton, that the owner had us, we've been managing it for about 6 or 7 years, and he has one closet in his garage with the door locked with a whole bunch of personal property. And I advised him, I said, listen, if someone breaks it, okay, obviously I'm not answering your question. Yes, I have made provisions to where I am as clear as possible.
Document it in the file when you take on a new property. Here's the condition I found this property in. Here's the damage to currently to this property. Here's personal property that's been left behind. Here's the agreement with the seller. They're going to take it. I'm going to sell it, and have them sign off on it.
Yes, sir.
If you had done that on this property, we wouldn't be here today, probably.
You want my honest opinion why we're here today?
I'm sure you have one.
I think we're here today because we have a complaint full of misconstrued facts and not correct statements. Because without those misconstrued facts and not correct statements, there's not a complaint. If there was a real complaint, our company would have already been in circuit court for all these thousands of dollars. That has never happened.
Well, I will correct you that the commission apparently believed there was a real complaint or we wouldn't be here.
Oh, I agree with you. And I'm saying it's based on misstatements.
But again, I'm going to emphasize that had that been the process at the time, at least this piece of it
Correct.
would not have been.
It'd have been more definable.
That's right.
I agree with you, sir.
And so might be a good practice going forward.
And we are doing things like that. I mean, I don't have a fancy form, but I keep notes in the owner's file of what the situation is with each owner. Whether we're wiring their funds to them each month or we mail them a check. So yes, sir, we're making sure we're documenting, or it's just
It would
me.
not leave you in a situation like today
Correct.
where you're saying, gosh, I don't remember.
Correct. I agree.
Okay,
No
so
further.
one more round for me, Mr. Rush, and I'll be done, and that is, Moody was the tenant, if I recall correctly, when you first took over for Ms. Sites, is that right?
Moody was, I believe, already out the door. She had evicted Moody, asked us to sue Moody, and I told her, well, you know, our company can't sue a tenant we don't have nothing to do with.
Right.
So
Okay.
I don't believe Moody was physically in the house when we took over. I think she had already completed the eviction process.
So is there a chance that some of that stuff was unknown, whether it was Moody's or not?
It's possible. I can't give a definite yes or no.
But a picture's worth $1,000.
That's true. That's true.
And you didn't take any pictures, or at least we don't have them. That's,
I would have taken pictures of the property before I marketed it because you need them for your website. You know, I had an agent one time tell me, well, because I hadn't got the interior photos yet. Well, the house must be a mess because you ain't got no inside photos.
but Mr. Rush, back in this lane now, I'm trying to stay in. If you had those, we wouldn't have been talking about this power washers and rentals and all that.
If I had
stuff.
those photos, sir, yes, sir, we could have had a more definite answer from me on if there was property
Yeah,
there and what
I
happened to it.
You know, so that is an issue.
100% agree.
Yeah. Let's go to the repair allowance. You arbitrarily took the $500, so you had to bump up for the short-term tenant. And so you did a good job with that. I mean, we got an increase for our client there. That's good. And you knew the paint was coming. I'm just trying to make sure I have my head around, but there's no documentation of her approval of your deduction of the 500. I'm assuming that you did that because you were afraid that money would not ever come back to the paint.
No, I wasn't afraid. I was trying to help her plan for the obvious. Like you said, we knew the paint was coming. I was under the impression on our phone conversation that we were going to hold the money for her in the trust account, building it up and document it every month. She did email us and said, I didn't tell Julianne we could do that. And we immediately reissued that funds to her. And going forward, we didn't do anything like that because it was obvious that that's not what she agreed to, even though we were under the impression she had.
But you didn't have her permission before you did the deduct.
On the telephone conversation, I was under the impression we had permission. The email said she didn't want to do it. We changed course.
Just send it off.
Correct.
And that was something I forgot to ask on that. And so even you're saying it was your assumption. And we always know what happens when you assume things. Do you not feel like it would have been best to follow that up with some kind of written communication or written agreement to withhold that money?
Learning from experience, I do my best to email everything to tenants or owners to make sure there's a track record because I'm not going through this again. So, you know, I try to make sure everything's dated in time. I even tell the tenants when they move in, I said, listen, I don't have a fancy form to fill out. Now, I've done the inspection, I've taken photos, but just tell me in the first 7 days. If you see something you want to make sure I know about that you didn't do, send me an email, send me pictures. I'll put it in the file. That way you're protected from the back end that you didn't inherit a mess. So I'm trying to protect the tenant as well. To say, hey, if you notice there's a problem, let me know about it. I think I'm pretty thorough, but I just want you to make sure that you have a peace of mind. Because, you know, we check the keys out, we take copies of driver's license, take refundable deposits. Because I tell them, you're not going to rent this from me until you've walked in the place. And I've even had people go in, oh, this is great. Go to contract, move in the next day. This place is a dump. I'm like, come on now. I've got the document right here where you went in to look at it and you said it was great. Now all of a sudden it's a problem. And usually that's with people of lower character who are just trying to get something for nothing. It is what it is in this business.
Well, and in this particular case, I mean, throughout this whole thing, you knew that, according to Ms. Seitz, the money was tight.
Well, I never knew what the mortgage was. I never knew any of those finer details. But it's obvious from the fact she wouldn't do the tree issue and she wouldn't do this or that, that money might have been tight. Yes, sir. I mean, she'd have never disclosed to us, hey, Mike, here's my tax bill, here's my insurance bill, here's how much my mortgage is. I was never privy to any of that information. Some of our owners have us pay their mortgage for them. Some of them do everything on their own. And so if I'm privy to it, but again, for every owner we represented during sites and to this date, we process everything within the calendar month. Now that I'm doing everything myself, I'm watching every day. Okay, has the money cleared the bank? Can I process the report and get these people their money? So we try to do it as expeditiously as possible. But to this day, there's nothing in our contract with the owner saying exactly when we're going to send it over. But we've always done it within the calendar month unless something weird happened, like the check bounced. That's never happened before, right? I mean, so those are things we try to expedite and learn from and be a little more speedy.
And on that same account, there's nothing in your agreement that says, I think I'm going to help you to make sure that you got money to paint this property. So I'm going to arbitrarily hold that money.
I didn't arbitrarily do anything, sir. I would have not done that unless I was under the impression from Ms. Seitz that that was the game plan. When she emailed us and told us that was not the game plan, we changed course to her game plan, sent her that money, and we never did it again. It was a miscommunication between her and I on the phone. I got the impression that was the game plan she thought was smart. Because she's right. When Miss Chavis, I'm sorry, when I mentioned putting the sock drawer, you know, it's just, I guess I got the impression from our telephone conversation that our trust account was going to be the sock drawer. When she told us that wasn't the case, we reversed course and got her money. So it wasn't a matter of us just saying, okay, we're going to keep $500 a month, because that's not my call. She may find somebody else that can paint the place for a heck of a lot less. But when she notified us in writing that that's not what she wanted to do, we changed course.
Okay, again, had it been documented and you had her approval, this wouldn't be a piece of what we're doing here today, correct?
On that case?
Yeah,
Correct.
on that.
Correct. If I had followed up with an email saying, hey, I'm just confirming this is the game plan, I would agree.
Right.
And from this point
And she had said, no, that's not my understanding. You would have never held a nickel.
Bingo. That is correct. And that's why now, like I mentioned, I try to email everything I can just because I want to make sure that I can go back quickly and find my notes. You know, you plug in someone's email address or their name, it pulls up all that traffic, and I can be able to document time, date, agreement, not agreement. So yes, sir. I do everything I can via email just so there's a good track record.
So for me, that is the most troubling part of what we're talking about last month, this month. Not that I'm looking at someone that I believe committed fraud, but I'm looking at someone who was not detailed as he should have been to stay out of this kind of situation, and not to have created the uncertainty on the part of a property owner, not knowing whether you've got her best interest at heart or not. So, okay, I have no further. All right.
Commissioner Punty, do you have any questions?
I do not.
Thank you. At this time, do either council want to re-question, cross-direct, anything?
I'd just like to make a closing statement at the appropriate time.
Thank you. Mr. Price, did you want to do any kind of redirect? You okay? Okay, let's go ahead and go into closing arguments then.
Thank you for your attention today and previously, commissioners. I'm going to start with my usual request that you take a look at the order and notice of hearing that's behind tab A in the hearing notebook. The allegations, if you'd make a note, the allegations that were addressed today are numbered 1, 6, 8, 12, 13, and 15. I believe that's reflected on the score sheet that Ms. Garrett provided to you earlier. The corresponding, I would request that you find that those allegations are true and that the conclusions of law that correspond to those allegations have been proven. They are C2, C5, C6, and C12.
Can I interrupt for just 1 second? I'm sorry. On the score sheet that I have also has A9 circled. Is
Did I
that,
miss A9? A9.
okay, thank
I
you.
have.
Thank you. Commissioners, I have written down 4 phrases that I think characterize this hearing. First, it's a he said, she said situation. As the decision maker, therefore, you must make a credibility determination. This is a responsibility that's been recognized by numerous Arkansas Court of Appeals cases, that it is incumbent upon a body such as yours that is making a decision to determine the credibility of the witnesses that you've heard. The second note that I made is that Mr. Russian is really good at blaming his client for his own shortfalls. The third note that I made is that he talks out of both sides of his mouth. He had a fiduciary responsibility to his client, Ms. Seitz. When it is convenient, he remembers what happened 8 years ago. When it's not convenient, he can't recall. I'd like to go into a little bit more detail about those 3 points. Mr. Russian Jr. said several times that she interfered with the tenants. When he used her warranty company as she requested that he do, and she would call him with a problem with the warranty company, he would say, you have to take care of that because the warranty, you have the policy with the warranty company and the warranty company won't work with me. She also testified that she got phone calls from Miss Eccles when Mr. Russian was not responsive to 2 big issues. One was the heating and air issue, and one was the issue with the tree. Now, Mr. Russian has made much of the fact that he has a glowing affidavit from Miss Eccles talking about what a sterling job he did when he was managing this property when she was leasing it. I objected to the entry of that exhibit because she wasn't here to testify herself, and I was unable to cross-examine her on the exhibit number 6. And if you'll turn your books to exhibit number 6, that is a letter that she wrote to Mike Russian on July 5th, 2012, complaining about the lack of responsiveness on the air conditioning unit and complaining about the lack of responsiveness and the safety issue that was posed by him not responding about the tree. But we're going to turn around and blame Ms. Seitz for that. Ms. Seitz is 1,000 miles away in Washington, D.C. Part of the time, she's working a very lucrative contract for the federal government. The rest of the time, she's taking care of her sick mother. Her income was drastically reduced when that contract with the government ended. She worked at JCPenney's in retail. She's trying to make ends meet. She's relying on the contract that she has with someone that she trusted, that she knew through Demolay and through this fraternal organization that they're both a member of. He's not getting, as Commissioner Yates said, he mishandled the plumbing issue and he didn't reimburse her, didn't offer to reimburse her. As Commissioner Moore said, he had a fiduciary responsibility to look after her and her property. He was really, really good at keeping the property rented. But he wasn't good at taking care of that property. In my mind, there were probably two things at most in Ms. Seitz's mind based on her testimony. She needed to be able to make the mortgage payment, which meant collecting the rents, and she wanted her property to be maintained. He says that it was a habitual problem. Her going around him and talking to the tenants directly was a habitual problem. The tenants were calling her because he wasn't responding. She wasn't reaching out to the tenants. As far as she knew, Mr. Russian was taking care of the tenants in the property. Why would she pick up the phone and call a tenant? She wasn't interfering. She was responding to a tenant that didn't get a response from the property manager. He said that was a habitual problem. Those are his words. Here's the actual habitual problem. He sacrificed the condition of her house to keep it rented. And that was only part of his responsibility. He portrays himself as somehow being the victim in all of this. His house wasn't damaged by pets. He failed to get a pet deposit. There were 2 leases with the Eccles-Strickers. The first one didn't mention a pet deposit. But by the time they renewed their lease for 2 years, he knew there were pets in there. And as he said, they had done a little chewing to the deck. You know how pets are. They'll do that. Miss Seitz testified that there were feces stains on the carpets, that the linoleum had been pulled up I believe in a laundry room or a mud room. Her deck had been chewed up. It wasn't just a little bit of chewing. The deck had been chewed up. Why did he not have a responsibility to her between the first lease and the second lease to say, I've noticed these tenants have got some pets in your house. How about we do a pet deposit in that second lease? He puts it off on her. How does she know there are pets in the house? She's in Washington, D.C. He didn't take pictures of the condition of the house. He said the tenants have to be responsible for the pet damage. But he didn't hold them responsible. And he said her remedy was in court. But then he said, but I can't help you out in court. I mean, I can be your witness, but even though that contract says I can sue for you, I can't do that. He's really good at talking about both sides of his mouth. Which is it? He holds the people responsible for their pet damage, or he sues for her? He's always saying, why didn't she pick up the phone? Why didn't she pick up the phone? Why didn't he pick up the phone and call her and say, there's pet damage, let's put a deposit in? There's a tree in your yard. I realize you got this $200 limit, but maybe I got an old boy with a pickup truck who can come out here with his chainsaw and help you out and do it for your price. Why is this all on her? She hired him to manage her property. Why does he get to punt everything in and make it Miss Sykes's responsibility? He made much of the fact that she needed to appeal that small claims court ruling. That she'd have to hire an attorney to do it. He's making much of the fact that she sued these other people. Well, there's damage to your property and your property manager isn't taking care of it. That is recourse. Another recourse is what she has here in front of this commission. If he acted in violation of his license, if he acted in any way in violation of his license, and I'm able to prove those allegations that I enumerated to you, and you find that those allegations are true, and if you find that I've proven those charges against him, then she can make a recovery fund request and hopefully recoup a little bit of the money that she's lost. I don't think Mr. Russian ever answered a very critical question that more than one commissioner asked him, and that is, what have you done? What has this experience, what changes has this experience led you to make? He's a big talker. He's an articulate guy. He can talk smack. He can talk the biz. He's a wheeler dealer. But I don't think he ever really answered your question, because I don't think he's ever really made any changes. He hasn't changed his contract. And he hasn't really changed the way he's doing business. And I would just respectfully request that you find those allegations have been proven today by the testimony and the evidence that you've seen, and that the charges have been proven. Thank you.
Mr. Price?
Thank you. Am I on? Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Clearly, there were some issues between Ms. Seitz and Mr. Russian during the course of the rental agreement on this particular property. But not everything that is an issue rises to the level of a violation of the Arkansas real estate law. The telling things to me are that the two things that Mr. Russian, or excuse me, the Mike Russian company was supposed to do, they did. They kept that house rented, kept the rental income flowing. And there was no testimony that that house was not in just as good a shape when Mr. Russian's company quit managing it as when they started managing it. It had problems when they got it. Presumably it still had problems when it was gone. Virtually all of the issues that Ms. Chavis has been talking about on the pet damages and all those things, Ms. Seitz chose to sue for those in court. Those have already been addressed by a judge, and I don't know what her motivation was for not taking a settlement that she could have taken. I don't know what her motivation was for not appealing when she could have. But there is no question that all of those issues were addressed by a judge and could have been taken to a different judge if she wasn't happy with the outcome. And it's a very telling thing to me. I don't know about you all, but these are all events that took place almost a decade ago. Don't you think that you would have been seeing him back in front of you again and again and again and again if this was something that was a real problem with the business? And you heard the testimony was unrebutted that at the time this all happened, he was just the guy that was out doing the management. Now he's the boss. Now he's got the company, and he has learned from all the things that have happened. He told you that. The 4 quotes that Ms. Chavis was talking about, I don't think one was a quote, but the others were her words, not his. So I don't put any stock in those at all. He hasn't been talking out of both sides of his mouth. There was no testimony that he wouldn't trigger the home warranty company. When the air conditioner went out, that's exactly what he did. His testimony was that he couldn't control them once they were on the job. And there is no question about that. They are their own separate entity. They work for Ms. Seitz, not for the Mike Russian company. It should be noted when you're looking through the documents in the record that yes, Ms. Eccles wrote a letter back when she was mad, but her affidavit was under oath. The letter was not. She was willing to sign a document under penalty of perjury that is in that file in front of you. I don't know what the story is on the washer and dryer. I don't know if one was even there. You could not tell that from the testimony. If it was, it could have been stolen. It could have been taken by somebody that was a tenant. It could still have been there when the Eccles moved in. It could have been there when the Eccles moved out. So all of these things that have been presented to you, yes, they're issues, but they aren't necessarily issues that fall to the property management company to deal with. Now in the days of the digital camera and all of the things that you can merge technology with, I don't think you'll ever have a problem with there not being documentation about what kind of condition a property is in when the Mike Russian company takes over management of it. That should never be an issue again. And Mr. Russian did specifically tell you that he had learned from this experience. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But a lot of these issues are just issues that have already been decided. Courts have looked at them and either granted relief or not. And the notion that Mr. Russian's real estate license should be penalized because of it, I just don't think is supported by the record. We ask that you find that there is not a violation, and we certainly appreciate you giving us the time to be heard on it. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, the commission will go into recess and assemble for their deliberations. Afterwards, they'll come out in the Netzer decision. Thank you. We're off the record.
Yeah, I think we'll take a quick break and we'll come back and confer. That way we can move Linda over here.
Linda, move over. Mask. Only reminded you because I was about to get mine.
It happens a lot.
Oh, me too, brother.
He sucks that water down. I don't even touch it. No, I don't like to have to get up in the middle of here and go to the bathroom. They don't call me little tiny bladder for nothing.
Limit.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I just almost, I hate to sue you. But I would try to do it, in a place where Donna could be there, so we'd be, letting the judge would settle early. Failure to appear, I mean, can you hold the judge, failure to appear, I just want, FPA.
No. Well, we know the tape's gone. I mean, we know that.
FPA.
No.
Linda, are you there?
I can't hear you. I have you muted. You never sounded so good.
Shut up, shut up, shut up.
That's the most intelligent thing you've ever said.
Go away.
You can hear me.
Oh, she can.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now.
Go away.
Huh? Hey, Becky said tell you hi.
We've been texting.
Oh,
I had to text her a picture of my sweet mama.
and you told her how lucky she was to have a husband like me, right? I know that's what you did.
Really?
Really? Really? You think I said that?
Linda, I'm tired of being the one that has to control him. We need you back.
I will. I'll be there next month.
All right.
Good.
I'll hold him down.
Oh, okay. We back?
We back. Turn this mic on and scoot it. So can you hear me?
I can.
Who's on or take it off?
Do what?
I'm asking him what he's gonna do. We'll try to check if everybody's all right. We're spread enough, aren't we?
I think so.
I think so.
You can still hear us, right, Linda?
I can.
Okay.
I'll let Runty go first.
Well, there was a lot of things that was wrong with the management company. So I think he's guilty.
Well, let's go down through the allegations because a good number of these were taken care of in a consent order. So A1 is proven he obtained his license when and where. A6 is the next one. A6, on or about July 5th, 2012, Tenant Strickler and Eccles notified respondent Ruskin Jr. that through an attorney, that tenants would terminate the lease if property conditions were not improved. And I think that's true.
Statement of fact, for
Right.
isn't it?
Right.
I mean, I don't see.
8, on or about August 8th, complainant sites was invoiced for house cleaning and Terry's, yep. That's proven. 9, property owner reported a report prepared by Mike Ruskin Realtors. The total income collected was $2,650, which was $1,650 paid as rent by tenants and $1,000 in tenant Strickler and Eccles security deposit, which was held for unpaid rent. And that was the testimony, correct?
Yep.
But that rent was delivered, wasn't it? It's Marvin that paid $1,000 tenant Strickler price, which was held.
Yeah.
Right here, but.
That's I think the testimony came in about the $90, right?
Bob asked a question about deposit. Did he hold, commission out of deposits?
Right.
And his testimony. So is the question there, the $90, is that the
And
question?
he said, Mr. Ruskin said he did
Yeah,
and offered to reimburse it.
yeah, so I start saying is, I don't know if that's a bone of contention,
No, but it's
Is
just
it? Statement of fact.
it's an
again?
allegation that is proven.
So we'd say 9 is true then?
Yes.
All right.
12, on or about April 12th, 2013, complaint sites email respondent Michael Ruskin Jr. to notify him that the carpets in the house were clean and the house had been cleaned by tenant Marvin vacated the property on or about April 25th. Stematic of Arkansas was contacted by Mike Ruskin Realtors to steam clean. That was testimony that it had doubled up, that it had been done and then redone.
And he was notified that it was done.
No, I don't think so.
That what?
No, I don't think he knew it'd been done.
No.
I don't think he, no, I don't think so. Here's what I think. He said he didn't know it had been done. And that the way he told was by the drag marks from the difference
Right.
between a commercial.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
that normal course of action would have
Was
been
to call
to have
for,
it
to have.
clean.
Yeah.
Right.
So he didn't know it had been cleaned.
I'm not remembering it the same way.
Well, and it's really not a matter of whether he knew. The allegation in 12 was that it was cleaned by the tenant and re-cleaned by the property manager. And yes, that happened. Yeah. Now, whether.
Whether or not he's liable for it or not.
Again, like
Got you.
Yeah.
Ms. Chavis said, you can get into he said, she said, whether he knew or didn't know. The fact is, it did happen twice. 13, on or about April 24th, 2013, Sanders Plumbing Electrical sent invoice in the amount of $187.34 to Mike Ruskin Realty for work performed at subject property. On or about May 1st, 2013, Sanders Plumbing and Electrical sent another invoice to $25.19 to Mike Ruskin for work performed. The June 13th property owner report provided to complaint sites included the total listed as plumbing repair expense. Property owner sites home warranty company was not contacted. That's true.
Now, is this the only one of, this is that first offense where he said he went to Julianne and said, don't do that again?
Right. It
That's-
happened
that is-
twice, but then after the second one,
First one was the after hours call.
Right, the emergency call.
So which one is that? Is this both the calls or is this one call? What
Right.
is that specific?
and the testimony was, yes, it happened. It got past them, and the plumber got called. And then once Mr. Russian realized that, he made the correction within the office, and everything going forward went through the warranty company. 15, on or about March 25th, 2014, complaint sites filed a suit against tenant Eccles in Pulaski County District Court for breach of contract and damages in the amount of $5,000. The case was later dismissed by the court. That's true.
Okay. Is that it?
I think so on the allegations. Yes. So now we're down to the charges, C2.
C2.
To that page. C2 says respondent Michael Hirsch Jr. failed to get permission from sites for repairs in excess of $200 and stated in property management agreement constitutes improper dealing, a violation of 1742-311. Respondent Michael Russian Jr. failed to protect and promote the best interests of his client, a violation of commission regulation. So the question there, he failed to get permission as stated in property management agreement. Well, that was an addition that was added later. right? If you go back and look at that, it has initials of one party, not the initials of the other.
Mhm.
And it was changed from 400 to 200.
But it was all done on the front end, and Mr. Rushing was aware of it.
Yes,
Realized he didn't put his initials
Right.
on it. His testimony was he was aware of it.
right. It was that he was aware of it. So the question is constitutes improper dealing. A violation of 1742-311. I don't rely on me to quote 42-17-311. I mean, we've taken a lot of time to get to this point. I think we ought to take a little time to make sure we get this right. (42-17-311) A 13.
Commissioners, I would just bring home to you that you have multiple years of law. You need to make sure that you're going back to the earlier coverage, I believe is the 2010, 2011, maybe in the back of your book. But I have that. But the 2002.
The law that applied at the
At
time.
the time, yes, sir. Thank you.
So I really don't think it's right. I'm challenged whether I believe that it's been proven that raises to the bar
Right.
of improper dealing.
And that's why I want to get a definition.
Yeah, I was going to say, I've struggled that has. Because the property management agreement gives him a very broad latitude. It's very, very, very broad to make decisions. And the breach of that issue, don't you think of all the testimony we have now, gentlemen?
Are we
And
finding
ladies,
it?
and there was no time at which she brought that up. She never said, whoa, wait a minute. At any point was that issue brought up during the relationship?
Well, and even if you look at it by mistake, that they didn't go through the warranty company on those two calls to the plumber.
Okay.
And even though I asked the question, did you offer to reimburse? I never heard testimony that said I demanded a reimbursement.
I
for
didn't
that.
either. And so does it raise to the bar? It would have been on her. She was getting monthly statements. Her statement was never fixed that she didn't receive a monthly statement. Her testimony was.
You're looking for the number? 1742-311 A 13.
Any other contact, whether the same or different character from that specified in this section, which constitutes improper, fraudulent, or dishonest dealing?
I don't think it was fraudulent.
I started saying that. So that's where I'm saying I struggle with, did we prove a dishonest or a fraudulent? It
No.
may have been an error, it may have been a mistake, but I don't know it raises to that bar for me.
I think I can even go with negligence, but not
But
fraudulent
not fraud.
Yeah.
or dishonest.
Dishonest.
So he's gonna write negligence outside of that. So when we get, are you still following us, Linda?
I am.
You in agreement with that so far?
I am.
Let's go to C. C5, by charging complaint site for cleaning carpets in the subject property after complaint sites notified the firm the carpet being cleaned, respondent Russian, failed to protect and promote the interests of the client, a violation of Commission Regulation 8.5A. Failed to promote the interest of his client.
Bobby, you looking up 8.58, brother?
That's in regulation, not in license.
Third say, Mr. Garrett may be able to facilitate that.
Eight point five eight.
And if certain employment is an agent or licensee privileged to protect and promote the interest of the client and client's obligation of absolute fidelity to the interest of the client and client's primary, but does not relieve the licensee from the equally binding obligation of dealing honestly with all parties. to
With all
the
parties,
transaction.
right.
Okay, so let me pause, put your pause button right there. Once again, you go back to what was the employing contract, which is that management agreement. Inside the management agreement, he has a broad latitude. Very broad. To facilitate, to hire, to fire tenants, to employ people. He is the manager. Now, the power to clean carpets is his. If she cleaned them, still didn't say he didn't have the power to do the same. If it's a mistake, it was a mistake in communication, but he has all power.
Yeah, but I'm still disagreeing with the fact that whether he knew that the carpets had been cleaned before we hired somebody to do it. I still believe the testimony was made that communication was made in more than one way, that she was cleaning the carpets prior.
Yeah, he's taking care of 250 properties.
I understand.
He has the responsibility to clean the carpets between tenancies, and he's turning and burning. If somebody disrupts that issue, it should have been on her, not on him. So no, I don't think so. That's my motion.
If that kind of goes to detail, I mean, well, we're disagreeing on whether he had notification or not. I still believe that he did.
So if he did, why would he clean them again?
He's not making any money.
Because it's standard.
Yeah.
I think, and I don't do property management other than my own, but if a tenant cleaned the carpet when they left, I would have cleaned it behind them.
Well, her testimony is she hired the rug doctor or whatever. She went and got the rug doctor and did it herself. Okay, as a property manager that does do this for people, I can tell you that doesn't count to us. The reason being is there is a tremendous difference in the amount of water that goes into a rug and the amount of suction that comes out of it. You have a professional clean, you get it clean. Most of the time, they simply make it wet. That's been my experience. So now, I do a better job of documentation, frankly, than he does. That doesn't, it says it in my lease, that don't count.
So as a property manager, if one of your owners says, Mr. Moore, I clean the carpets, are you automatically gonna call somebody over there, or are you gonna go over the book?
Yeah, we said, don't, we handle it, we do it. Yeah, but we're gonna clean it out of it, but we hold it from the tenant's deposit as a part of the agreement with the
Right.
tenant. Okay, it's the tenant response, it's a charge, it's not going to the owner, it goes to the tenant. The only reason this is exasperated is because that money disappeared, wasn't enough. And so it's being isolated, but it's a normal charge against the deposit in every tenant's charge. It's not an owner charge, it's a tenant charge. Am I making that clear?
Oh, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
I still will stand on the line.
because it's about being prepared for the proper tenancy for the next tenant. And so to have it professionally clean, and his testimony was he was trying to make sure he had it at a condition of which he's ready for the next tenant to move into. And professionally clean carpets is the way you do that.
And barring any proof otherwise, getting down to the question of was he told by Ms. Sykes or not, is it he said, she said, and we don't know. So I'm gonna put a question mark on that one for right now, because we're gonna come back at the end on sort of an overall look at the entire thing. C6, respondent Michael Russian. Junior failed to get permission from complaint site for repairs in excess of 200 and failed to use the complaint site's home warranty. Constitutes improper dealing, again, as 1742-311. Again, negligence, yes. Fraud.
See, you mind
Yes.
get her in?
Linda's following us.
Your comments, madam?
My comments on the fraud or negligence.
Yeah, so you can C6.
You have a way in?
I'm not sure. You know, I just see so much wrong in the way he handled that. All of it. Even when it came down to the carpet, I was listening to that conversation, but we'll go back to that. I just see a lot wrong. I can go on for days about this one. Even with the wash and dryer, I had issues with that.
We haven't gotten to that one yet,
I know.
but I agree.
We going to C12?
Well, that's the next one after C6.
I can't get there. I can
can't
get to
either.
negligent. I can't get to fraud. I can't get to, I just don't think the bar's that high. I don't think it was proven that the bar's that high. Could have been done better? Yes. Was it fraudulently done? No.
I think C6 actually becomes a violation of regulation 8.5A.
C6.
You want to read that again?
If you look on the next page, which it continues with C6, it does come up with 8.58.
Right. So I don't think it constitutes improper dealing when that would indicate fraud.
But it did fail to protect them from what the interest did.
Right. So I think we just move off of that regulation and move off the license law 1742-311 and say, yes, that 8.5A is proven.
Under which
On
one?
six. And I think we do the same thing on C2. Can you hand that to me on 8.5A? So I don't have to, Heather's already looked it up for us. I'm gonna read it loud enough that Linda can hear it. Linda, can you hear me?
I can.
On C2 and C6, both of them refer to 8.5A. And 8.5A says, in accepting employment as an agent, the licensee pledges to protect and promote the interest of the client or clients. This obligation of absolute fidelity to the interest of the client or clients is primary, but does not relieve the licensee from equally binding obligation of dealing honestly with all parties in the transaction. But I think the primary part of that is this obligation well, let me back up. That in accepting employment, the licensee pledges to protect and promote the interest of the client. And I think that's where I can come into agreement on C2 and C6, that he failed to promote the interest of the client. But I can't stretch out to 1742-311 that in any way this bordered on fraud.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
That makes sense?
Yes.
I'm not asking you to agree with me. I'm just asking to understand how I got there. And
Okay, but
so,
wait a minute, so what are you gonna do? You have two charges, where you have one charge under two different, you have 17,442 and then 8.58.
right,
You're saying not on one, but on the other.
right. We have the ability to do that.
Okay.
We can
Yeah, I
say,
start saying, I could live with that.
The
I
bar
can-
has-
as long as
Yeah.
you say Now,
the bar hasn't been raised that high, but it has been
okay,
raised this high.
I can live with it.
And I would be,
I think
I would be good with that as well on C5.
Yeah, I can live with that part. I can't live with 17, but I can live with 8.5.
8.5.
Okay. I can
So
live
I think on C2, C5, and C6, 8.58 is applicable.
Yeah, I can live with that. Which lowers the bar in condition to basically what we're talking about, 8.5,
Yeah, you were negligent, you weren't fraudulent.
but not fraud.
Yes.
And then C12, Linda, respondent Michael Russin, Jr.'s violation referenced in C1 through C11 constitute a violation of code annotated 1742-311, and it ends with that.
And I'm not.
So,
gonna be in
and we're
favor of
not-
that.
we're not getting there.
Not me. I'm not voting for that.
I'm good with one other here. Failure to get permission. Is there some reference to the washer dryer in any of the charges?
Not, that's on our consideration, I do not think. As far as charging,
Yeah, I don't see it either.
anybody see it? I don't
I'm
see it.
scanning it.
Not of those specifics that we are dealing with.
No.
The rest have been dealt with in a consent order, is that
Right.
correct?
Well, I'm just making sure that we're not overlooking something.
So I want to make sure that I'm correct, you were saying that all the allegations.
Right.
And that C2, C5, and 6 are
Proven.
proven. under
True.
8.5.
Well, but so how you gonna do that though? He said we have the right to do that. We can separate it?
Yes,
It's a violation of the regulations.
right. We have the ability to say that none of them were proven.
Yeah, I know, but
So-
do we have right to amend the charge?
Yeah.
When we look,
Is nodding her head. She
Uh,
would be the person that answered that way.
so,
Okay, okay, it's violation of two different things. Okay, you're not finding this on what you're finding.
Right,
out.
right.
So
that is permissible.
Sure.
Okay. All right.
And C12 is a no-go.
Right.
C12 is a no.
Right.
Okay.
C12 is a what?
C12 is no.
Okay.
because it Strictly gives us, it's the catch-all charge.
To bring everything back under fraud.
That's right, brings everything under fraud.
Gotcha.
Okay, so now. So now, given the proof,
And then 311A, just do the whole thing. Can you,
we could change it to 8.58.
is it appropriate to ask them to read that specific line in the statute? It is not the same as the other charges.
Yeah, so 1742, 311A2.
Oh, because it's a different one, okay.
It's a
I'm sorry.
different
Right.
statute than the other.
Okay.
Thank you.
And we were just going to 1742-311 and not following out the extension.
Okay, Bobby, you got it?
So,
Yeah.
good and loud, so Linda can.
Violating any of the provisions of this chapter, or any rules or regulations adopted pursuant to this chapter, or any order issued under this chapter.
chapter being defined as 17
Let
point.
me go back up. 1742-311A. Following acts, conduct, or practices are prohibited, and any license they found guilty should be subject to disciplinary action as provided in 1742-312. 1742-311A2, violating any of the provisions of this chapter or any rules or regulations adopted pursuant to this chapter or any order issued under this chapter.
So, Miss Hearing Officer, what does that mean?
Well, we have,
So 1742-311A2.
Do you have rules promulgated under this particular subsection? Yes. Regulations? Yes.
I think that's what gives us the right to enact.
So Donna, that
I
would
do too,
be,
and I don't,
that would be all of the regulations. Anything under those regulations, because you've got too broad latitude.
it's too broad for me.
Too broad.
Too broad for me, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, I'm gonna say no. If it's not a very strict path, personally, my vote's no. I'm not gonna put that one down if I don't understand the path it's on. And I'm not gonna put it onto a fraud level. I'm not gonna put it.
Well, I don't think that one's referring to fraud.
Well, I can't tell.
Advertising is only been for relationship, false, misleading, or deceptive management.
But I don't know. I'm gonna say no.
Can I see it? Is that it? Okay.
Well, I would like to explain to you on that. If you would like to convey that, so if it's appropriate to be conveyed.
Okay, I'm gonna go back up to,
Yeah, thank you
Yeah.
for boiling it down. Catch all.
Yeah, it's all.
For that, but
Right,
it's
and that's-
catch all for 1742, and that's,
no,
huh?
it says violating any of the provisions of this chapter or any rules or regulations, and we are on a regulation of 8.5A,
It's both. The action.
adopted pursuant to this chapter or any other order issued under this chapter. And so if you go back up to A, the following acts, conduct, or practices are prohibited, and any licensee found guilty shall be subject to disciplinary action as provided for under 1742-312. And so then it gets into penalties. So without this, my guess is that this is really what would open the door to penalty or fines, is utilizing this. I don't know. Otherwise, if we just go with 8.5A, it's, yeah, you did it. Now what?
But it's a broad thing for
Right.
you to be able to do some other things too.
And so it references 1742-312, which says the Arkansas Real Estate Commission may, on its own motion, and shall upon the upon the verified complaint in writing of any person, provided that complaint and any evidence, documentary or otherwise presented in connection therewith shall make out a prima facie case, investigate the actions of any person engaged in the business or acting in a capacity of real estate broker, salesperson, regardless his or own account and capacity. If the complaint fails to state prima facie case, and we get all of it down. Okay. If the licensee is found to have violated this chapter, the commission may impose any one or more of the following sanctions: suspension, revocation, a penalty not to exceed $1,000 for each violation, required completion of appropriate education, required successful completion of appropriate licensing. That's my take, unless somebody in here is going to tell me otherwise, that we pretty much have to adopt 1742, 311, A2 to move on to any sort of.
I can put Andrea, I can go back on the record and I can have Andrea explain.
Very good.
Okay, let's do that.
Let's do that.
Let's do that.
Because we were sailing right along until we hit that.
What's happening?
Linda, we're going back on the record.
Okay.
For an explanation.
We're coming out of recess and going back on the record. The commissioners did have a question pertaining to
Thank you, Jeff.
the Arkansas real estate law and regulations, and we're calling Andrea Alford, the executive director.
Yeah, so do you want me to do this formally?
Yeah, I think you need to do it formally.
At this point, we're going back on the record, and we are calling the executive director, Andrea Alford, for clarification of the final charge, or actually clarification of Arkansas annotated 1742, 311, A2.
Ms. Alford, can you go ahead and raise your right hand?
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
We are all ears.
What's your question?
Is it necessary that we find proven the charge of C11, which states, or C12, excuse me, Respondent Michael Russian Jr.'s violation referenced in paragraph C1 through 11 constitute a violation of Arkansas Code annotated 1742, 311, A2. Do we have to get to that to be able to institute any sort of sanction, fine, or penalty regarding this hearing?
May I
So,
ask what tab you're looking at for that statute, just so I can follow along?
Here's that blue binder. You
it's
want?
tab A, page 8.
And before you answer that, ma'am, if you would allow me, if by reference on its face there, it says C1 through C11. And we don't even have C1 through C11 in play.
Well, we can, all right. We could restrict it to the ones that we did find, that C2, C5, and C6.
I believe that is the case.
Right.
And to answer your question, Chairman Yates, if you'll allow me to come at the
Yes.
question from a different angle, the chart, the citation in the charge is kind of the starting point in terms of finding violations. It lays the basis for finding violations. And if you find any violations, that's where you have to start. So if there are violations, they begin there and then they become more specific depending on the charge.
Okay, so and our course at this point is to indicate that the charges C2, C5, and C6 are proven,
Okay.
and to modify C12 to indicate those three charges.
Okay.
constitute a violation of Arkansas Code annotated 1742-311A2. And then we, if we choose to do so, could then move on to any penalty fines
Fines.
just based off of those three.
Yes, sir.
Very good.
Yep.
And we are not out of line to adopt 1742-311A2, referencing the three charges that we did agree on.
I don't believe so. I believe that's perfectly acceptable.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, so now my turn. So, but we're going to only use 8.5. So if you were to look at charge number 5. The only reason I can vote because it says regulation 8.5A. It doesn't reference 1742.
So is your question
It
whether or
does.
not a finding a violation of 1742-311A2 could also trigger or could be compatible with the finding a violation of Commission Rule 8.5?
Yeah, so no, so let's go to number 6. It's easier to see there. We have referenced a violation of ACA 1742-311A13. I don't think he did that. Then it goes on to say, Michael Rush Jr. failed to protect and promote the best interests of client in violation of Commission Regulation 8.5. I can agree to that. I can't agree to the 1742. Now, can we bifurcate those? Ms. Chavis's great work.
I'm sorry, I was trying to read. Which one are we?
So on C6.
Because one of those is fraud, and I do not believe that that is the case.
So A13 would be improper dealing, fraudulent dealing, or dishonest dealing.
So it doesn't have to be all of those.
Right. You could,
It doesn't say and,
right.
it's or.
So it could just be improper
Well,
dealing.
it actually doesn't say either one. That's how come I want to make sure that I can leave off 1742 and just pick up 8.58.
I think that, I think that you can vote in favor of a violation of 1742-311A13 because any other conduct, whether of the same or different character from that specified in this section, which constitutes improper, fraudulent, or dishonest dealing. So if you find it to be one of those, all of those, or none of those, I mean, not none of those, obviously, but you can say that maybe it was improper or dishonest. Without fraudulent. I mean, you can, it doesn't say in order for that section to be triggered, it doesn't have to be all three.
But the question is, if we don't see any of those three, then it's the 8.5. Am I correct on that?
Yes.
You sure are.
Failing to protect and promote.
I just need to look at 8.5.
It's
Well, I'm following what Ms. Chavis is saying, that is a three division in that, improper, dishonest, or fraudulent.
I think that you can find an 8.5 violation without having a statutory violation.
And can,
And your reason can be that you find that the testimony and exhibits support a violation of 8.5, but they don't support the section 13.
right,
Because of those particular.
Yeah.
right. And I think that's the rub that we have. We cannot get to dishonest and we cannot get to fraudulent. I even have a problem getting to improper.
Okay.
the only way I'm gonna be able to move forward, now, I'm listening for 13,
But
Um,
I feel like this doesn't go
under,
And I think the
to see
distinction is the
12
fidelity
of 'em.
language of 8.5. I think 8.5 goes to fidelity,
And I think
whereas that section 13 doesn't say anything about fidelity.
And that's the problem we have here, and that's what we have seen in the testimony, that there is a violation of the fiduciary responsibility to the client.
And I think that if you make that clear in your ruling, that in this instance, we might have a findings of fact, conclusions, and law of order that's a little more specific than maybe what we would normally do. We might say that you did not find that section 13 was implicated because of this particular language. However, you did feel like 8.5 was,
Right.
because this specifically addresses fidelity to
Right.
a client.
okay, I can live with all of that so far. You're doing great. C12 then, is the last, is the, where we're hung next.
So that is I'm sorry?
That's the catch-all
That's
that,
the catch-all.
Yes, and really, by catch-all, I feel like that maybe gives has the wrong connotation. It really means that it's at a baseline, there is a statutory violation.
but we can still cite, we could still find, we could still say he's gonna have to go take a property management class or any of those things and not find him guilty under C12, right?
Well, C12 is saying that even if you only found C1, but C1 through C11, we're going to say we found C2, C5, and C6 as it pertains to 8.5A. And so, therefore, constitutes a violation of Arkansas Code annotated 1742-311.
Yeah, I'm not following that either. I don't think that's what we are saying. That's how come I'm having a problem with this catch-all.
But then you got to go back and read
Think
it.
so.
Violation
You
of
don't
any
wanna hear
provision
this.
of This chapter of any rules or regulations adopted pursuant to this chapter or any other. It stipulates regulation. Regulation is what we're
The
finding.
wording in that is still just as egregious as the wording that we're.
Well, we didn't get to write the verdict, so we're just left with the way it is.
So, Mr. Chair, are you gonna vote on each charge individually?
Are you through with, would you want to go off the record? You go back into deliberations, or are you waiting for another response?
I'm still trying to formulate
Okay.
a response.
Thank you.
Well, start saying, that's what it will have to be.
Well, it could be it's this commission's motion,
They,
that
this is, they were.
respondent has been found a violation of C2 as it regards regulation 8.5A and fiduciary responsibility.
Would you
Also,
be
in
allowed,
violation.
here, if I start trying to rough out a motion,
Well,
I can.
we're gonna need her to rough it up.
Well, I know,
You gotta
but
read it.
but you and I are gonna have to write it.
Right.
Bob,
So let's just do this as a draft, okay?
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
All right.
Let's,
So it is this commission's motion that the respondent has been found in violation of charges C2
So they were.
as it pertains to regulation 5.A, 8.5,
8.5.
pertaining to a lack of fiduciary responsibility. Additionally, respondent is guilty of the charge of C5 as it pertains to 8.5A. And if you want, just / fidelity, lack of fidelity, or fiduciary responsibility, excuse me, fiduciary responsibility. And additionally, C6, as it pertains to regulation 8.5A, fiduciary responsibility. So the question then is, do we have to incorporate C12?
Exactly.
Or can we simply end there
That's right.
and move
Stop.
on to penalty?
And then say no on,
So can I ask this
C12.
question?
I have a comment if I could make. I have that memorized. If we look at the statute 1742-311A2, it states violating any provisions of this chapter or any rules or regulations
Regulation.
adopted pursuant to, which would be the 8.5,
Right.
to this chapter or any other order issued under this chapter. That brings in that,
Penalty phase.
the one that we're calling all encompassing, but which Andrea said is sort of a misnomer, but that's what we call it for shorthand. That pulls the statute in. So it says, the following acts, conduct, or practices are prohibited, or any of them shall be subject to disciplinary action under 312 if they violate the provisions of this chapter or any rules or regulations. So you found a violation of the rule,
Right.
that triggers 312.
And we're just going to reduce it down to the three that we did find in violation. And that would be the statement under C12. And then move on to say constitute a violation of our Arkansas Code annotated. I'm good with that.
but so what's wrong if we're going to, as amend to only 8.5 on the other charges above, can't we do the same on C12 too? As it pertains,
We're
can we
gonna
just use the
amend.
catch-all as it pertains to 8.5?
You have to have a violation of the code. I think it's what,
And that code allows the regulation.
which pulls the regulations.
Yeah, the code says that it's a statutory violation to violate a rule or regulation promulgated.
Right. And the way I read it, if we don't pull in the annotated code relating to violation, that's what allows us to move on to the annotated code for penalties. Because that is the next one down. That's 1742-312, investigation of complaint and penalties, which lays out what we can do as a penalty.
Okay, well, let's go, before I deliberation, yeah. Okay, so I think
We're back in deliberation.
We're
You still
back
with
in
us,
recess.
Linda?
Thank you.
I'm still here.
okay, so let's talk about that part of it then. What's your thoughts there?
I'm good with it. It makes no reference to,
Well, I'm talking about fines or penalties
Oh,
or something
okay.
like that. That's what I'm
That's what-
saying. Okay, if, let's see
Well,
how,
let's-
let's see what that looks like.
okay. Well, what it says here is that suspension or revocation, penalty not to exceed $1,000 per violation, required completion of education, required successful completion of an appropriate licensing exam. We don't need to go there. Place conditions or restrictions on the licensee's license, or such other requirements or penalties that may be appropriate for the circumstances. So basically what we've been down to in the past, if it doesn't rise to the level of a revocation of a license, it has been that $1,000 up to $1,000.
Yeah.
Less than that, per violation, and then adding education to it. So let's go back to, before we get to that, let's go back to how we button up C12. And so C12 would say, respondent therefore is in violation of C12 regarding charges C2, C5, and C6, which constitute a violation of Arkansas Code annotated 1742-311A2. That's all that's doing is just button up the end of it.
So here's what I can live with. A $500 fine for everything in property management training.
It's already consent order that he's gonna do property management training.
That was part of the consent order. Yeah, consent agreement. I could live with 500 per incident, and we have 3.
So 1,500.
Miss Linda, Bob's thinking.
Well, I thought we always did 1,000.
Do what?
I thought we did 1,000 per charge.
Per
And then what
incident?
we normally do in the past?
I'm sorry?
I thought we normally did 1,000 in the past per charge.
We have.
That was worse than this, much worse.
Well, yeah, you're right. We're using the words negligent.
Yeah, and this does not rise to that bar.
Okay, I can go with $500 per charge.
That's,
Were you wanting more than that? Okay. I could
What
tell.
does Bob want?
You worked with somebody for 4 years, you can read them. I knew where you were going.
so 1,500. 1,500 and, he's already agreed to property management class.
In the consent order right here,
Right,
within 90 days of this consent order.
right.
Okay.
All right. You good with that, Linda?
1,500 in property management classes?
He's already agreed to the property management class.
Okay. I can live with that.
Now this motion, do you have it?
Me?
No, our hearing officer, he's asking if she's got it written down. Good. No violation, right. Of 1742-311-A13. Well, actually, yeah, that's it, A13 on, regarding C12, well, you would say,
Just say yes.
yeah,
We're not amending it, we just say.
C2, C5, C6, and C12.
C12, leave it alone. The amendment is all on the other ones where it's only to 8.5.
well, I think you still need to name them though, because C12 says Respondent Michael Russian Jr. violation referenced in paragraphs C2, C5, and C6 constitute a violation of Arkansas Code annotated 1742-311. Okay,
And the total fine would be $500 per charge
right,
for a total of 1,500.
to be paid
Which is within 90 days. You have that.
30 days.
30 days,
yeah.
90 days.
From the date of this ruling.
I would have some closing comments.
Who's making the motion?
This could be his last motion. You'll
Yeah,
make it.
I'll make it.
You'll make it.
I'll make it.
Go out and blaze the glory, brother.
And all I'm going to do is say, with the hearing officer, read my motion.
Chairman Yates, you
He's,
said on your last ride,
It is.
I remember going from a flight from a destination, guys, I've been pilot for 45 years, this is my last flight.
Well, Commissioner Moore is quick to remind me it's my last one too. And that's because he moves up to chair. So he's ready for me to move on.
No, sir.
Okay, we are ready to go back on the record. And we do have a motion. And if the hearing officer would please read my motion.
Thank you, Chair Yates. It is approximately, wait a minute, let me go ahead and go back on the record. It's about 1:20 PM, and we're back on the record, and the chair has, and commission has come back to order. And Commissioner Yates does have a motion with regard to the issues of fact and law as found in the order and notice of hearing. It is as follows. Commission finds true the allegations of A1, A6, A8, A9, A12, can't read my writing, 13, and A15. The commission finds proven charges in C2, C5, and C6 as proven only to the aspect of being in violation of Regulation 8.5A, and as it relates to fiduciary responsibility. The commission did not find a violation of the Arkansas Code annotated 1742-311 A13.
That's correct.
That's correct. Okay. Is it, pardon me? No, I'm not to C12 yet. I'm sorry.
Yeah, not C12 yet.
Not yet, not there yet. As in relation to charge 12, under 1742-311 A2, the commission finds that charges 2, it only relates to charges 2, 5, 6, and 12, and that there was a violation relating to those charges only. Furthermore, based on those findings and conclusions, the Arkansas Real Estate Commission has determined that there will be an assessment of $1,500 to be paid within 30 days of this ruling. And that basically has to do with $500 for each charge that was proven. Okay. Commissioner Yates, if
I think I would do just a slight correction on C12.
Okay.
That as it regards charge C12,
Mhm.
That respondent Michael Rushing Jr.'s violation of the referenced C2, C5, and C6 constituted a violation of Arkansas Code annotated 1742-311 A2.
Thank you.
You bet. Commissioners, you've heard the motion
As amended?
as amended.
As amended.
Linda, can you hear us?
I can.
Very good. All those in favor say aye.
Uh,
Any opposed by like sign? Motion carried.
Okay, the majority, there was 4 commissioners today, correct? And all of them voted yes.
Yes.
Let the record also indicate that this will be reduced to writing and served or attempted to be just served on all the parties. An appeal of this decision can be made under the Arkansas Administrative Procedures Act, which is Arkansas Code annotated 25-201 ex sequitur. All questions should now be directed to the Arkansas Real Estate Commission Executive Director, Andrea Alford. Do any of the commissioners have any comments or statements they would like to make before we close the record?
I would, Mr. Rushing, I hope you heard all the deliberations. The bar was not the fraudulent bar, but it was down here about carrying due diligence and about taking those photographs when you show up and those things to take care of yourself.
Yes, sir.
Is that fair? You understand
I totally
the
understand.
heart here, right?
Yes.
Okay, we appreciate that
Yes.
and your testimony.
And I would like to say, Ms. Chavis, I appreciate all the work that you put into this.
Mhm.
And I have a comment once we're off the record, not
Okay.
about the case.
Okay. The hearing is now closed. Thank you.
So are we off? Oh, we're adjourned.
Okay, so wait, now, we need to recess.
A recess, okay.
Oh, we need to recess.
Okay, that's a correction. We're in recess now. Thank you.
We're in recess.
I don't know what, right, but I wish that.
We'll move into a recovery fund hearing. So I will dispense with introducing people in the room. We've done this already. Everyone was here this morning when we started this. So at this point, I will turn this over to the hearing officer.
This is a recovery fund hearing, a continuation of the disciplinary hearing. The complainant in this matter is Elisa, is that how you say it? Sites. And she's seeking to actual damages as a result of or from Mr. Michael Rankin Jr.'s disciplinary finding or violations under the Arkansas Code or regulations of the commission. This is kind of different because you've already gone through the process of a hearing, so I won't go through all the other formalities of it. I did want to go ahead. Ms. Sykes, you're just representing yourself today, correct? Okay, and Mr. Price, are you still representing Mr. Rankin?
I am.
Okay, thank you. And I'm sorry.
Just a quick correction.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The recovery fund hearing is against Mr. Russian Senior and Mr. Russian
Oh.
Junior.
Thank you very much. Okay, so this is a recovery fund hearing involving both senior and junior in this hearing.
And for the record, I represent Mr. Russian Jr.,
Ju-
but I do
only.
not represent Mr. Russian Senior.
Thank you. Similarly, you did that under the previous hearing, part of the hearing, okay? And Ms. Chavis is here representing the recovery fund only, correct?
I actually don't represent the fund.
Oh,
I have a
defend the fund?
different role in this hearing. I defend
The
the
fund.
fund.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Seitz, as the moving party, the complainant, you are the moving party, so the burden of proof is on you to demonstrate that you have incurred actual damages arising out of the disciplinary or violations that both Mr. Rankin Jr. and Senior were found to have made. So that means that you'll go first in your presentation today. Do you have any witnesses today beside yourself? Okay. I assume that there's no other witnesses, Mr. Rankin, you,
It's Russian.
I mean, Russian, how do I call him Rankin? Russian.
Yes, man, hey, if you put a G on it, I totally understand.
It starts with an R, right? Okay. Mr. Russian, you're just going to testify on your behalf only, is that correct?
That'll be fine.
Okay, thank you. As we did previously, you're allowed to do what's called opening statements. Would you like to do an opening statement? I mean, you've already been both sworn in, so that continues on. So if you want to go ahead and verify that you've been sworn in, I'd appreciate it.
Verify that I was sworn in, and I actually have a presentation.
Okay. A PowerPoint presentation or,
Yes, that is correct.
okay,
Is your mic on?
I think so.
There,
There, I need
pull
to
it
get
up
closer.
real close. Thank you.
okay, and Heather, did we have that available?
Yes, we have an exhibit book.
Okay, are you going to, do either one of you have exhibits that you want to introduce at this time? I'm talking to both of you.
Yes, I gave mine to the commission in 2017.
So we've already, okay, this is something new, correct? Okay. Mr. Price, do you have any further exhibits? Have you reviewed this exhibit?
Not that I think of, other than what's already in the record, since this is the continuation of the previous hearing.
Okay, is this new material that's being passed out? Okay, Mr. Price, have you had an opportunity to look at that?
First time I've seen those books is right now.
You actually reviewed these when you came to our office.
Are those ones that, okay, fine, then I have seen them.
Okay. Do you have any objection?
No.
Okay, thank you. So these are going to be introduced and accepted into the record. Oh, any objection from you, Ms. Chavis?
No objection.
Thank you. This is, gosh, what number are we on now on yours? Exhibits? Okay, a whole new set, okay.
There's just one book.
It looks like there's exhibits A and B, A, and they're numbered RFA, and then A through A10. Then there's a B, and under B, there's 16 sections to it. Is that correct? And this will be claimants, exhibits. Ms. Sites, is that correct? Everything
That
in this
is
book?
correct.
Okay, now these are being accepted into the record, and these may be passed out to the commission at this time. We will take a recess to allow the commissioners an opportunity to review this
Ma'am.
information. Yes, Mr. Price?
And when we come back, I do have a couple of preliminary matters I want to bring up before we actually start the evidence.
Certainly, thank you.
Thank you.
We're in recess right now.
Oh, thank you very much.
Oh, thank you so much. Is it pretty big? Is it pretty big or just a few? Just a few. that supposed to be included in this book? What was it? Should it just-
Yeah, it's an additional exhibit, which is like all
And this is submitted
from
by.
the company.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'd like to go back on the record for a moment. We have an additional exhibit of RF-17 that the claimant is wanting to introduce also. Mr. Price, do you have any objections?
No objection.
Ms. Chavis, do you have any objections?
I do not.
Okay, it can be entered into the record and be passed out to the commissioners at this time. Thank you. Listen.
Go for it. I'll be here.
I think we're ready to get back on the record.
Okay, we're back on the record. Is Commissioner Putney?
Ma'am.
Are you
Yes,
ready?
ma'am.
Okay, thank you. At this time, are there any stipulations or further procedural issues that we need to take up? Mr. Price?
No, no stipulations.
Oh, okay, I thought you said that you had
Oh, I
some.
do have some things I want to bring up, but not stipulations.
Okay, but do you want, what do you, preliminary, you want to do a preliminary motion of some kind
I
or?
want to address the issue of jury trial briefly, just so that I create my record.
I think we already have something on record for that.
Yes.
Did you not submit something that we put into the record?
No, I can do it orally. Won't take me but a minute.
I'm sorry, say it again.
I said I can do it orally. I don't have a document prepared. I just need to.
No, I'm just saying, did you not submit something previously that was an objection, that you had several different issues, including the jury? It addresses the same thing?
objections, But it relates to this proceeding we're in now. It didn't
Okay, so
relate-
you just want to carry that over to this proceeding?
Correct.
Part of the proceeding, okay. Yeah, if you can make it brief, thank you.
Okay, thank you. May it please the commission.
Mic in tight.
May I
Pull that
proceed?
microphone in tight for us, please.
I had this trouble last time. I'm gonna try not to have it again. Can everybody hear me? Okay, may I proceed? Thank you. May it please the commission, I had previously filed a demand for a jury trial and an objection to the recovery fund hearing procedure. And I just wanted to expound on that briefly so that there would be a record should an appeal occur. For the recovery fund statute, which is 1742-401 and following, addresses how the commission can order a licensee to pay money to a person who claims to be aggrieved. And specifically 1742-406 speaks in terms of damages. Damages historically has always been an issue that is reserved for a jury trial. In Arkansas, it's a constitutional right that allows people who have a damages issue, whether it be entitlement to an award of or the amount of, to have that decided by a jury. And the recovery fund procedure awards damages, even though it is first paid by the commission and later ordered to the licensee, but it's still a damages question. And so the reason I wanted to bring it up, in a jury trial, there are several legal issues that can be addressed to the trier of the case. For example, and all of these that I'm going to mention apply to this situation, res judicata, RESJUDICATA for the court reporter, is sometimes called claim preclusion, sometimes it's called issue preclusion. But if a party has first made a pitch in a court that has jurisdiction to hear it, and in this instance, it would be Mrs. Seitz filing the small claim in Pulaski County District Court, they are barred from relitigating those issues later on if there were issues that either were raised or could have been raised in that prior court proceeding. And all of these issues, just almost all of them, there may be a couple of insignificant ones that were not, were raised in the district court in Pulaski County. And so they would be barred by issue preclusion or claim preclusion were this a jury trial. And I do wish to argue that those principles should apply, and you all should not award her damages where she's already had one bite at the apple. Another issue is a counterclaim. The terms of 1742-101 and following do not allow for you to award anything to Mr. Russian if he was damaged by Ms. Sykes' conduct out of that same course of dealings. And so he is harmed, he is limited by not being able to make those kinds of claims. And I want to just tell you why there really is an issue there. You heard testimony that wasn't rebutted that she breached the contract by terminating it early. And so his company lost the income that she would have been paying for that period that she had improperly breached the contract. He can't make that claim in front of you all because it's just not provided for by the statute. He also can't make a claim against somebody else, nor can Ms. Seitz, if we think they actually caused part of the problem. And the big issue that everybody apparently agrees sparked all the controversy with the Eccles folks was the air conditioning. And there was a 14-day delay, as I recall the testimony, and somebody getting out there to fix it. Well, if we were in circuit court in front of a jury, we could bring in the air conditioning company whose failure to act promptly created the problem and claim money damages from them. But we can't do that in front of this commission because they're not before you as a licensee. Another issue that just came up literally a few minutes ago is, even though Mike Russian Sr. is apparently not here today, and I don't know if he was given notice of today's hearing or not, there is no provision under this law where you can apportion how much each person should pay according to the nature of their conduct. And my recollection from the testimony is that Ms. Seitz only spoke with Mr. Russian Sr. for once, maybe, I don't know what the exact number was, but very little. But nevertheless, there is in circuit court and a jury trial, there is a whole series of issues surrounding which ones of several different people have to pay how much. And those are all things that we cannot bring forward to you today because this is not a jury trial. And so I want to bring all those things to your attention, but the one in particular that I want to ask that you consider is the fact that she has already made these claims in a court, has gotten a judgment of some kind, chose not to appeal it. So those issues have already been addressed by someone having the power to hear them, and she should not get a second bite of the apple today. So I wanted to bring those up for that reason.
Okay, so your motion basically is that the jury trial should occur and that it has already been heard, the same information's been heard in a
Yes.
small claims court. Okay, you realize this is an administrative hearing. You realize that there are statutes that allow the commission to hear this information.
Absolutely.
Okay. Ms. Chavis, I know you're here as a defender of the fund, but you're also normally here in other respects. Would you like to say anything on behalf of the commission?
Commissioners, a court action in an administrative proceeding is not an either or proposition. They can both happen at the same time. One can happen, follow the other. There's nothing that precludes you from hearing Ms. Seitz's recovery fund case today.
Thank you. Does the commission want to go ahead and rule on, are you doing a motion or you just want to do an objection? What are you doing?
You can catch it however you want to. As I understand it, it's the substance of the request rather than the title of it that would control. I'm asking this body not to consider awarding damages because she's already sought damages in a court. That's one.
Okay. Does the commission want me to go ahead and rule on that, or would it like to do it? I'm comfortable doing it. You know, the motion's denied at this time because like it was already mentioned, you can have multiple places that people can file, especially on an administrative hearing of this nature. But your information is, preserved for the record, so you're welcome to reference that later.
One that I did not state in that little monologue that I just gave you is the issue of proximate cause. The commission, if I understood your decision in the violation portion of this case found that there were 3 specific charges that were sustained. And that would be C2, 5, and 6 is my recollection. And so the way the recovery fund statutes are structured, it does not specifically limit the damages to the violations. In other words, if there is some, I'm going to make something up, record-keeping violation, the way the statute reads, that would open up the door to award an aggrieved party any amount of damages that they can claim that's any way related to the violation. And in the jury trial that I mentioned previously, there is a long-standing rule called proximate cause. You have to prove that your damages were caused by the conduct that you're seeking money from. And so that isn't addressed in these statutes either. And what I would ask the commission to do is just limit the damages, if any are going to be awarded, to those which were proximately caused by the violations in the 3 charges that you sustained.
Okay. You just want to make a statement for the commission?
Beg your pardon?
You just wanted to make a statement for the commission regarding approximate cause? Because basically what they're going to do is the damages, they're going to look at damages arising out of or that occurred from, just like any other information regarding, actual damages. So I don't know, what are you asking, I guess?
Just that whatever damages are to be awarded would be approximately limited to those proximately caused by those violations which were found to have been committed.
I think they know that it would have to arise out of those charges.
I can make it easier and more understandable by example.
No, I think it's fine. I think they understand. They're going to look at specific charges that they were proven under the previous part of this hearing.
If I may, just by way of example, charge C2 involved failing to get permission for repairs over $200. So that one's pretty specific. Charge C6 was a separate one of failing to get permission for repair charges over $200.
I think we follow your request. And so duly noted. I don't know that we will feel bound by it. We'll just move forward and see where this leads.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And my final thing was, I had a visit with Ms. Seitz in the hallway outside or in one of the conference rooms or kitchen areas before we came in here. And settlement discussions are not admissible to prove that they ought to turn out the way that they were discussed. But one thing that Ms. Seitz said was that she didn't care if she gets awarded any money or not. And if that's really the case, and I'm going to ask her to confirm that she said that, we don't even need to have this hearing.
What I said was that it didn't matter if you guys awarded me. It was the matter that Mr. Russian made false statements about my character, about what went on in transactions. I would like to get damages, but that is not the bottom line here. And the whole time I discussed this with Mrs. I keep calling you Heather, Mrs. Garrett. My whole thing was that this didn't happen to another person. I was raised that you always do, good things for other people. You don't do bad things for other people. When I was in the military, it was the next right thing. Keep it at its lowest possible person to clarify whatever's going on. If you're having a problem with an employee, you discuss it with that other employee before you push it up to management. That is what I tried to do for this process. And I think that I can prove that that is what I did. If you choose to award me any money based on the damages that I suffered, I'm just going to show you the damages that I suffered under the period of time that he was managing my property. That's all I want to do is show you that. If you decide to award me something, I would be very happy. But the bottom line is the stuff that was discussed here this morning is not accurate. I presented a binder when I gave the initial complaint to Ms. Garrett. I continued with a secondary binder to further discuss this. Again, I don't want another person to have to go through what I did. I mean, this was very, very stressful for me.
Well, thank you, Ms. Seitz. But I think that is the focus of this hearing, is damages that you can prove that you are asking to be awarded. So,
Well, that is what I'm going to try to do, sir. And I'm just going to walk through it. I put together a PowerPoint because I think that a picture is worth 1,000
Okay.
words. And
Very
I'm going
good.
to try to make it quick.
Can we proceed, please? Mr. Price? Okay, we're going to go ahead and proceed. Do you have anything further?
Nope, that covered everything I wanted pre-trial.
Okay, Ms. Seitz? Oh, we already have a copy. Yes, ma'am.
They have a copy of those.
And you also. Well, when we first had this discussion back in December, Mr. Price presented email traffic concerning Mr. Russian's character. And I felt that he was trying to paint an image of me that I used this property as a cash cow and that I sued every person that ever moved in. And that is not the case. So I basically show you my resume here, and basically when I was with Mr. Russian, I was managing a $35 million contract for National Guard Bureau. That was in 50 states and the 4 U.S. territories. I was extremely busy. And I was also trying to assist my mother, who lived 2.5 to 3 hours drive from Arlington, Virginia. I also was in a car accident whereby I had a concussion. So during this period of time was well documented because I was very busy and I had files for everything. And when I moved from MPSC, which was the contractor, I transferred those files. So a lot of the email traffic that you're reading is because of the electronic transfer. The other thing I want to point out is that I have a very good history record and a very good work ethic, and I do not lie. I have presented you with a letter of recommendation from a principal of Allegheny High School, at the Center for Career and Technical Education. And I worked for the public school system. At that time, I also worked for J.C. Penney. I worked for Western Maryland Hospital. So I was holding 3 jobs down when I moved off my contract to assist my mother full-time care. And I had letters of recommendation from all of those, but I decided to present the principals. The next letter is from Robert Ditchy, who was head of public affairs. That was when I was one of the historians for General Grass, the NGB commanders. The next letter is from Jack Frost, who was the retired commandant for the Professional Education Center at Camp Robinson. He goes by Jack Frost. You may know him. He is still working over there. And I do have a letter of recommendation for you to read there. The next is from MPSC. That was the government contract I was on when I was working with Mr. Russian. And the vice president signed a letter of recommendation for me. I have another one from a GS-14, Albert Miller, who was my boss when I was writing for the Secretary of the Army and the Air Force, the generals report to them, and I was doing the research. I have a letter from a retired Air Force colonel, Nancy Shuflett, who was the director of Arkansas State University. and she can verify my character. I have a letter from Philip Summers, who was the president of Vincennes University when I ran the South Central Regional Division for him. And then I also have a letter of recommendation that is attached from Dr. Stephen O'Brien, who is also a retired Air Force colonel, and he was the Dean of European Division. So I just wanted to present those to you because I have a very established background. I have an education. I have classes beyond a master's degree, almost through a PhD. I just didn't complete it because I was a single parent at the time. During this contract, I was a single parent. My daughter was attending Arkansas State University. She was in her junior and senior year. She graduated in 2013, and I planned to move off the contract and to move back to Maryland to assist my mom. My mother just passed away recently. She was almost 96 years old, and I feel very fortunate that I was able to do that at that time. But I did plan, but I also had to watch my finances. And when I thought things were being misrepresentative, then I contacted Mr. Russian. The next thing I'd like to do is bring up the PowerPoint. We'll start on slide 1. And I'm just going to go through my letter to the commission. And I'll
Okay.
try to
Well,
paraphrase.
Ms. Seitz, if I may, and I wanted to be patient and allow you to present that. Character is not an issue here. What is an issue here today is, do you have damages that you can prove that were the result of your contract with Mr. Russian?
I just wanted that
and
on
so-
file, sir.
Right.
Thank you.
So we will stipulate that both of you have great battles. But let's get on to the facts of what the losses were and how you attribute those to Mr. Rushing in your petition for recovery fund.
Okay, so if we turn to page, if we turn to page 2 of my complaint. The reason I want to go through this is the response. I'm responding to Mr. Russian's response to me regarding my complaint. Mr. Russian states, comment 2, she has acknowledged filing suits against former tenants. I did file a suit against Moody and Lynch because the documents supported it. I had a walkthrough with them, and each room I had it initialized and I had documentation to support it. When I contacted Mr. Russian, I asked him if he planned to take photos of the move-in condition and document it. He said yes, that he always does that. And I also asked him if that he would document for my lawyer. I had never asked Mr. Russian to represent me in my lawsuit against Moody and Lynch. I asked him if he would take the photos because they still had possession of the property when he took over the management of the property. Going down, if you would go to slide 2, please. The property management agreement between Mr. Russian and Ms. Seitz states that he would collect rents due or become due and give receipts therefore.
Ms. Seitz, if I may, I think you're plowing ground that's already been plowed. We've covered this today in testimony. And we've even asked this question regarding that piece of the management agreement. So if we could move on to what your damages are and how they relate to Mr. Russian.
Well, I would like to this is how I prepared the PowerPoint
Well,
presentation.
I understand you have a way that you want to do it, but I'm suggesting to you that there is a way that we need to see it.
Okay, go on to the next slide, please. This is the property at the time that I basically, well, it was in September, October timeframe of 2010. Mr. Russian assumed this property about 5 months later. So this would be the front of the property at that time. Mr. Russian did not take any photographs of the property move in or move out condition of it. Please go to the next slide. I did have in this booklet, I contacted Mary Margaret Dunn because when I was preparing for my Eccles and Strickers court hearing for small claims, Mr. Rushing could not produce anything for me to go to court. So I went back to Mrs. Dunn, who had listed my property, and she gave me the sheets that are under item B. And I do have colored copies if you need those. But basically, when I did have the property listed, I had an inspection report, which I gave to the commission. I gave them the home warranty, the Terminex certificate, the Leaf Guard certificate, everything that went along with the property. And these are the same items that I gave to Mr. Rushing. It shows the first photographs of the home, shows the photographs of the newly painted rooms. And in 2010, the painting in the home was performed by Masonic member Joe Parker. Now, when the Moody's and Lynch moved out and Mr. Rushing did not take pictures, Mr. Parker then went to the residence because I was going to fix the one room that had pulled down wallpaper and there was some damage in the garage. Mr. Rushing told me not to do it because the tenants he had lined up would accept the property the way it is. Could you have the next slide, please? August 2011, inspected the property. I went down to the property and I found that tenants and had 3 pets.
I'm going to object at this point. We have plowed all of this ground and we've gotten nowhere on damages. I'm not trying to be cute here. I have a 5 o'clock appointment. We ain't going to be anywhere done by 5 o'clock.
Mr. Rushing asked to contact the tenants regarding these 2 issues.
Ms. Seitz, do you want to take a few minutes and regroup since you had your presentation going a certain way? Would you like to take a break just to reorganize? The commission is just interested in what damages are you?
Well, I did present, this information was not presented to the commission. This information was not presented that he was told. I mean, he said he wasn't told. He said that I communicated directly. The first year of the contract, I did not communicate with the tenants whatsoever, except for the visit that I had there. And that's when I gave them my business card. And then they contacted me the following year because he didn't take care of certain situations.
I know it's,
Okay,
okay, just,
the next slide.
no, let me try to
If I
explain.
may,
We've already-
how many slides are in this presentation?
I was told 200.
Is that what it is?
Okay, let's just go to
We don't have
Okay,
time to
let's-
go through
let's
200
just go to the
slides.
slides then. Let's go one by one. This was the entryway. Go to the next
Ms.
slide.
Sykes, we're
This-
not going to go through 200 slides one by one. We're just not.
Okay.
You have a sheet in here that itemizes things that you feel are losses. I would rather go to that sheet and you explain to us what that loss was and how Mr. Rushing was involved in it. But we have gone through this testimony, some of which we went through back in December. I'm trying to help you here.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay.
Ms. Garrett, are we going to use the figures which figures do you want to use?
What page is it on, guys? Help me.
If I can get your new booklet.
On A10 is the original list of your damage request.
Okay, we'll start.
On what tab? A10. Okay.
Under item 1,
Okay. So are you comfortable going down through this list?
And this is the original list, but in December, Ms. Garrett discussed with me because they were trying to work with Mr. Russian and Mr. Price about eliminating some of the requests for damages.
Right.
And so then we had another discussion, and I didn't know if she had replaced the original or not. That's why I'm asking the
Yeah.
There's
question,
another
sir.
list behind this.
There's A8, A9, and A10 are the itemized
There's one
list.
that shows paid and not paid. There are multiple columns.
Yes. The one before that, I'm sorry.
I should have marked it when I got to it. Give us a moment here. Either the commissioners remember seeing it. And the total was like 23,000, not 29,000. Which may be what Ms. Sykes is referring to, that some of those
That
charges
is correct, sir.
were taken off.
May I ask what you're looking at for the 23,000?
I'm not finding the 23 yet. I'm trying to find it. It would have to be behind these photos. Well, I know it's in there. Yeah, I didn't get back that far. I'd rather find that list because I think that's what's been pared down to your actual claim. That's not it. There is a list at 14-5. It's not the one I'm.
On 14-5, I believe that is one of the monthly statements.
Okay. Like I said, it's not the list I'm looking for. The list I'm looking for has a total at the bottom of 23,000 and change. There's one at what? Can't hear you.
Well, then there was a secondary one, the 23 was then submitted, and then we discussed it again, and then it went down to 19 something.
So is
But
that
the only
you're
one I
looking
have
at?
with me is the 23.
16-5
In which book?
in the white one, yours.
16 dash what?
3, 4, 5. Really the end of the book. Okay. Well, that two column reflects the left column, the 29,777 requested amount, and then a suggested amount. Suggested by whom? Do we know?
These aren't my numbers.
At one point, Heather and I went through the list and tried to determine what we thought I don't know if this is ours, Heather. You'll have to correct me on this, but at one point, Heather and I went through it and whittled away. We looked at the statute. The statute says actual damages.
Right.
So we went through and we looked and tried to determine actual damages. We had concluded that the $4,500 for Miss Sites to travel back and forth to Little Rock for the district court hearings were not actual damages.
Right.
Since that time, and please, anyone who's in this room, correct me if I'm wrong, but checks have been reissued. One was reissued to Ms. Sites this summer. I believe that was the $1,100 check that she cashed this summer. And so we would need to take that out.
Yeah, that would be the $1,000 sent to the deposit, and she had $100 in trust.
Right. And then, so we would, you know, these are things that have transpired since that time. Heather and I determined that the late fee charges weren't appropriate because we looked at the ledgers that Heather had from when she was reconciling his accounts. The rent payments were actually made on time. They just weren't deposited in a timely fashion into Ms. Sites' account. So we didn't think that those late charge fees were appropriate. Those late charge fees would only come into pay if a renter paid late, and they did not pay late. Now, there was a delay in it getting in her account, but it wasn't because the renters paid late. There were some fees that Ms. Sites herself sought to verify based upon invoices that she was provided by Mr. Russian, and one of those was a locksmith fee for $87.50. And if my memory serves, she tried to call a phone number for that locksmith and was not able.
No, that was not. That was for the cleaning for $400.
Okay. That was a cleaning service that he used. Then she was unable to verify the phone number on the invoice for the cleaning service, so she was unable to verify that.
But on the locksmith fee, I'd like to add that I was double charged twice for locksmith when I contacted Bill's locksmith, which was the bill. He had never serviced that property, only for me when I lived there before. That is what the locksmith told me. And on the front door, I mean, there is a picture of it where the ornate doorknob was taken off and a $14 lock put on. Bill's locksmith will not replace that type of door handle, or they would not also remove it. And that was a $400. And that happened within the first 3 or 4 months of his management of the property.
In order to expedite this hearing, if you would like for me to, I will go through this list with Ms. Sites and see if we can expedite this a little bit. Ms. Sites.
I did find the page that I was looking for. It's 1-9.
If you would, I'm sorry, sir.
1-9 is the page that I was looking for. That shows a 23,000 total at the end. And it has 2 columns, paid and damages incurred.
That's what I just gave to Ms. Mary.
Okay, so if we take a look at 1-9, I am not familiar with this form. Instead, Ms. Sites, could we use 16-5? Because that's the one I'm used to looking at when I was working with Heather to prepare for these hearings.
May I take a moment to please look at it?
While everybody else is looking, I don't think you all can have confidence in any of these numbers.
I think that's an overstatement. I think we just need a minute to gain our bearings, since I've just been asked to take on something that I am not prepared to do, but which I will do to the best of my ability.
Yes, I think that we can go with 16-5.
So 16.5 is what, okay.
Let's just
all right,
work
good.
with that
That
since
way, everyone's on the same sheet of music here.
Ms. Chavez is already prepared for that, and it includes everything from.
And,
the
and I would like to proceed the way that Ms. Chavis has suggested, that you lead Ms. Sykes through each of these items for an explanation, and we will move on from there.
Ms. Seitz, we've got to keep it punchy and brief, okay? We can't go into ornate doorknobs and that kind of stuff. We've got to
Okay.
keep it, all
Let's
right?
go.
Okay, so number one, removal of feces in yard, $600. Was this from the Stricker Eccles Pets?
Okay, this occurred at the end of Eccles and,
Ms. Seitz, it's a yes or no question. Was this during the Eccles? Did the Eccles and Stricker's Pets leave poop in your yard?
yes,
Is that why you're asking for $600?
no. It was because in 2013, it was then when I went in and wrote the check for $600 to remove the feces from both of those. Clean up
Both whom? Marvin?
Marvin and the Eccles. So
Okay.
I didn't go to the property till 2013. I just wanted to correct you
Okay,
because
okay,
I
but
wanted.
all I need to know is, did you have tenants who had pets who pooped in your yard, and did you pay $600 to have that poop removed?
And yes, and the yard maintenance.
Okay.
Yes.
And I would ask that the commissioners, as we go down through this, just make a note on each of these items, whether they believe that this is.
And
That'd
I
be
did
awesome.
present a check that was cashed and deposited to
Agreed.
the person's account.
Okay.
I'm on it.
Did you have deck chewed,
Yes,
$2,006,
yes.
under what tenancy?
Eccles Stricker.
Okay. House chewed, one that,
Eccles Stricker.
okay. Screen doors bent and chewed.
Eccles and Stricker.
Screen window bent and chewed.
Eccles and Stricker.
Carpet chewed and pulled up.
Eccles and Stricker.
Linoleum in the laundry room chewed up.
Eccles and Stricker.
Wood floors and back of doors clawed.
Eccles and Stricker.
Okay, does that take care of all of the pet damage?
That is correct.
Okay. Painting not authorized,
Eccles,
$5,685. Is that how much you paid to have your house repainted after the Eccles and Strickers painted without your authorization?
I did not pay that fee. That was the estimate for the damage. I actually presented to Mr. Russian an itemized, an accounting of each thing that I
Okay,
did.
let me stop you right there. Did you pay anyone $5,685, or is this an estimate that you obtained?
This is an estimate
So you did
for
not.
professional services.
Okay, but you did not actually, you cannot actually claim reimbursement for that amount of money because you did not pay that amount of money.
No, that was the estimate.
Okay. The court fee,
I did pay that.
okay, was that for small claims?
That is correct.
Okay.
And
Locksmith fees. Now, you said that you were double charged.
I presented the bills to the commission where it was within a few days of each other that I was charged twice for bills.
By whom?
By Mr. Russian.
Mr. Russian your testimony is that Mr. Russian charged you $87.50 two times.
Well, the other one was over $100, but I presented both of those bills to him. I claimed
Okay,
one
no.
because he changed the locks evidently, but the second one I didn't think I should have to pay.
Okay, let's back up. Who were the tenants? Did Mr. Russian Jr. change the locks before the Marvins moved in? Is that what this is about?
he said that he sent me 2 separate bills that he did. I have no clue because when I contacted Bill's locksmith, they said they had not been to the residence.
Okay. So you were billed $87.50 by Mr. Russian Jr., and you were unable to verify that Bill's locksmith had even been to your house.
That is correct.
Okay.
And
Property
if I
not,
may, is there not a photograph of a different doorknob on the front door?
That was 2011, April or May.
okay,
And
That's
that's,
when that occurred.
Different issue.
that's prior to the
That's
time
another-
we're looking
All
at,
right.
isn't
Okay.
it? Isn't it,
Mhm.
Heather? Okay. Property not secured and terracotta pots removed by tenants. Okay, who were the tenants that you think?
It was Eccles and Stricker.
Okay. Travel cost of owner to court, $4,500. We've already discussed that. Property not secured, washer and dryer. Don't know what happened to the washer and dryer, but they were missing from your property between the tenancies of Moody Lynch and Eccles Stricker.
Actually, I have an email from Scott Stricker with, it was actually forwarded to me by Mr. Russian. And in those photographs, and that is in the book here, whereby the power washer and all that other stuff, which I did not claim in here because I filed suit against Moody Lynch for that. And he said that they stole them, and that's why I put it in that claim against Moody Lynch. But it does show, and Scott Stricker verified it, that those items were there when they moved in, along with the washer and dryer. The washer and dryer was under the home warranty agreement, the washer and dryer.
Okay, I don't need to know any of that. I need to know I need to know, okay, so your testimony is
They were
that,
gone when I went to visit on the first time, and that was in August of 2011.
okay, that's not my question. My question is, did you just testify that Mr. Stricker provided you with a photograph by email that showed the washer and dryer and the power washer and were in your garage when the Eccles Strickers moved in?
Yes. And I also have email confirmation from Joel Ann and Mike Russian that
Okay,
they took
so
the washer and dryer.
when do we think, so when the Moody Lynches moved out and the Eccles Strickers moved in, your washer and dryer and other property were in the garage.
That is correct.
When do you think they went missing? But after Eccles Strickers moved out, before Dr. Marvin moved in or Dr. Houston moved in?
Well, Mr. Russian and Joel
We
Ann
know, okay. go
gave
ahead.
me an email. If I can go to the email, I can tell you when they moved them.
I have a question. Were they replaced? Did you?
No, they were never replaced.
And where did
Okay.
you come up with 600 of the value?
What I did was I contacted a used appliance store. I told them that the units were Kenmore and the year, they were less than 5 years, and they gave me an estimate of $300 each.
Okay, here we have some emails about the washer and dryer. They begin on April 6th of 2011, which predates the time period of this proceeding, if I am not mistaken. Okay. Mr. Russian Jr., and I will share this with you, Mr. Price, just as soon as I read it into the record. On Wednesday, April 6, 2011, at 3:07 p.m., Mike Russian Jr. sent an email to Ms. Seitz that says, everything is fine with the new tenant at this time. For some reason, we could not get the washer dryer to operate properly. I have sent them to our appliance company for an inspection. Ms. Sites responds at 3:09 PM. If they are inoperable, please let me know. I can validate that they were operating when I left them, and I will add this to the request for reimbursement from my former tenants. They may not even be my washer and dryer. Are they Kenmore Appliances? And then on April 11th, on April 11th, Ms. at 4:57 a.m. says, Mike, I will be in Little Rock this Friday, April 15th. Would like to see the house. Please arrange with the tenants for inspection. Request type of appliances left. Both Kenmore appliances were working. They're 5 years old. I would like to meet with a lawyer while in town and need the costs associated with the former tenants, rekeying, painting, cleaning, etc. We should meet if you're available. We have not established an account for deposit of my receipts. Thank you for your assistance, Alyssa. It looks like Mr. Russian Jr. sent an email to Julianne Cather. I'm sorry. Oh, looks like you forwarded it to her, and then she responded to you, Mr. Russian. I have verified that Julianne responded to you and to Ms. Sites. I have verified that the washer and dryer are Kenmore Appliances. Will advise when we hear what the problem is with them. Julianne, to you and Ms. Sites. It says from Julianne. Then there's an email to Julianne from Ms. Sites that says, I'm sorry about the frustration I have with this property. I need a copy of the invoice of each for court. 107.50 to change the locks due to tenants not returning the keys. $125 to remove outside trash, $200 to clean the inside of the property, and $68.49 for the water fee. And Julianne responds, I will mail to you by snail mail.
I think we established the washer dryer.
I have a quick question. So I'll understand what you just said when I get ready to cross-examine. What do you mean by we've established the washer
Well,
dryer?
I think it's evident in the email that Mr. Russian acknowledged that the washer and dryer was there.
It existed.
My question I have, might interject, I think you stated that in her response, the site said, well, we're not whether line or not.
Well, she wanted to verify whether or not they were Kenmore's, and if they were Kenmore's, she had a reasonable belief that they were hers.
But if they weren't, then I wanted to know what
Right.
they were, because they could have been swapped out, my working washer and dryer for non, and I did not put that in that lawsuit because it was covered under my home warranty agreement.
Okay. I think we've established that the check for Dr. Houston was reissued, and that you, and also for $100 that was in the trust account, those were both reissued to Ms. Sites this summer by Mr. Russian and cashed by her. Security deposit by the Marvins, plus a $200 pet deposit. Did you ever get that back?
No, and I was also charged cleaning fees and
You got to let me get down to it. We got to take this one at a time so we
Okay.
don't get confused, okay? Then late fee charges, we established that that wasn't appropriate. What is cornerstone overcharge? What does that mean?
that means that on the second unit, when it was finally submitted to fix the unit, because it was submitted through Middleton and another person before.
Rather than your home warranty.
And so when my home warranty got involved in 24-hour period, they sent out Cornerstone. Well, because I had asked them for the number of times that they had been used, because there was 9 times that they had not been used by Mr. Russian, it should have only been $100 fee, but Mr. Russian then deducted more money from my account, and the Cornerstone that he presented to me was not the same one that I got directly from Cornerstone.
Okay, Ms. Sights.
So there was
You're
two,
confusing the issue, and I'm a smart lady, but you're confusing the heck out of me, and I bet I'm not the only one in this room. Would you please turn to tab 12-2 and identify, is this the invoice you got from Cornerstone Plus Service for $534.73?
well, my 12 is not, my 12 is my bank deposit statement.
12-2 in the recovery fund notebook.
That's the notebook I'm in.
The white one.
Do you have a 12-2?
Yes.
Is it an invoice from Cornerstone? Heather, would you please show this to Ms.?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Yes, it is.
Okay. Okay, and now I've lost my page. Oh, boy. 12, I'm sorry, that was 16 dash.
16.5 is the.
I'm so
ledger
sorry.
book.
Okay, we're almost to the end. Cleaning services, cleaning charges not performed. What does that mean? Briefly, what does that mean? Who needed, what tenants moved out and who needed to be cleaned up after?
Okay, when Moody Lynch moved out, I was charged for cleaning service and I submitted those bills.
I can
Okay.
barely hear you.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm going hoarse. When Moody Lynch moved out, I was charged for cleaning services.
By whom?
Mr. Russian. And I submitted those bills through Mrs. Garrett. And it appears from the
Okay,
photos.
stop. Look at tab 13. Are these the invoices that go to that request?
Yes, they are.
Okay, that's what I need to know.
What page was that?
That was behind tab 13. So you're stating that the cleaning was not, even though you have an invoice from Handyman, et cetera, to Mike Russian Realtors for $125, you're stating that this cleaning was not performed?
No, because the pictures from Mr. Stricker and Eccles that were presented in the court documents showed that the house had not been cleaned and that they had to take care of all the cleaning. And she also stated in the affidavit to the court.
So your testimony is that even though all of these invoices were submitted to Mike Russian Realtors to take care of your property, that it was not done?
It was not done. And in the photographs that I was going to present, he said that it was clean between Eccles, Stricker, and Marvin's, while the paint that was used in the bedroom was still splattered on the floor. And when I cleaned the floors, the paint immediately came out. So it could not have been cleaned. And I was charged $400 then. And that was above the cost that I authorized. And when I contacted Terry's cleaning service, that did not even exist.
What is this security deposit used toward rent? $1,000?
That was the $1,000 that Mr. Russian said that he used towards the rent. And
What,
then-
under the Eccles Stricker tenancy?
That is correct.
Okay. And then failure to collect rent due, $2,165.55. Who was that for? I'm sorry?
Can you tell me what the difference differences in those two numbers on that road?
Which two numbers, sir?
Between the requested and the
Suggested.
suggested. One's 3974, the other's 2165.
I don't recall. I don't recall. Heather may, let me see, hang on just a second, I might know. I don't do math in my head very well. Let me use my
Yeah,
no, that didn't work.
If you go to tab 14,
and 19 cents. Go to tab 14. Is that what you said?
The figures came out of when there was no tenancy, and Stricker and Eccles were still on that 2-year lease agreement.
They were still what?
There was a 2-year lease agreement, and the vacancy periods is how this was determined. And the reason I submitted it, sir, was because I had documentation which was not presented, whereby Mr. Russian told Ms. Eccles that he was going to, submit this over to the attorney to collect for rent. And then he did not do that. He did not submit it for through a collection agency for the rent that they owed. And so I put it down as lost income because if there was a 2-year lease.
Had they moved out?
There was a period of time, I don't know when they actually vacated the premises, because when Mr. Russian took photographs, their belongings were still in the house. And those photographs were in the presentation. They were also presented to the commission. That I don't know when they actually vacated the house, but the Marvins didn't move in for some time. And so there was loss of rent for the month of August. And there was not a full month of July's
So what was
rent.
your monthly rent?
It was $15.95, and then it went up to $16.50.
15 what?
$15.95.
And so the 2165 represents what? A month and a half or?
It was, if we go down through the sheet that's under tab 14, it basically says there was $784 was outstanding from non-payment. And then there was another accrued rent for August, and then another accrued rent because there was no one in there in April. So it was like 2 months, and then that additional money that they did not pay.
So if I'm following this, and you can correct me if I'm going out in left field here. If a tenant fails to pay, moves out, doesn't pay rent anymore, that it's your contention that your property manager should be paying that rent?
Not normally, but when Mr. Russian made a statement to Ms. Eccles that he was going to get his lawyer to do that, and I do have email traffic with that, then I presume that he was going to file through a collection agency for that time period. I don't know what he did. He didn't explain to me, only when I got that statement September that he used the security deposit for rent, did I even, that's.
Well, that explains to me how you were looking at it. Ms. Chavis. Were we waiting on something you were looking up?
I'm sorry, it's an $1,809.74 difference. And I just don't know where I don't know where that came from.
Well, I was following what the sites was explaining here.
But I'm not
the
at
way
all
that she
sure
looked
that
at it.
lost rents, I'm not sure if that's actually damage to her property. So
I
it
understand.
may be immaterial.
So that got you through the bottom of the list.
Well, I've got a question.
That got me to the bottom of the list.
It was carpet. It was attic.
It's not, I don't have a number written in there. I have carpet written under, I have number 11 carpet. And I guess I'm thinking this note out to the side for 136860 for the Eccles dog is that part, but I don't know. Is that correct, Ms. Seitz?
I don't know what the carpet, I didn't write that in there, so
Let me show you. This not your handwriting?
I don't know.
It says 1368 dog Eccles.
Oh, that's how much I actually paid.
Carpet.
The carpet in the living room from Echo's dog. And I actually gave you a copy of the receipt.
136860 to replace the carpet in the living room from damage done by the Eccles dog.
Okay. So all of these pet issues were Eccles, correct?
Yes.
That got addressed when Eccles moved out or when the next tenant moved out?
I was going to have the stuff done as soon as Eccles moved out, but Mr. Rushton recommended, since we had a tenant to move in, to do it when they moved out. And I went down immediately and then took care of it.
All right. Okay. Ms. Chavis, thank you.
The carpet was not replaced, sir, until 2018.
Okay. So way on down the road.
I would like to, I know you remember this, but there were 2 leases with the Eccles. The first one didn't include a pet deposit. Everyone discovered there were pets there. They entered into a second lease that didn't include a pet deposit. And here we are with all these damages due to their pets.
Right. Okay. Where do we go from here? For us, I think we have an explanation on each of these. Mr. Price?
Well, I certainly want to cross-examine whenever I get the chance.
And Ms. Seitz, thank you for responding to our request to try to go through each of these line by line and explain where you feel the loss came from.
Well, I'm sorry that I made it convoluted. I really was trying to walk you through it, how it visualized in my mind. And I thought if you saw the pictures
Well,
of how the house looked and then what the damage was done after Eccles Stricker, in their short tendency, sir, there was so much damage. And after I took possession of the property, there was additional damage on top of it and more things missing from the property.
right. And I can tell from your resume, you're an educator, and if we had a semester, we could do this, but we don't. So,
I just wanted my voice heard, sir. Thank you for your
bet.
consideration.
and you came fully prepared. I appreciate that. So, Mr. Price, I don't want to take on the
No,
role
no,
of
you're
hearing officer here,
Mr.
but
Price, you can
Can
cross.
we take a short break first?
do what?
Can we take a short break first before I start?
You guys good for a short break? Okay,
Okay.
let's make it short.
Recess for a few minutes.
Right.
That's why I don't get into that.
I go Bobby, he's working.
Yeah, he's after.
Linda said she's coming next month, huh?
Linda here to be able to take over the responsibility of you.
Donna, don't you encourage him to laugh. That could increase your fine for your MTA.
You know, Donna, as long as he is fighting with you,
I wanna
leaving us alone.
Get
All right.
Julie to go up there with me
So
and see
thanks
if
for
I can
taking
find
over
out
the
what
team.
they're
All right.
offering. Get it
You're
split
welcome.
up so I don't have to cover it twice. I mean,
Well, Bob, you're safe, short. You know.
That's right. People just look right over, people look right over the top of me. They don't even notice my mask.
Yeah, my doctor always is on, he said, "Oh, ever stay hydrated." You know, he gets out of whack, and headaches and all that, so I'm trying to make sure that they're going along.
You can report that you have accomplished that today. My daughter says that I should not wear my black-faced dresses. They're just really comfortable. My daughter and I bought them back at Christmas. And they are so comfortable.
Come on now, you know you're being treated.
I mean, honestly, like I prefer these. And I'm not finishing. Okay, all right, cool.
It's fine, I still try to do it. I got you, man. I'm like, how do you do it?
We late.
My 8-year-old grandson, his mama, my daughter got a call from school because he turned in his paperwork on government.
Let me see this.
Is he a pistol? Is your grandson a pistol? Is he?
He's a pistol.
He's a pistol.
He is not a Biden fan.
That's right. You got in trouble. Now, you're gonna have to be quiet there, Grandpa. You're
I
gonna use
can
your real estate.
pretty much guess the political persuasion of his teacher. Well, the teacher handed out several things like this, and he took a red pen and marked it and handed it back.
Nice. How old's your grandson?
8.
Yeah, I have 2 kids. One's extremely liberal, one's extremely conservative, and they just moved into a rental property at Fayetteville, so that ought to be fun.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think Abby should be a senior by now, and Zach's a freshman.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I've got to deal with her. She rented from an apartment complex, who obviously had a water leak in the ground because her 1-bedroom apartment water bill went to $2,000 one month.
Ooh.
And the landlord said, you know what, that's in your name, so you're going to deal with it. And I told her, here's how you can solve that problem.
Yeah, I can tell you that.
I'll go down and make it. Up and go. Thank you, man.
That means it's just like you, Tony. Fresh.
Fresh.
Yeah.
Heather, I need you.
Have a new license being driven down from Conway on the way.
Do what?
Have a new license coming down this afternoon. I'm just gonna sign it and turn it in.
Heather's got that number.
Don't you love these things that just start with?
Yeah. Whoa, especially when I'm on a deer stand. Shut up. Sticking on the mark,
Yeah.
trying to push buttons. Shut up. How did that happen?
Okay, I got it.
Y'all hear, boss?
Everybody here? Okay.
Okay, we're back on the record.
Reconvene.
I have, one more expense that I need to run. When Mr. Ration or Julian, I didn't, when Julian neglected or forgot, or didn't know that there was the home warranty for the plumbing and emergency.
Right.
We have an invoice for that for $187.34. And we have another one for $225.19.
Where are those found?
Those were two, I'll bring over to you. They're found in the hearing book from earlier behind tab 13. And these were when the home warranty wasn't used, $187.34 and $225.19.
Well, if I may, my experience with home warranties, is even though the warranty company would have covered it, there is a deductible or a trip charge on each of those.
I also got charged that as well.
Is how much?
I got charged that too.
100 on each.
Because the person that came out, Sanders.
Right.
They didn't fix the problem. So then they called the home warranty company. I was charged the $100 and they had to fix that. And then I had to fix the ceilings.
Okay.
Because Sanders didn't fix the problem.
All right.
And the toilets. spilled.
I follow. Okay. All right. Do it.
So what's the real amount?
No, I don't know. What is the real amount?
Well, that didn't even resolve the problem. Then they decided to use the home warranty. The home warranty came out immediately, fixed those toilets.
Would you like the total of those numbers that I just gave you plus $100 per visit?
Right.
Okay. So that's 200 plus 187.34 plus 225.19, which is $612.53.
Well, no, were you charged the deductible both times?
And I was also charged $100 the next time.
No. Let me rephrase this. The warranty company sent somebody out there how many times?
They didn't contact the warranty company.
No, you said later that you did.
After the problem still persisted.
Okay.
after Sanders.
How many times did the warranty company then send somebody? Once. That's one $100, not two.
Okay, so we've got 512.53.
Okay.
No, yes, 187.34. That's
I
correct.
can't hear you, Bob. You're on my bad side. Anyway,
Okay. Can Mr. Price,
Mr. Russian, they're right.
not to mention the fact Tony's about 30 octaves above you anyway.
can Mr. Price continue now or proceed?
Yes.
I'm going to start where we just stopped, I think.
I'm going to give you the same admonition I gave Ms. Sykes. We don't have a semester.
I have no slides.
Good.
Ms. Sites, did I understand you to just say on those deductibles that that's where you called your home warranty person to come out after a repair was done and not done correctly or something?
No, Mr. Russian.
Close to your mic, Ms. Sykes.
$200 is my recollection, 1 and 1.
There you go.
And I'm
The
sorry.
email from Mr. Russian was, I asked him what the status is of small claim and the former tenant also for not using the home warranty. The 2 times that Sanders came out, they were not with the home warranty. I was charged for both of those occurrences. The problem persisted. Mr. Russian then contacted the home warranty company. When they sent out the plumbing team, I was charged the $100 deductible, and that plumbing, I don't know what the name of it was, but they fixed the problem. So I was charged $700 and some for one plumbing, well, it was 2 toilets, but one plumbing issue.
And so are you sure that was all the same plumbing issue?
Yes, I was.
All right, and if it was the same plumbing issue, had he gone through your home warranty to begin with, you still would have paid that $100 deductible, wouldn't you?
I would only have paid $100, and the plumbing person would have came out 3 times. It doesn't matter. Once you submit a claim, and I can tell you that when I moved into the property, I submitted a claim for all of my appliances in my kitchen. For 3 appliances, I was docked $100. They replaced all 3 appliances.
Let me see if I can make this.
So this is a
short.
good home warranty company. I was paying over $1,000 a year.
If they had called the warranty company to begin with, you'd have paid $100, right?
That is correct.
And if the warranty company hadn't done its job right, you'd have paid another $100, right?
No, they would have come back out with no additional cost. That's how the home warranty works.
Well, if this was all one job, as you just said, you just told us you paid 2 deductibles.
No, I did not say that, sir. I said that Mr. Russian's associates or himself contacted Sanders. Sanders Plumbing came out, charged $187, then the other fee, which I presented that to the commission. Those were 2 bills by one plumbing service for the same issue. If they would have contacted the home warranty would have charged 1 fee because it was 1 call for 2 situations within that residence.
But it was your testimony that the home warranty company did come out after the fact.
After the fact, after they were called, but they weren't called before.
And so, as my question was a moment ago, this was all one incident, right? One plumbing problem.
Yes, that's what Mr. Houston said.
I think we get it up here. And the figure that Ms. Chavis just gave us, 512.53, is the one I'm going to land on.
Okay.
That's the
Thank you,
2
sir.
charges from a plumber that was not part of the warranty company, plus $100 that the warranty company then charged you as a deductible when they went out. That's the figure I'm sticking with.
I'll move right along.
Okay.
So that was the one where you were complaining because the cost exceeded $200, is that right? And you weren't consulted?
It was not because the cost exceeded $200. It was because my home warranty was not used. In the email I just read to you, sir, I asked Mr. Russian why the home warranty was not used, and his response was, would you like me to reread the email?
No.
Let's keep the answers short. I'll try to keep the questions short.
Yes, sir.
The deck chewed, house chewed, screen door bent and chewed, window screen bent and chewed, all those down through wood floors, back of doors clawed, all those were the subject of that suit in Pulaski County District Court, right?
No, they were not, sir. The only thing I took to court was for the paint.
So you didn't file a lawsuit over dog damage at all?
I never really got to address the court. Like Mr. Russian said, the judge did not come down and look at a PowerPoint slide. He did not do any of that stuff. Mr. Russian took over the back and forth with the judge, told the judge I was making more money with the new tenants. And then the judge talked to Ms. Eccles and Mr. Stricker, and then it was over with. It was over with within 5 minutes. And we can postpone this if you want to get something from the court to validate what I said, but no PowerPoint was looked at or anything. And the slides that we're going to show today are some of the slides that I was going to show during the damages, but we only talked about the paint.
So none of those things were submitted to the court?
No, and neither was the, well, from my understanding, the only thing that was discussed was the paint. I wrote it in the initial complaint, but there was no fixed fee. I was just asking for that. I did not also ask for rent because he had used the security deposit.
Did you sue for the $600 in picking up dog poop?
For the what?
For picking up dog poop, removal of feces in yard.
No,
So that wasn't a subject to your court suit.
no.
So you were willing to pay $600 for somebody to pick up poop, but you weren't willing to pay for repairs over $200?
I don't know what you expect me to say, sir.
I'm just,
I don't even have a response to that. I went to the property. The property, if I could have shown the pictures, it was more than I could handle. I mean, the yard was unbelievable. It was more than I could handle. And I presented the check, a copy of the check. I got it from the bank where I had written it out to the person that took care of that. I mean, it was Mr. Houston's associate who handled tree removal, cleanup of yards and stuff like that And it was Mr. Houston, the tenant that was moving in, that gave me the guy's name. I wrote the check out, I handed it to Mr. Houston, and I asked him to take pictures
Okay.
after he was completed.
We need to move on to the question.
Thank you. The $5,685, that was money not spent, correct?
The
I think
work
that's
was,
already been stipulated.
the work was performed. It just did not cost me that much. I itemized it and I sent an email to Mr. Russian with the exact figures. But again, at that time, I was making over $75 an hour. And if I took 7 days at 20 hours a day, I'm sure we could come up with that same figure.
So you don't know if that figure is even.
We're not even considering the figure because they've already said that it wasn't being considered. Is that not correct,
Right.
Mr. Yates?
Well, and Ms. Chavis indicated that that's really not damages at this point. So
That is what
let's
I'm
don't-
assuming.
Let's don't hammer on something that we've already moved through.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The terracotta pots. Now, let me back up one on the lock fee. You're not saying that you got charged twice for the same thing, are you?
I'm not understanding what.
The $87.50, you got locksmith fees down there. I'm looking at the document you prepared, about halfway down, $87.50 locksmith fees.
What is the figure you're giving me? And I must have lost my paper.
$87.50. It's on here in 2 columns.
Oh, here it is. The $87.50 was a secondary locksmith fee that was charged to me, and I presented both locksmith fees to the commission. So I was double charged for locksmith fees when Bill's locksmith said that they had not even come to the property.
So you don't know of your own personal knowledge whether that money was actually spent or not.
I was charged that amount, sir, along with another fee I was charged.
Exactly. So you don't know if they actually had a lock replaced or not.
Well, not by Bill's,
Right.
but I was charged by Mr. Russian for 2 locksmith fees.
Now to the terracotta pots. All you can say is that there were 2 terracotta pots worth $457.
That is exactly right. I bought them in Spain. I brought them over when I lived in Europe. I bought them over there. And then I went on a website where I had bought them in Spain, and it would cost me $457 to replace them. They were large terracotta pots, and they were in my front yard. And I was told, and the email was presented to the commission, that Miss Eccles had secured them. I don't know how she did that because they were so heavy. She secured them in the garage, but they are gone.
So Mr. Russian didn't drop them or destroy them or move them to your knowledge?
Miss Eccles said that she put them in the garage. When I went to visit the property, they were not in the garage.
No. Sorry?
Again, we plowed through this. And I think Ms. Chavis did a good job for you. So unless there's something here going down through this list that you're still contesting, let's get down to those things.
I sure don't ever want to sound like I'm being argumentative, and I'm not now, but I do want the commission to know it's so important when you're cross-examining somebody to show not just whether the things that they are listing are true and correct or not. It's also to show the preposterousness of some of the things that they asked for, like $4,500 for travel costs to court. That has nothing to do with the Russian company's management of that property, and that's a question I was going to ask. But I understand to move it along. I do understand that. But I also understand that my client's going to have to pay whatever I don't successfully challenge, and so that's where I'm going with it.
Okay.
The washer and dryer, $600. Did I understand you to say that you're not even sure they were yours?
I believe that we established the fact based on the email from Mr. Russian's associate, Joanne, that they were Kenmore washer and dryers and that he disposed of them.
Did I understand you to say that you're not sure that they were yours?
I asked if they were Kenmore's. They look like mine. The ones I left in, the pictures looked like them. I blew them up. They look like mine. I just asked for verification from his associate who verified that they were indeed my washer and dryer.
Let me see if I can make this easier. I'm really trying to ask yes or no questions. So that would be a yes or a no. You don't know if
Yes.
they were yours.
Yes.
Okay. You don't know what happened to them, do you?
Yes, I do know what happened to them. Would you like me to get out my packet of email on the washer and dryer? Because Mr. Russian
Absolutely
responded.
not. You don't know if they were operable, do you?
Here's my packet of washer and dryer.
You don't know if they were operable.
Ms.
do you?
Sykes, you need to respond to Mr. Price.
The washer and dryer were covered under the home warranty. If they were not operable, they would have only been $100 and they would have been operable, or the home warranty would have replaced them.
Thank you. Now, the cornerstone item that you have listed on here, the overcharge for $530,
Yes.
you said that was in tab 14? Sorry, tab 12, 12.2. That's for air conditioner unit. That's handwritten on there. Is that correct?
I don't know what you're talking about. Under 14, I have Middleton.
Tab 12, 12-2.
12-2.
Yes.
And that was a warranty repair, was it not?
That is what the warranty company sent me. But I was charged something far different from Mr. Russian.
So you're testifying that Mr. Russian sent you a bill for $530 over and above that?
He deducted it out of my rent.
Is that the rent that was the Eccles rent?
No.
I think if you look at the statement that Mr. Russian.
I don't mean to cut you off, but I really would like her to answer that question.
At this time, I am a little exhausted and a little bit frustrated with this request, and I need time to research this.
So are you saying you don't know about the $530?
I believe that was just answered by Ms. Chavez.
But you do acknowledge that that was a warranty repair, and it does indicate that you were charged a $100 deductible.
I was charged several different charges, and that's when I contacted the home warranty company and asked them, and there's a copy of their letter to me.
And that was something, if it was indeed a warranty repair for an air conditioner, that's something you'd had to pay, right?
Well, I was charged for Middleton first, and then I was charged again, and it was deducted from the rent. So the Middleton charge is also in there somewhere. And for both units, to tell you the truth, the first unit, he got Burt Black to come out twice and I was charged. And for the second unit, it was another charge.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but the only time that you've mentioned any rent deductions in all of your testimony was when the Eccles and Stricker couple deducted money from the rent because of the tree across the fence. Are you saying that there was more deductions?
Well, it was $700 and some dollars. They said that this was with Mr. Russian, they deducted $500, but it was really not a tree. It was a limb, and I have a picture of the limb that was cut down. So Mr. Russian said that they had deducted $700 and some dollars from the rent.
Let me see if I can walk through what you've just told us a minute ago. I asked you about the $530 charge on the list of items that you presented as things that you claim are damages. You said that that was for this repair that is in 12-2, but you said that was because you were charged twice as the result of rent being deducted. Am I correct on that? Is that what you said?
I did not say that, sir. You're confusing the issue. When you restate something, you make it convoluted. You add something to it to distract from what the bottom line is. And Ms. Chavez has already gone through that particular item, and I believe that she answered it, and she also showed you additional figures. And I
Ms.
am
Sykes?
going to stop my response to that questioning.
Ms. Seitz, he is the attorney at this time, and he is asking questions, so it's within his purview to ask them.
But it is not to badger me. I
Ma'am, he's
don't
not
believe-
badgering, he's not badgering, otherwise I'd jump right in there. So go ahead and just take a few minutes and take a couple breaths. Okay, this is not personal. So what you need to do is just answer the questions that he's asked.
I am
you.
trying to answer the questions,
Well-
ma'am. I'm sorry that I cannot understand his line of questioning.
Okay, if you don't understand it, ask him to rephrase it. Okay, maybe that'll help.
So your answer is?
Please restate the question.
All right, you originally testified that you submitted this list of items, including a charge for $530 to the commission, claiming that you should be paid that back. You testified previously today that that was based on the item found at 12-2, which is an invoice for an air conditioner repair. And when I asked you about it a moment ago, you said that you've listed that on there, even though this shows that it was a warranty item, because they charged you for a rent deduction. The Russians company did.
That is not what I stated, sir.
All right, what
I
did you say?
I stated that Cornerstone, when I asked them about it, then they itemized it, but Mr. Russian charged my account this amount of money and deducted it from my rental income. That's what I stated. And then you came back and said, well, it was taken out of the rent for Eccles and Stricker. And then you brought up the tree. I am getting very confused by your line of questioning. Are we going to stick with this one? Are we going to talk about the tree? Are we going to talk about the $1,000 security deposit that was used for the rent? You're confusing those three issues, sir. And it's very difficult to stay on your task.
Okay.
If I may, is there a ledger entry anywhere in your account from Mr. Rushing that shows he charged you $530?
I gave all those statements to the commission.
Yes, ma'am.
If you will look at 12-2,
I did.
okay, that's what shows you what Cornerstone charged. If you look at
$632.
If you look at 12-8 under heating and air, which is a statement for 13410 Abinger, Ms. Sites, that Mr. Russian sent to her, it shows $718.94. So what she's trying to say, but having a hard time getting out, is that she keeps saying Mr. Russian charged her more than that. That's her proof. That Mr. Russian charged her $718.94 for a heating and air charge, whereas the actual charge by Cornerstone was $634.73.
And she only paid 100 of that. And it's noted on that invoice because that was your deductible. So yes, that makes it clear and understandable that there is a ledger charge there from Rushing Realty for $718.94 on a repair that should have cost her $100.
Thank you, sir.
Unless somebody can explain otherwise, that's exactly how I see it.
Thank you very much, sir.
Cornerstone was from the warranty.
I understand that.
I'm just saying, we didn't hire Cornerstone.
I understand. Well, who did you hire?
She's making it like we made up the invoice. I mean, it's a Cornerstone invoice through her warranty. That's what we paid. I just want her to be, I don't know what she's
But the
saying.
warranty-
I got something that said this, but I got that. That's not true.
She has a statement dated October of 2012 from your company, Mr. Russian, that states that she was charged for a heating and air expense, $718.94. Cornerstone was the company that was called out by her home warranty company that only charged her $100.
Where did the invoice come from Cornerstone to show the money? That's what's not making any sense. It's not like you have a statement that just says, oh, I came up with a random number.
It's right here.
Yeah, the invoice is an invoice from Cornerstone, not from Russian.
And it says homeowner owes $100, meaning the warranty company is paying the balance.
Well, I'm just telling you, it sounded like we were making up invoices. I don't want there to be confusion. We made up something.
Whether you made it up or not, there is you did bill her $718.94.
I understand that. I'm not disputing that.
Okay,
It just sounds like I've been told I was making up numbers I know.
okay. I think we can land on that number. So what
Thank
else
you,
you got?
sir.
Hopefully something good. Because we are just rolling through the same dirt.
I think that concludes everything I need to ask about the list
Good.
that hasn't already been covered by somebody else.
Thank you, Ms. Davis.
Ms. Davis, do you have any questions?
No, ma'am, thank you.
Okay. Commissioners, any further questions of either Ms. Sites or Mr. Rankin? Is Mr. Rankin going to go ahead, in Russian? Is Mr. Russian going to go ahead and testify again, or Mr. Price? Are you going to call Mr. Russian again? No?
I'm sorry.
I'm thinking of my cousin Vinny when he woke up and said, what he had to say.
No, no testimony.
Okay.
I'm thinking Groundhog Day.
Everybody through with questions now? Ms. Putney?
No.
Okay. Let's go ahead and offer closing arguments.
Are you going to argue?
Commissioners, the list that I've been referring to is 16-5, and I feel fairly confident that y'all have been taking notes on that very same list. And I would just respectfully request that if you are inclined to make a recovery fund award, that it be limited to actual damages, which would be the deck chewed, the house chewed, the screen doors bent and chewed, screen window bent and chewed, carpet chewed and pulled up, linoleum in the laundry room chewed up, wood floors and back doors clawed. I would respectfully request that it be for expenses like that. I would respectfully request or respectfully state that that an estimate for painting of $5,685 is not an appropriate request because she she didn't actually remit that sum. I do believe the $4,500 in travel is not damages. At some point from emails between Ms. Julian, Mr. Russian, and Ms. Seitz, someone knew about the washer and dryer. I don't know how a washer and dryer sprouts legs and walks off, but I don't know where it is or what happened to it. But at some point from the emails with Julian, it sounds like she actually sent it or had it taken someplace for repairs because it was inoperable. And after that, we don't know what happened to it. In any case, I trust your judgment. I trust you to, if you are inclined to make an award, to make sure that it is in line with the statute, which states actual damages. Thank you.
Ms. Sykes, would you like to go ahead and make a closing argument?
I'd just like to add one thing, and I believe Ms. Chavez discussed this, but there is an email that Mr. Russian states for some reason we could not get the washer and dryer to operate properly. I have sent them out to our appliance company for inspection. And so he did have possession of them. He never got back to me with what he did with them. And so I do request that. I understand the limit now of your authority. Again, I was just pleading my case to the commission. And I understand that you are under parameters of how much you can award. But when I went to the home after all of the rentals, I will tell you that the home is beautiful now. I spent over $80,000. I had to actually take the whole back wall of my home off because of the extensive damage from the dogs. And it cost me a lot of money to do that. I did have photographs to present to you to show you that I did perform the work. There was more damage done underneath the house where the dogs were kept, and also the play set was also destroyed, and I did not submit for that. But I do appreciate you hearing my request, and I will wait. What award do you plan to give me, if any? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Price?
Thank you. $29,777.41 is what she originally was asking you all to award. And then in the same document, it went to $19,873, $10,000, boom. And you can shave another $10,000 off just cutting out stuff like dog poop and travel and court fees and all the other things. And when we're talking about actual damages, you can't trust any of these figures. If you don't have something that is backed up by another document, if it's just going to be borne out by testimony, there is question marks all over this. And when you're awarding damages, they have to be proven. And in this case, it's mostly being supported by the credibility of the witness. And I'm not talking bad about Ms. Seitz. I've never met her before this case started. But I can tell you that her testimony is anything but crisp on the reasons that she's claiming some of these things and the basis for them. And I just don't think they support an award at all, in my opinion, but that'll be up to you all. And I do, like Ms. Chavis, ask that you stick to the law and award only what is directly related to damages that are proved. Thank you.
I have one comment to ask, and this has to go to the agency, is on Mr. Rankin Sr. I know he was notified initially of the hearing. He was not there at the initial start of this hearing. However, it is a continuation. Would you like to address that?
He was served at the beginning of all of this, and he didn't show up at the first hearing, and that's where we are.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions from the commissioners? No, at this time, we're going to a recess and allow the commissioners an opportunity to go into deliberations to discuss their decision. Thank you. We'll go back on the record when they're through. Thank you.
If we can move Miss Linda over here. Okay, you can talk to Matt here. Chime in.
All right, brother. Well, thank you. Number one, burden of proof. is on her. Right. Number nine,
You can go ahead and pull that thing off.
Are you just,
Okay. Okay. Good.
so those, you might want to look at those particular ones.
Yeah, I don't think we're confined to that. We're,
That's fine.
yeah, so number
our
one,
review is damages that can be
burden of
proven.
proof is on her. I don't know that we ever had a recovery fund hearing where I've been working. Fair enough?
And I tried to move it along.
And you did the very best you could, everybody, but the burden of proof is there. I couldn't figure it out. I can't figure it out here. I can't figure it out here. I can't figure it out here.
Well, let's just take those first
Well,
number.
hang on a minute, though. Here's what was normal wear and tear, what's normal maintenance, how do you segregate liability, his liability, from normal wear and tear and normal tenant wear and
And a
tear.
tenant liability.
And tenant liability. Was that proof? Not to me, because so a dog chewed on it. So did the dog eat the whole deck? Did it eat the part of the deck? What needs to be replaced? It's two valves, some of the house chewed, now the house chewed for $1,500. I've got screen doors, $1,330. So did they eat the door down? Was the door repairable? Why am I being asked to decide? I should have proof, and the proof of the burden was on her. So,
And there was a pet deposit on the second lease for the same people. And so it was at the end of that there was this discovery. And so the liability is back to the tenant.
that's right. So it's back to a tenant issue, which should have been adjudicated in a court if you.
Which it was.
Which it was, but it's not on him.
Right. So then if we go below that, that was gonna be my
Yeah.
intention that, let's just pass
Ms.
by
Sights,
the
he
pet
just,
issue.
it's over
Uh,
there. He just moved fast
I think
enough
everyone's
that
in
they
agreement
tell you more
that,
than once that you
the
need to
painting,
just get to the
was
picture.
nothing but a
Oh,
bid.
yeah, I started to say, that's.
The locksmith,
They-
I
they're
got
on
thoroughly
track.
confused on that.
Yeah,
Track.
that's out. because-
I didn't see two bills, but there is one and it got done. The terracotta pots. If the
No.
tenant- On the tenant,
I started to say, how's that his negligence?
I will give it away.
I can't because it was burden of proof was on her.
They have emails where he responded that yes, washer and dryer there, she said it was at a Kenmore, they responded back, said, yes, it's
But,
Kenmore.
okay, so if it's burden
So
of
he
proof
said,
on her,
well, let me finish. He said, or his assistant said, then let's send them off, if they're not working, let's send them off for repair. That would have been a whole home warranty issue, more than likely.
And that's what she was saying.
but again, it's about damages being the responsibility of her. Is that $200? Is that $400? Is it $5? Is it, why am I being asked to guess? If the burden's there.
Right.
Okay, if you're saying, okay, Tony, I think there is liability there, then how do we know the value? And that burden is not ours.
Yep, I'm good with that. Reissue the check?
No,
No. The $100? No.
no,
Security deposit, Anthony and Symphony, Marvin. That
I
never-
didn't even understand. I got lost.
Well, my following of it was that there was security deposit on that lease that was never,
Which would have been absorbed in repairs. How does
at
that
the end
money?
of Marvin.
Well, so it went one or two ways. No one ever established. It either went back toward them as a refund because you had immediate turnover. I can't remember.
They were the short term.
They were the short term. They took it as is, where is. Was the deposit for repairs? And if so, you can't even establish in here because the ball keeps rolling. You don't know where it goes. You don't know if she got the credit because the way he testified is he would credit the last month if it was left over.
I am good with 7/18/94. He's got a bill to her for repairing the air conditioner.
Yeah, I got lost in all that. I can't.
I could follow the invoice that was there, but that has
I
nothing to
can't
do
figure it out.
with what's in his ledger.
You know,
Yeah.
and he couldn't explain the accounting on that one, so that I can live with that one, being on him on that one, because
And so then we're left with failure to collect rent due, and I couldn't follow that one.
I can't.
So the two that I'm good on is the 600 on the washer and dryer, and the 7/18/94 on the charge for the air conditioning.
I can live with that. Okay.
Do you have any others on there? Miss Linda, are you following on this?
I am. I feel better because I was lost too.
Well, if we were in the room and we were lost, I can imagine what you felt like.
Tell me again, the two that you're talking about, the.
The 600 on the washer and dryer, yeah, no established, could you go out and buy them all day long in the used pair for less than that? Yes. But we don't have a number, and I'm good to go with that number.
Okay.
Mainly because in testimony, it was always, gosh, I don't remember.
Yeah.
And now email.
Shows up.
It was there.
And then the other one was.
In the 7/18/94 that's on the ledger that was charged to her for repair of an air conditioner when Cornerstone had already done it through home warranty.
So right now, we're talking about 13/19/94.
Yeah, whatever that adds up to. It is 13/18/94. Yep. Yeah, it's actually air conditioning.
Burden of proof. Most confusing case for whichever fund had it.
But one of the smallest will do, so.
Yeah, I mean.
Well, and we had one, and it may have been before you came on the commission, where we had a number, it was Sullivan's deal.
That was before.
Yeah. And so we had a number of tenants coming in here saying, well, or a number of property owners came in and said, well, tenant left my property in bad shape. Well, that's a tenant liability.
Yeah, absolutely.
So in recovery fund, they didn't get it.
No.
So Linda, are you good with that figure?
I am. 13/18/94. Yes.
Anything else that you feel we need to look at?
Nope.
The
I'm
penalty,
good.
I think that got addressed in the second lease and charging a pet deposit. And
Could have shown us where his post was eaten and had a bill for that. And I could go with it. You could show me where the door, there would be some ways that I can say, but how do you put that liability on the manager? When you know that there's a pet deposit, you've approved the pet deposit. You're the owner. That pet fee is to go back to you for allowing the tenant to pay the.
and this was taken to court.
Yeah.
So if you found out that there were pets in there, would you not try to do something?
I don't think they established either way he did or didn't do enough in that category. But the damage, she knew it. She knew it. He went and talked to him about it. And then she agreed on the other year lease to go for the long-term lease, and she knew they had the pets.
I think the other one was a 2-year. I think the first one was 1 year and then they went.
Is
for
that the
2
one that
years.
had the pets?
Right.
Or is it the 2-year tenant that had the pets? That's what I thought.
Two different
They had
leases.
it to the one there.
But he said the pet was gone. He went and talked to him, and they went back by there and the pet was gone. So people slip
Oh,
stuff.
that's
out
how
like
tenants
that
do,
all
yeah.
the time.
Should you
Yeah.
check the property though to see if.
You can't micromanage it.
Yes, ma'am. Got a question?
It looks like the electrical's $530 after the deduction and everything.
Yeah, we changed it.
Oh, did you? I didn't hear. I was over there.
Yeah.
So it's really $1,130.
No, it's $718.94. She was legitimately out $100
Okay, so it's
through
really.
the warranty company,
Okay, 700.
but the other side can't say where $718.94 came from.
Yeah, right. Can't say. She did get billed for that, so that's the county.
Right,
Okay, so 718 plus 600 gets you to 13.
right. So that's the only figure we'll go with. It's just, we find damages,
13, 18.
right, in the amount of $1318.94.
And that's jointly separately with the senior and the junior, or just junior or?
Yeah,
Jointly and severally.
yeah, several and several. One pay, all pay. And there'll be a slight correction, Mr. Price. Mr. Price indicated his belief was that it would be paid out of the recovery fund and look to him for reimbursement. It'll actually be, we look to him
Yeah, first.
to pay
I
it.
want to read that whole little gamut stuff. Read
Okay,
that 30 days
you
ago.
got your whole, all right,
I
good.
think I did. I think I probably got it. They failed to, pay that.
Okay, good. You want to make the motion? You want to do it?
No,
Huh?
let Linda make it.
Linda, you want to make this motion?
I can.
Okay. What? Oh, okay.
Tony,
Okay, we're going to go back on the record. I'm going to scoot over so that I can see the crowd, if you will. Back on the record at this point, the commission has a motion. Commissioner Prunty,
would a hearing officer read my motion, please?
I will. The motion by Commissioner Putney with regard to this recovery fund hearing is that Ms. Sites has incurred $1,318.94 in actual damages caused by the respondents, Michael Rushing Jr. and Sr., relating to violations, and Mr. Rushing and Mr. Rushing Sr., Jr. and Sr. are directed to pay jointly and severally the amount of $1,318.94 to the claimant, Ms. Sykes, within 30 days following the entry of the commission's final order, unless an appeal is filed under the Arkansas Administrative Procedures Act during that same time period. If either Mr. Rushing Jr. or Sr. fails to pay this amount and no appeal is filed within the appropriate time, then the amount upon request may be paid from the Real Estate Recovery Fund. Further, the Real Estate Commission may suspend Mr. Rushing Jr. or Sr.'s license until the Real Estate Recovery Fund is reimbursed along with interest as determined by the commission. Commissioner Putney, have I correctly stated your motion?
You have.
Okay, at this time, will the commissioners please vote verbally on this motion?
having heard the motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by like sign? Motion carried, unanimous.
You know, well, it's majority because we only have 5 commissioners, 4 commissioners today. Yes, ma'am.
Could I ask for a breakdown of that 13/18/94.
It was $600 on the washer dryer, even though we had no invoice to base that on. It was purely subjective about what it might cost to replace. And the $718.94, which was the line item on the ledger that was charged to Ms. Sykes for the repair of the air conditioner, and no response from Mr. Rushing as to what that $718.94 could have been for, other than that, and that Ms. Sykes paid that through a warranty company, which she was billed $100. So those two items.
Thank you.
The commission's decision will be reduced to writing and served or attempted to be served on all the parties. As mentioned before, an appeal of the decision can be made in accordance with the Arkansas Administrative Procedures Act, Arkansas Code annotated section 2525-201, exequatur. All questions should now be directed to the Executive Director of the Real Estate Commission, Andrea Alford. Do any of the commissioners wish to make any further statements at this time?
The only thing I'd say to you, Ms. Sykes, is these kind of things are unfortunate. Tenants create damage. Those are tenant responsibilities. And so it's always a balance in how you try to treat, whether it is a property manager's liability or whether it's tenant's liability. And we're not going to re-argue the case, but.
And I don't know Arkansas real estate law, but I do appreciate the commissioning looking at it and taking appropriate action. In the military, we have an IT team that can come in if things are not in accordance with the way they're prescribed.
Right.
I'm unfortunate that I had 3 tenants that did not take care of the property. And I do understand that Mr. Rushing had Bill Parrott, Bill White, and we got other authorities. It's just that I thought I was wrong. There were things that he needed to correct. I would say that he does correct those. I would also like if the commission would take my bank statements from any of the things that might be going on here and destroy those, because that bank
Absolutely.
is still in.
Right.
But I do appreciate.
We'll protect your confidentiality, and we hope that you walk away from here believing that you were treated fairly here today. We did.
No, I do. I wish I would have been so elongated. I couldn't have shown pictures of it, but that's okay. I mean, the house is already corrected, but the fact is that you heard me.
Right.
And it's
We did.
important when someone has.
And we listen.
Thank
Right. Thank you, Ms. Sykes. Anything else?
I'm sorry, what did you say? Yes, sir. They're on the record though for you. You're welcome. This hearing's closed. Thank you.
Yes, it is. We are adjourned this time.